Discussion on verses 1 to 73 of 73. This chapter begins with a direct command addressed to the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, instructing him to remain steadfast in obedience to Allah, the Exalted, at all times, by correctly using the blessings bestowed upon him in accordance with the divine revelation granted to him. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 1.
O Prophet, fear Allah.
This opening command is profoundly significant. It demonstrates that no one, regardless of their exalted rank, even a holy prophet, peace be upon them, is exempt from the duty of fearing and obeying Allah, the Exalted. The verse establishes a universal principle. Humility before the Creator is essential for all people, irrespective of their status, knowledge, or accomplishments. It reminds humanity that obedience is not a privilege reserved for the weak or the ordinary, but a responsibility binding upon the greatest of individuals. This command also underscores that blessings, whether spiritual or material, must be used in accordance with divine guidance, for misuse leads to arrogance and deviation. The verse encourages individuals to adopt a humble attitude, even when they persist in obedience, for obedience itself can become tainted by pride, if one begins to imagine that they are doing Allah the Exalted or Islam a favor through their good deeds. Such arrogance undermines sincerity and can obstruct genuine submission, particularly when personal desires conflict with divine commands. When a person believes their worship elevates them above others, or that their deeds somehow benefit Allah, the Exalted, they risk steering themselves off the right path. True obedience requires recognizing that every act of worship benefits the worshipper alone, for Allah, the Exalted, is free of need. In contrast, those who recognize that their faith and obedience ultimately serve their own benefit cultivate humility before Allah, the Exalted. They remain dedicated to their worship and submission in both hardship and ease. In times of trial, they exhibit patience, refraining from complaint and trusting that Allah, the Exalted, always chooses what is best for them, even when His wisdom is not immediately apparent. In times of comfort, they express gratitude in intention by acting solely to please Allah, gratitude in speech through good words or silence, and gratitude in action by using blessings in accordance with the Holy Quran and the teachings of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. This balance between patience and gratitude ensures that their obedience remains pure and consistent, unaffected by changing circumstances. Chapter 2 Al-Baqarah, verse 216.
But perhaps you hate a thing and it is good for you, and perhaps you love a thing and it is bad for you. And Allah knows while you know not.
This verse reinforces the necessity of humility, for human beings lack foresight and cannot always discern what is truly beneficial or harmful. What appears painful may conceal hidden blessings, and what seems desirable may carry unseen harm. Recognizing this limitation compels a person to trust in Allah, the Exalted, and to submit to His wisdom. Patience and gratitude, therefore, are not merely virtues but essential safeguards against arrogance and disobedience. They protect the heart from despair in hardship and from pride in ease, ensuring that obedience remains sincere and steadfast. An individual who consistently embodies this conduct, humility, patience, and gratitude, will receive unwavering support and compassion from Allah, the Exalted. Such divine favor results in peace in both this world and the hereafter. It manifests as a balanced mental and physical state, enabling the person to correctly place everything and everyone within their life, thereby living with harmony and purpose. Their relationships are strengthened, their priorities are aligned, and their heart finds tranquility in submission. This reality is beautifully illustrated in a hadith found in Sahih Muslim, number 7500. Thus, the opening of this chapter establishes a foundational principle. Obedience to Allah, the Exalted, must always be accompanied by humility. It is not a favor to the Creator, but a necessity for the created, ensuring that their worship remains pure, their conduct remains upright, and their ultimate success is secured in both worlds. By cultivating humility, patience, and gratitude, a person safeguards themselves from arrogance, strengthens their connection with Allah, the Exalted, and prepares for eternal peace in the hereafter. When a person chooses to walk a path different from that of their peers, it often unsettles those around them. Such divergence can expose the inadequacy of others' decisions, particularly when those decisions are rooted in personal desires rather than obedience to the commands of Allah, the Exalted. This sense of discomfort frequently manifests as criticism directed at those who remain steadfast in their faith, and it is not uncommon for such criticism to arise even from family members who feel challenged by the contrast. Beyond the family sphere, wider societal influences exert additional pressure. Social media, fashion trends, and cultural norms often glorify material ambition and self-indulgence, portraying Islamic values as obstacles to wealth, status, and social recognition. Industries that Islam critiques, whether entertainment, fashion, or finance, frequently resist the incorporation of Islamic principles, discouraging people from practicing their faith. This resistance intensifies the anti-Islamic sentiments that are widely observable across public platforms, where ridicule and hostility are directed at those who uphold divine guidance. Those who strive to live by Islamic teachings, which emphasize moderation in desires and responsible enjoyment of blessings, are often met with hostility from individuals who indulge without restraint. Islam describes such behavior as animalistic, for it reduces human beings to creatures governed solely by impulse. These individuals attempt to dissuade others from embracing Islam or discourage those already practicing it, enticing them into a lifestyle defined by unchecked desires. Their criticism frequently targets specific aspects of Islam, such as the dress code for women, in an effort to undermine its appeal. Yet thoughtful observers recognize the superficiality of these arguments. For example, critics may object to Islamic modesty while ignoring the strict dress codes imposed in professions such as law enforcement, the military, healthcare, education, and business. This selective criticism exposes the fragility of their reasoning and reveals that their opposition stems not from principle, but from contempt for Islam's emphasis on self-discipline. Ultimately, it is the core principles of Islam and the disciplined conduct of its adherents that provoke such attacks, leading opponents to criticize Islam in any way possible. In every circumstance, a person must remain unwavering in their obedience to Allah, the Exalted, recognizing that such dedication grants serenity and shields them from harmful influences, even when this protection is not immediately visible. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 1.
O Prophet, fear Allah and do not obey the disbelievers and the hypocrites.
This command illustrates that loyalty to Allah, the Exalted, ensures proper use of blessings. Such loyalty enables a person to achieve harmony in both mental and physical states, allowing them to organize all aspects of their life with clarity and purpose. It also prepares them for accountability on the Day of Judgment. Consequently, this obedience fosters tranquility in both worlds. The individual who remains steadfast will be guided through every situation, whether ease or difficulty, with peace of mind and assurance a boundless reward. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 1.
Indeed, Allah is ever-knowing and wise.
In contrast, those who ignore the commands of Allah, the Exalted, in pursuit of others' approval, inevitably lose inner tranquility. Their actions encourage misuse of blessings, leading to mental and physical chaos. They misplace priorities, misuse relationships, and fail to prepare for accountability on the Day of Judgment. This negligence results in stress, challenges, and difficulties in both this life and the next, regardless of the material comforts they may enjoy. Such individuals discover too late that worldly luxuries cannot compensate for spiritual imbalance. To preserve a resolute mindset, a person must look to the example of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, who embodied unwavering devotion to Allah, the Exalted, in every circumstance. The foundation of such steadfastness lies in nurturing strong faith, for without it, obedience falters when confronted by ease or adversity. Strong faith is not a passive quality, but one that must be actively cultivated through comprehension and implementation of the clear signs contained in the Holy Quran and the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 2.
And follow that which is revealed to you from your Lord.
These divine sources demonstrate that genuine obedience brings tranquility in both this world and the hereafter, anchoring the heart when desires or trials threaten to unsettle it. Conversely, those who remain ignorant of Islamic principles possess fragile faith, easily shaken when personal desires conflict with divine guidance. Their lack of knowledge clouds their perception of truth, preventing them from recognizing that surrendering desires in favor of the commands of Allah, the Exalted, is the key to peace in both worlds. Such individuals may chase fleeting pleasures, mistaking them for happiness, yet they remain restless and unfulfilled because they have neglected the eternal wisdom that steadies the soul. It is therefore vital for every person to strengthen their faith through the pursuit of Islamic knowledge and its practical application. Faith is not sustained by mere verbal declaration, but by living according to divine guidance. This obedience ensures that blessings are used in accordance with the Holy Quran and the teachings of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. In doing so, a person fosters balance in both mental and physical states, correctly prioritizing all aspects of life, family, wealth, health, and influence without excess or neglect. Such obedience transforms life into a purposeful journey. It shields the heart from despair in hardship and from arrogance in ease, cultivating patience when trials arise and gratitude when blessings are bestowed. Patience involves refraining from complaint and trusting in the wisdom of Allah, the Exalted, while gratitude manifests in intention, speech, and action, acting solely to please Allah, speaking words of goodness or silence, and using blessings in ways that align with divine teachings. In this way, strong faith becomes the anchor that steadies the heart amidst storms of criticism, temptation, and societal pressure. It guides the person to serenity, justice, and eternal reward, ensuring that their journey through life is dignified, balanced, and secure in both worlds. By nurturing faith through knowledge and practice, a person secures peace in this world and prepares for everlasting success in the hereafter. It is essential to recognize that the Holy Quran commands practical adherence, not mere recitation. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 2.
And follow that which is revealed to you from your Lord.
This opening command establishes a fundamental principle. The Holy Quran was revealed as a comprehensive guide for life, not simply as a text to be recited without understanding. Recitation alone, particularly in a language one does not comprehend, cannot fulfill the purpose of revelation. The Holy Quran is a book of guidance, intended to direct humanity towards success in both this world and the hereafter. To benefit from its wisdom, a person must engage with it practically, allowing its teachings to shape their beliefs, actions, and character. This requires recognizing that the Holy Quran is not ornamental, nor is it a ritualistic chant, but rather a living source of divine instruction that must be followed with sincerity and discipline. To benefit fully from the Holy Quran, a person must strive to fulfill all of its aspects. The first aspect is reciting it correctly and regularly, ensuring that its words are preserved, honored, and allowed to resonate in the heart. Recitation is the gateway to familiarity with the divine message, and it cultivates reverence for the words of Allah, the Exalted. The second aspect is understanding its meanings through the guidance of reliable scholars, who clarify its wisdom, context, and application. Without understanding, recitation remains incomplete, for the Holy Quran was revealed to be comprehended and acted upon. The final aspect is to implement its teachings in daily life, following the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, whose life was the practical embodiment of the Holy Quran. His conduct, speech, and decisions illustrate how the divine message is lived, making his example indispensable for correct application. Following the Holy Quran also requires approaching it with sincerity. This means intending to understand and act upon all of its guidance, even when its commands contradict personal desires. Selective obedience, choosing which instructions to follow and which to ignore, reveals insincerity and undermines the transformative power of revelation. Such an attitude prevents a person from truly benefiting from divine guidance, for the Holy Quran demands submission, not negotiation. Chapter 17 Al-Isra, verse 82.
And we send down of the Quran that which is healing and mercy for the believers, but it does not increase the wrongdoers except in loss.
This verse highlights that the Holy Quran is a source of healing and mercy for those who approach it with sincerity, but for those who reject or misuse it, it only increases their loss. The Holy Quran is therefore a mirror of one's attitude. For the sincere, it brings light and tranquility. For the insincere, it exposes their arrogance and deepens their misguidance. It must also be understood that while the Holy Quran provides solutions for worldly problems, its primary function is not limited to this. A person should not treat the Holy Quran as a tool to be taken out only during times of difficulty, and then put aside once the problem is resolved. Such behavior reduces the Holy Quran to a temporary remedy, rather than recognizing it as the eternal guide to salvation. The main purpose of the Holy Quran is to lead humanity safely to the hereafter, ensuring that they prepare adequately for accountability before Allah, the Exalted. Neglecting this purpose and using it only for worldly gain contradicts the attitude of a sincere follower. This insincerity can be compared to one who purchases a car filled with accessories, but lacking an engine. Despite its outward appearance, the car cannot fulfill its true function. Similarly, treating the Holy Quran as a mere instrument for worldly benefit, while neglecting its role as the engine of spiritual life, renders one's relationship with it hollow. True sincerity requires embracing the Holy Quran as comprehensive guidance, reciting it with reverence, understanding it with humility, and acting upon it with devotion. Only then does it fulfill its role as healing, mercy, and a light that guides to peace of mind in both worlds, through obtaining a balanced mental and physical state, and through correctly placing everything and everyone within their life. Allah, the Exalted, possesses perfect knowledge of every individual's intentions, speech, and actions. Nothing is hidden from Him, whether it is concealed within the heart or manifested outwardly. He knows with certainty who sincerely strives to implement the Holy Quran in practice, and who misuses it for personal gain. Even if the latter succeed in deceiving others into believing that they are acting with sincerity, they cannot deceive Allah, the Exalted, whose knowledge encompasses all realities. Their outward display of obedience may impress people, but their inner insincerity is fully exposed before their Creator, who will hold each person accountable for the truth of their conduct. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 2.
Indeed, Allah is ever with what you do acquainted.
This verse is a reminder that divine knowledge penetrates beyond appearances. It reassures the sincere that their efforts, even if unnoticed or undervalued by others, are fully recognized by Allah, the Exalted. At the same time, it warns the insincere that their deception will not shield them from accountability. The verse establishes that sincerity in following the Holy Quran is not optional, but essential, for only those who act upon it with genuine devotion will benefit from its guidance. Thus, the responsibility of every person is to approach the Holy Quran with humility and sincerity, striving to implement its teachings in accordance with the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. Outward displays of religiosity without inner conviction are of no value before Allah, the Exalted. True success lies in aligning intention, speech, and action with divine guidance, knowing that Allah, the Exalted, is fully acquainted with all that one does and will judge with perfect justice in both worlds. As discussed before, when a person sincerely strives to implement the teachings of Islam, they inevitably encounter opposition in various forms, including criticism and ridicule from others. This resistance arises because Islam calls people to restrain their worldly desires, whereas those whose sole aim in life is to indulge their impulses perceive such restraint as a threat. Islam exposes the reality of unchecked indulgence, likening it to animalistic behavior, and thus those who are devoted to their desires often react defensively, opposing those who uphold divine guidance. Beyond individuals, entire businesses and industries that profit from the unrestrained pursuit of desire also resist Islamic principles. Their success depends upon encouraging indulgence, excess, and distraction, and therefore they strive against Islam, attempting to dissuade people from acting upon its teachings. This opposition is not accidental but deliberate, as Islam challenges the foundations of their profit and influence. In the face of such criticism and hostility, a person must remain steadfast in obedience to Allah, the Exalted. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 3.
And rely upon Allah.
This reliance is not passive but active trust, rooted in the conviction that Allah, the Exalted, provides peace of mind and protection from the harm of others, even when such protection is not immediately visible. Reliance upon Allah strengthens the heart, enabling the believer to endure criticism without wavering, and to remain firm in their devotion despite external pressures. By contrast, those who seek to please society while disobeying Allah, the Exalted, will find neither divine protection nor genuine approval from people. Society and worldly influences, such as social media, fashion, and culture, are fickle in nature, constantly shifting and never offering lasting satisfaction. To pursue their approval at the expense of obedience is to chase shadows, leaving one vulnerable to punishment in the hereafter and discontent in this world. The one who remains firm in obedience to Allah, the Exalted, by correctly using the blessings granted to them in accordance with Islamic teachings, achieves balance in both mental and physical states. They learn to place everything and everyone in their proper position within life, avoiding excess and neglect. This alignment brings peace of mind in both worlds, for their priorities are ordered according to divine wisdom. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 3.
And sufficient is Allah as disposer of affairs.
This verse affirms that Allah, the Exalted, alone is sufficient to manage the affairs of His servants. Those who entrust themselves to Him are guided through ease and hardship alike, protected from the instability of worldly influences, and granted tranquility that endures beyond the fluctuations of society. Their reliance upon Allah, the Exalted, ensures that their obedience is rewarded with serenity in this life and eternal success in the hereafter. This world has been created as a place of tests, and therefore one must avoid adopting a naive attitude, whereby they believe they can simultaneously obey Allah, the Exalted, while pleasing all the people around them, including their family. In most cases, Islamic teachings contradict the worldly desires and aspirations of people, and thus the one who remains firm upon them will inevitably face a choice, either to continue obeying Allah, the Exalted, while displeasing certain individuals, or to disobey Allah, the Exalted, for the sake of pleasing others. Attempting to achieve both is rarely possible, for the pursuit of divine pleasure and the pursuit of worldly approval are often in conflict. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 1.
Allah has not made for a man two hearts in his interior.
This verse illustrates that loyalty cannot be divided between competing masters. A person cannot claim to serve Allah, the Exalted, while simultaneously prioritizing the approval of people, for such divided allegiance leads to insincerity and failure. As discussed earlier, the one who aims to please people inevitably misuses the blessings they have been granted. Their priorities become distorted, resulting in an unbalanced mental and physical state. They misplace everything and everyone within their life, failing to prepare adequately for their accountability on the Day of Judgment. This negligence leads to stress, trouble, and difficulties in both worlds, even if they outwardly enjoy certain worldly luxuries. Moreover, as people are rarely pleased with one another, it is impossible to satisfy them all. Even if one constantly obeys them, they will remain dissatisfied. Consequently, such a person fails to please Allah, the Exalted, and fails to please people. The futility of this pursuit is revealed on the Day of Judgment, when those who are followed in this world will disassociate themselves from those who followed them. Chapter 2 Al-Baqarah, verses 166 to 167.
When those who have been followed disassociate themselves from those who followed them, and they all see the punishment, and cut off from them are the ties. Those who followed will say, "If only we had another turn at worldly life, so we could disassociate ourselves from them as they have disassociated themselves from us." Thus will Allah show them their deeds as regrets upon them.
This passage demonstrates that the same people one sought to please in this world will abandon them in the hereafter, leaving them empty-handed, bitter and regretful, with no second chance to rectify their choices. In contrast, pleasing Allah the Exalted is straightforward. He does not demand anything beyond the ability of a person, and everything He commands and prohibits is for their benefit. The one who obeys Him by correctly using the blessings He has granted, as outlined in Islamic teachings, will achieve tranquility in both worlds. Such obedience fosters a balanced mental and physical state, enabling the person to correctly place everything and everyone within their life. This alignment brings peace of mind, clarity of purpose, and eternal success. Among the foul practices prevalent among the Arabs before the advent of Islam was the custom whereby a husband, in a moment of anger, would declare his wife to be like his mother. This declaration would result in the dissolution of the marriage, leaving the woman dishonored and deprived of her rights. Islam firmly abolished this unjust practice. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 4.
And he has not made your wives whom you declare unlawful your mothers.
This verse establishes that such pronouncements carry no weight in the sight of Allah, the Exalted, and that a wife cannot be equated with one's mother through mere words. It highlights the seriousness of speech and the necessity of controlling one's tongue, for words can sometimes inflict greater harm than physical actions. By abolishing this practice, Islam restored dignity to women and emphasized that marriage is a sacred bond which cannot be broken by careless utterances. The verse also serves as a reminder that speech must be disciplined, for it can alter lives and relationships in profound ways. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 4.
That is merely your saying by your mouths.
This statement underscores that careless or sinful speech is nothing more than empty utterance, devoid of truth or legitimacy. Yet despite its emptiness, such speech can cause immense harm to relationships, reputations, and spiritual standing. It is therefore vital for a person to exercise restraint, recognizing that words carry consequences both in this world and in the hereafter. The verse teaches that speech must be weighed carefully, for it is not only a reflection of the heart, but also a record that will be presented on the Day of Judgment. Indeed, the gravity of speech is emphasized in a hadith recorded in Jami at Tirmidhi, number 2314, which confirms that a single evil word can cause a person to plunge into hell on the Day of Judgment. This warning demonstrates that speech is not a trivial matter. It is a trust for which every individual will be held accountable. A single careless remark can undo years of good deeds, destroy relationships, and corrupt the soul. The hadith therefore calls upon every person to guard their tongue, recognizing that silence is often safer than speech, and that words must be chosen with wisdom and sincerity. To safeguard themselves, a person must understand the different types of speech and avoid those that are harmful. Speech can be divided into three categories. The first is evil speech, which includes lies, slander, insults, and words that incite sin. This type of speech must be avoided at all costs, for it destroys relationships, spreads corruption, and leads to punishment in the hereafter. The second is vain speech, which consists of idle talk that wastes time and distracts from meaningful pursuits. Though seemingly harmless, vain speech leads to regret on the Day of Judgment, for it represents squandered opportunities to remember Allah, the Exalted, or to benefit others. Moreover, vain speech often serves as the first step towards sinful speech, making it safer to avoid altogether. The final category is good speech, which includes words of truth, kindness, remembrance of Allah, the Exalted, and counsel that uplifts and guides. This type of speech should always be adopted, for it benefits both the speaker and the listener, and it is rewarded in both worlds. Based on these categories, 2/3 of speech, evil and vain, should be removed from one's life. By disciplining the tongue and dedicating it to good speech, a person protects themselves from harm, cultivates tranquility, and ensures that their words become a source of mercy rather than regret. The tongue, though small, has immense power to shape destiny, and thus controlling it is one of the greatest acts of obedience to Allah, the Exalted. Another common practice that occurred among the Arabs and other societies was the tendency to treat an adopted child as though they were a biological child. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 4.
And he has not made your adopted sons your true sons. That is merely your saying by your mouths.
This verse establishes a clear distinction between biological lineage and adoption, reminding humanity that truth cannot be altered by social custom or emotional attachment. Islam does not prohibit people from showing love, compassion, and care to their adopted children in the same way they do for their biological children, for to deny such affection would be unjust and contrary to mercy. Indeed, kindness to the vulnerable, including orphans and adopted children, is repeatedly emphasized in the Holy Quran and the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. However, Islam warns against erasing the distinction between an adopted child and a biological child, as doing so can create confusion and lead to harmful consequences in other areas of family life. One of the most significant areas affected by this confusion is inheritance. Islamic law carefully outlines the distribution of wealth among biological relatives, ensuring justice and fairness. If adopted children were treated as biological children in this regard, it would disrupt the divinely ordained system of inheritance, potentially depriving rightful heirs of their share. This would not only cause injustice, but also undermine the wisdom of the laws revealed by Allah, the Exalted, which are designed to maintain balance and fairness within families. By preserving lineage, Islam ensures that wealth is distributed in a way that reflects both responsibility and blood ties, preventing disputes and injustice. Another area impacted is the proper manners and boundaries that must be observed between an adopted child and biological children. The behavior expected between two biological siblings is different from that between an adopted child and a biological child. Treating them as identical can blur these boundaries, leading to inappropriate behavior or misunderstandings within the family unit. For example, issues of marriage eligibility, privacy, and familial roles are all affected by whether a child is biological or adopted. Islam therefore insists on clarity in lineage to protect both moral conduct and social harmony. This distinction safeguards the dignity of all parties, ensuring that affection is shown without compromising the boundaries set by divine wisdom. Furthermore, the preservation of lineage has wider societal implications. Lineage is not merely a private matter, but a cornerstone of social identity, heritage, and accountability. By maintaining clarity in family ties, Islam protects individuals from confusion regarding their ancestry, which in turn preserves the integrity of society. When lineage is obscured, it can lead to disputes, injustice, and even corruption in matters of law, marriage, and inheritance. Thus, the command to differentiate between adopted and biological children is not a restriction on compassion, but a safeguard for justice, order, and truth. By clarifying this distinction, Islam safeguards both justice and compassion. It ensures that adopted children are cared for with love and kindness, while also protecting the rights and responsibilities that arise from biological lineage. In this way, Islam balances mercy with justice, allowing families to embrace adopted children warmly without compromising the integrity of divine law. This balance prevents injustice, preserves family order, and ensures that every individual is treated with dignity according to their rightful position. Ultimately, the teaching emphasizes that while adoption is a noble act of compassion, it must never erase the truth of lineage. The Holy Quran calls upon people to honor both the emotional bonds of care and the legal boundaries of family life. This balance ensures that adopted children are cherished and protected, while also safeguarding the rights of biological relatives. In this way, Islam provides a framework that nurtures love without compromising justice, allowing mercy and fairness to coexist in harmony. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 5.
Call them by the names of their fathers. It is more just in the sight of Allah. But if you do not know their fathers, then they are still your brothers in religion and those entrusted to you. And there is no blame upon you for that in which you have erred, but only for what your hearts intended. And ever is Allah forgiving and merciful.
This verse establishes a principle of profound importance. It affirms that lineage must be preserved wherever possible, for it is more just in the sight of Allah, the Exalted. Lineage is not merely a matter of social identity, but a foundation for justice in matters such as inheritance, marriage, and family responsibilities. By calling children by the names of their fathers, society maintains clarity, prevents confusion, and ensures that rights are distributed fairly. At the same time, the verse acknowledges the reality that not all children know their fathers, and in such cases, Islam still grants them dignity by recognizing them as brothers in faith and entrusted members of the community. This dual emphasis reflects divine wisdom. Justice is upheld through clarity of lineage, while mercy is extended to those whose circumstances prevent such clarity. The teaching also highlights that mistakes made in ignorance or without intention are not blameworthy, for Allah, the Exalted, judges according to the sincerity of the heart. This demonstrates the balance between accountability and compassion. Islam does not impose unbearable burdens upon people, but provides guidance that is both just and merciful, ensuring that every individual is treated with dignity. The assurance that Allah, the Exalted, is forgiving and merciful comforts people, reminding them that divine law is not designed to crush them but to guide them toward righteousness with gentleness and understanding. This principle reflects the perfection of divine wisdom. Mercy and justice are not opposites but complementary forces. Mercy softens justice, preventing it from becoming harsh or oppressive, while justice strengthens mercy, preventing it from becoming indulgent or chaotic. When combined, they create harmony in both family and society. Families flourish when love is shown without erasing boundaries, and societies prosper when compassion is exercised without undermining justice. The preservation of lineage ensures that rights are protected, while the encouragement of compassion ensures that no child is left neglected or unloved. Thus, adoption in Islam is elevated as an act of compassion, but it is safeguarded by the preservation of lineage. This balance ensures that children are cared for with love, while also protecting the rights of biological relatives and maintaining social order. In this way, Islam provides a comprehensive framework that nurtures both the heart and the mind, guiding humanity to live with clarity, justice, and tranquility. A person is reminded that divine wisdom is perfect, and that by adhering to it, they secure peace of mind in this world and eternal success in the hereafter. It is for these reasons, and many more, that one must treat others, including their relatives, in the manner outlined by Allah the Exalted, rather than following personal desires or the baseless customs of society. Human beings often invent practices that blur the boundaries established by divine wisdom, and these practices, though they may appear harmless, can lead to confusion, injustice, and even unlawful behavior. The Holy Quran repeatedly reminds mankind that truth is not determined by custom or habit, but by the guidance revealed from Allah the Exalted. To ignore this guidance is to risk distorting relationships and undermining the justice that divine law seeks to preserve. A modern example of this distortion is when people begin to consider their cousin as though they were their sibling. This is a strange and foul attitude, for it implies that they share the same parents, which is not the case. Such careless redefinitions of family ties blur the clear boundaries that Islam insists upon. When these boundaries are ignored, confusion arises in matters of inheritance, marriage, and proper conduct. For instance, if cousins are treated as siblings, it may lead to inappropriate behavior, as the rules governing interaction between siblings differ from those governing cousins. Islam, in its perfection, prevents such confusion by establishing clear categories of kinship, ensuring that every relationship is honored according to its rightful place. When boundaries are not respected, the consequences extend beyond individual families. Confusion in lineage or relationships can lead to disputes, injustice, and the erosion of trust within society. It can also result in unlawful interactions that corrupt the moral fabric of communities. Islam, by contrast, provides clarity and order. By adhering to the laws and teachings revealed by Allah the Exalted, a person ensures that the rights of all individuals are fulfilled. This obedience spreads justice and peace within society, for when every person is treated according to their rightful position, harmony is established and disputes are avoided. Moreover, obedience to Allah the Exalted brings profound personal benefit. It ensures that one obtains peace of mind in both worlds by fostering a balanced mental and physical state. When a person correctly places everything and everyone within their life according to divine guidance, they live with clarity and focus rather than confusion and blurred boundaries. Their relationships are ordered, their responsibilities are clear, and their conduct reflects justice and mercy. This alignment between divine law and personal life creates tranquility, allowing them to navigate the complexities of society without falling into error. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 4.
That is, merely you're saying by your mouths, but Allah says the truth, and He guides to the right way.
This verse reminds humanity that social customs and careless speech cannot alter reality. Only the truth revealed by Allah, the Exalted, defines the correct path. His guidance protects people from confusion, safeguards their relationships, and directs them toward justice and righteousness. By following His commands, one avoids the pitfalls of baseless customs and ensures that their life is built upon truth, clarity, and divine wisdom. Thus, one must recognize that divine guidance is not restrictive but liberating. It frees them from the instability of human customs and provides a framework of clarity that secures justice, preserves dignity, and spreads peace. By respecting the boundaries established by Allah, the Exalted, one leads a life of focus rather than confusion, of order rather than chaos, and of tranquility rather than turmoil. In this way, obedience to Allah the Exalted ensures success in both worlds, for His truth alone guides to the right way. Generally speaking, regardless of how advanced a society may become, and irrespective of the knowledge it acquires across various fields, including the mental and physical aspects of human beings, it remains unattainable for humanity to formulate a code of conduct that is entirely aligned with human nature and accommodates all circumstances, conditions, and scenarios that individuals or societies may encounter throughout their existence on Earth. This endeavor is fundamentally impossible, for human knowledge is limited and ever-changing. Even in the modern age, humanity continues to uncover new insights regarding specific components of human existence, such as the functions at different regions of the human brain, yet these discoveries remain partial and fragmented. To imagine that such incomplete knowledge could ever produce an impeccable code of conduct that fosters tranquility and justice on both an individual and societal level is unrealistic. Only Allah, the Exalted, possesses the capability to accomplish this, for He is the creator of all things, and His knowledge is boundless, encompassing the entirety of past, present, and future. His wisdom is perfect, unhindered by the limitations of human perception or the biases of human desire. Thus, He alone is rightly positioned to provide humanity with a code of conduct, a divine standard that distinctly separates good from evil, beneficial from detrimental, and facilitates the attainment of peace of mind over a life otherwise fraught with stress and confusion. This divine code is not subject to revision or error, for it originates from the one whose knowledge is absolute. Historical evidence unequivocally demonstrates that when this divine code of conduct was effectively implemented in the lives of individuals, it resulted in the proliferation of tranquility, justice, and peace within society. Communities that adhered to divine guidance flourished in fairness, compassion, and unity, while those that abandoned it fell into corruption, oppression, and discord. The contrast between these outcomes serves as a timeless reminder that human attempts to legislate morality without divine guidance inevitably falter, whereas obedience to Allah, the Exalted, produces harmony and balance. Consequently, individuals must embrace the divine code of conduct bestowed upon them, recognizing it as the most advantageous for their well-being, even if certain elements may conflict with their personal desires. Human desires are often short-sighted, seeking immediate gratification without regard for long-term consequences. By contrast, divine guidance considers both the temporal and eternal dimensions of human existence. To reject divine instruction in favor of personal preference is to risk harm, whereas to submit to it is to secure benefit in both worlds. They should conduct themselves as a wise patient who acknowledges and adheres to the medical counsel of their physician, understanding that it is ultimately in their best interest, despite the prescription of unpleasant medications and a stringent dietary regimen. Just as the patient recognizes that the physician's knowledge surpasses their own in matters of health, so too must the believer recognize that Allah, the Exalted, knows best in matters of conduct, justice, and salvation. The temporary discomfort of restraining desires is insignificant compared to the lasting tranquility and eternal reward that obedience brings. Thus, the divine code of conduct is not a burden but a mercy. It is the only path that ensures clarity amidst confusion, justice amidst corruption, and tranquility amidst turmoil. By embracing it wholeheartedly, individuals secure peace of mind in this world and eternal success in the hereafter. Generally speaking, as Islam is a complete code of conduct, it encourages people to fulfill both the rights of Allah, the Exalted, and the rights of people. This dual responsibility is emphasized throughout the Holy Quran. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 5.
But if you do not know their fathers, then they are still your brothers in religion and those entrusted to you.
Islam creates a balance between divine rights and human rights. Even when lineage is unknown, people are still recognized as brothers in faith and entrusted members of the community. This demonstrates that Islam does not only concern itself with worship and ritual, but also with the correct treatment of others, ensuring that justice and compassion permeate society. Sadly, Many people erroneously believe that fulfilling their obligations to Allah, the Exalted, such as performing the obligatory prayers, absolves them from considering the rights of others. This misconception leads to the mistreatment of individuals, which in turn fosters corruption and injustice within society. Such an attitude reflects a fragmented understanding of Islam, as if worship alone was sufficient while neglecting the ethical responsibilities owed to fellow human beings. Yet the Holy Quran and the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, consistently emphasize that true obedience requires fulfilling both sets of rights. It is important to understand that Islam encompasses the rights of Allah, the Exalted, and the rights of humanity, and therefore one must strive to uphold both. Those who inflict harm on others will face justice on the Day of Judgment, even if they evade accountability in this life. The oppressor will be required to transfer their good deeds to their victims, and if necessary, they will carry the burden of their victims' wrongs until justice is served. This terrifying reality is highlighted in a hadith from Sahih Muslim, number 6579, which warns that oppression against others can nullify the benefit of one's worship, leading to eternal loss. This teaching demonstrates that obedience to Allah, the Exalted, cannot be separated from justice toward people. A person who prays, fasts, and performs rituals but mistreats others has failed to embody the complete code of conduct. By contrast, those who strive to fulfill both sets of rights achieve balance in their lives. They obtain peace of mind through a harmonious mental and physical state, and they correctly place everything and everyone within their life according to divine wisdom. This alignment spreads justice and peace within society, for when individuals respect both Allah, the Exalted, and people, corruption is restrained and harmony flourishes. Thus, the path to tranquility and justice lies in recognizing that worship and ethics are inseparable. To obey Allah, the Exalted, is to worship Him sincerely and to treat His creation with fairness and compassion. Only then can people achieve clarity, balance, and peace in both worlds. In addition, throughout Islamic teachings, intention is repeatedly emphasized as the inward foundation of faith, just as the outward foundation of faith is earning and utilizing what is lawful. Without a sound inward foundation, the outward structure of deeds cannot stand. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 5.
And there is no blame upon you for that in which you have erred, but only for what your hearts intended.
This verse highlights that accountability is ultimately tied to the heart. Mistakes made without intention are excused, but deliberate corruption of intention is blameworthy. It is therefore the inward state that determines the true value of outward actions. If the foundation is corrupt, then whatever is built upon it will also be corrupt. A deed outwardly impressive may be rendered worthless if it is performed for the sake of reputation, wealth, or recognition rather than for Allah, the Exalted. The danger of misplaced intention is that it deceives both the doer and the observer. To people, the deed may appear noble, but in reality it is hollow, lacking sincerity, and therefore devoid of reward. The Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, warned of this danger in a hadith found in Jami at Tirmidhi, number 3154. He made clear that the one who performs good deeds for any reason other than the sake of Allah, the Exalted, will not obtain reward from Him in either this world or the next. Such a person may receive fleeting praise or temporary worldly benefit, but they will be deprived of the eternal reward that only sincerity secures. This hadith underscores the futility of seeking human approval at the expense of divine acceptance. The teaching therefore calls upon people to constantly examine their intentions. Just as a builder inspects the foundation before constructing a house, so must a person inspect their heart before performing deeds. If the foundation is pure, the structure will stand firm, bringing benefit in both worlds. If the foundation is corrupt, the structure will collapse, leaving only regret. Sincerity in intention transforms even small deeds into acts of great value. A simple word of kindness, a modest act of charity, or a quiet remembrance of Allah, the Exalted, becomes weighty when performed with pure intention. Conversely, even grand acts lose their worth when performed for show. Thus, the inward foundation of sincerity is the key to eternal success, while corruption of intention is the path to ruin. Allah, the Exalted, reminds people that although divine guidance originates from Him alone, the means by which he delivers this guidance must also be honored and obeyed. To disregard the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, is to disregard the one who sent him, for obedience to the Holy Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, is inseparable from obedience to Allah, the Exalted. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 6.
The Prophet is more worthy of the believers than themselves.
This verse calls people to adopt sincerity towards the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, recognizing that sincerity to him is a vital component of Islam, alongside sincerity to Allah, the Exalted, and the Holy Quran. This truth is confirmed in a hadith found in Sahih Muslim, number 196, which establishes that loyalty and devotion to the Prophet are integral to faith itself. One must therefore support their verbal declaration of believing, loving and respecting the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, by learning and acting upon his life and teachings. Chapter 3 Ali Imran, verse 31.
Say, if you should love Allah, then follow me, so Allah will love you and forgive you your sins. And Allah is forgiving and merciful.
And chapter 59 Al-Hash, verse 7.
And whatever the Messenger has given you, take, and what he has forbidden you, refrain from.
And chapter 4 An-Nisa, verse 80.
He who obeys the Messenger has obeyed Allah.
And chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 21.
There has certainly been for you in the Messenger of Allah an excellent pattern for anyone whose hope is in Allah and the Last Day, and who remembers Allah often.
This verse elevates the life of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, as the perfect example for all people. His blessed character embodies patience, gratitude, generosity, humility, and justice. To model oneself upon his noble qualities is to adopt virtues that uplift the soul and to abandon destructive traits such as envy, pride, and greed. This transformation ensures peace of mind, for adopting positive characteristics leads to a positive mindset, a balanced life, and tranquility in both worlds. Learning and acting upon the life and teachings of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, also ensures that people represent him correctly to the outside world. Those who fail to do so inevitably misrepresent him, discouraging others from learning and acting upon Islamic teachings. Worse still, misrepresentation causes outsiders to criticize the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, when they observe the bad behavior of those who claim to follow him. This is a grave responsibility, for every person will answer for how they represented Allah, the Exalted, and his Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, to the world. To misrepresent him is not only a betrayal of his legacy, but also a barrier to the spread of truth and guidance. In addition, history provides a sobering lesson. Previous nations who claimed to love their prophets, peace be upon them, were not joined with them in the hereafter because they failed to practically follow them. Love without obedience proved worthless, for mere verbal declarations did not translate into sincere action. Likewise, people who fail to practically follow the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, will not join him in the hereafter. Instead, a person will be joined with those whom they imitated in this world. This reality is confirmed in a hadith found in Sunan Abu Dawood, number 4031, which warns that imitation determines companionship in the hereafter. Thus, the one who imitates the righteous will be joined with them, while the one who imitates the corrupt will share their fate. Therefore, sincerity to the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, is not merely verbal but practical. It requires learning his teachings, embodying his character, and representing him truthfully to the world. Only then can people fulfill their duty to Allah, the Exalted, and secure peace of mind in this life and eternal success in the hereafter. His life is not simply a historical record, but a living model, guiding people to righteousness, justice, and mercy. To follow him sincerely is to walk upon the straight path, illuminated by divine wisdom, and to ensure that one's love for him is proven through action. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 6.
The Prophet is more worthy of the believers than themselves.
It is essential to recognize the virtuous conduct of those who earnestly seek to follow the commands of Allah, the Exalted, by appropriately utilizing the blessings bestowed upon them as described in Islamic teachings. This recognition is not merely an act of admiration but a means of guidance. For by observing their commendable character, people are given a living example of how divine principles can be embodied in daily life. The righteous serve as mirrors reflecting the light of divine guidance, and by imitating their conduct, one draws nearer to the tranquility and justice that Allah, the Exalted, intends for humanity. However, when observing the righteous, such as the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, one must steer clear of two extreme perspectives that lead to misguidance. The first extreme involves diminishing the status of the righteous, including the holy prophets, peace be upon them, out of ignorance. Some mistakenly believe that lowering their rank elevates the greatness of Allah, the Exalted. In reality, this attitude undermines the respect necessary to emulate their virtuous qualities. It is impossible to imitate the character of someone who is not held in high regard, for respect is the foundation of imitation. By diminishing their status, one deprives themselves of the inspiration needed to follow their example, thereby losing the opportunity to cultivate righteousness within their own life. The second extreme involves elevating the status of the righteous beyond what is prescribed in the teachings of the Holy Quran and the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. This perspective leads individuals to perceive the righteous as angelic figures, rather than as human beings whose qualities can and should be emulated. It is impossible to emulate someone with whom one cannot relate. By raising the status of the righteous beyond the boundaries established by Islamic teachings, individuals hinder themselves from relating to them, which in turn obstructs their ability to adopt their admirable traits. They may perceive such traits as unattainable, and consequently, rather than actively following the righteous, they may only engage in discussions about their elevated status and virtuous attributes. This can lead to the misconception that merely verbally extolling the righteous suffices for attaining proper guidance in life, even if one does not actively strive to embody their commendable qualities. While it may be true that one cannot attain the exalted status of the righteous, such as that of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, it remains essential for each individual to strive to realize their own potential by emulating the virtuous qualities of the righteous. The purpose of their example is not to discourage people by presenting an unattainable ideal, but to encourage them by showing that human beings, when guided by divine revelation, can embody patience, humility, justice, and mercy. To limit oneself to mere verbal admiration is to miss the essence of their example, which lies in practical imitation and sincere effort. Therefore, it is essential to steer clear of both extremes and to regard the righteous in accordance with Islamic teachings. This balanced approach fosters respect for them, enabling people to emulate their virtuous traits while recognizing them as human beings whose admirable qualities are worthy of imitation. By perceiving them as relatable models rather than angelic figures, people are empowered to adopt their qualities in practice. This ensures that admiration is transformed into action, and respect is translated into sincere effort. In this way, the righteous serve their true purpose, guiding humanity toward obedience to Allah, the Exalted, and enabling people to cultivate tranquility, justice, and peace within their lives and societies. After indicating the importance of obeying and following the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, Allah, the Exalted, honored the great sacrifices and obedience of his wives by declaring them as the mothers of the believers. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 6.
The Prophet is more worthy of the believers than themselves, and his wives are their mothers.
This declaration is unique, for it establishes a spiritual relationship that transcends biological ties. In the preceding verses, Allah, the Exalted, made clear that all relationships must remain exactly where He has placed them, and that they must not be distorted. For example, behaving as though one's cousin is a sibling leads to corruption in familial ties, blurring boundaries and creating confusion. Yet in this verse, Allah, the Exalted, commands that the wives of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, are to be regarded as the mothers of the believers, even though this is not possible from a biological perspective. This shift demonstrates the importance of accepting and moving in any direction Allah, the Exalted, guides people in. It is a reminder that divine wisdom is not bound by human logic or custom. The role of people is not to question Allah, the Exalted, or His choices, but to submit with trust and humility. Faith requires acknowledging that His decisions are always perfect, even when the wisdom behind them is veiled from human understanding. This behavior is the essence of servanthood to Allah, the Exalted, surrendering one's reasoning to divine command and recognizing that obedience is the path to clarity, justice, and peace. The honor bestowed upon the wives of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, also carries practical implications. By declaring them mothers of the believers, Allah, the Exalted, elevated their status, ensuring that they would be treated with respect, dignity, and reverence. This prevented any possibility of inappropriate relationships and safeguarded the sanctity of the Prophet's household. It also established a model of respect for women who sacrifice for the sake of faith, showing that their devotion and obedience are recognized and honored by Allah, the Exalted. This principle further teaches people that divine guidance may sometimes redefine social norms, not to confuse but to elevate. Just as lineage must be preserved in ordinary circumstances, Allah, the Exalted, may establish new spiritual bonds when they serve a higher purpose. One's duty is to accept these commands wholeheartedly, trusting that they are rooted in mercy and wisdom. Thus, this verse is not only a declaration of honor, but also a lesson in submission. It reminds people that servanthood to Allah, the Exalted, requires trust in His decisions, even when they transcend human reasoning. By accepting His guidance without hesitation, people demonstrate true faith, and by honoring the wives of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, as mothers of the believers, they embody respect, obedience, and humility before divine wisdom. In order to strengthen the bonds between the companions from Mecca and those from Medina, may Allah be pleased with them, the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, established bonds of brotherhood between them and advised them to become brothers in the cause of Allah, the Exalted. This noble initiative is discussed in Imam Ibn Kathir's The Life of the Prophet, Volume 2, page 215, and it stands as one of the most remarkable examples of how divine guidance can transform society. By uniting the emigrants and the helpers upon the foundation of faith, the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, demonstrated that true brotherhood is not built upon blood, wealth, or tribal affiliation, but upon obedience to Allah, the Exalted. Generally speaking, with the passing of time, people often become divided and lose the strong connection they once had with one another. There are many causes for this, but a major cause lies in the foundation upon which their connection was formed by their parents and relatives. It is commonly known that when the foundation of a building is weak, the building will either be damaged over time or collapse entirely. Similarly, when the foundation of bonds connecting people is not correct, those bonds will eventually weaken or break. When the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, brought the companions, may Allah be pleased with them, together, he formed their bonds upon the strongest foundation, the cause of Allah, the Exalted. This ensured that their brotherhood was not temporary or superficial, but enduring and resilient. Even though the majority of the companions, may Allah be pleased with them, were not related by blood, their bonds grew from strength to strength because they were rooted in sincerity and divine purpose. By contrast, many people today form connections based on tribalism, social prestige, or the desire to impress others. Such foundations are inherently unstable, and with the passing of time, even blood relations become separated because their bonds were built upon falsehood rather than truth. It is therefore essential for people to understand that if they desire their bonds to endure, and to earn reward for fulfilling the important duty of upholding the ties of kinship and the rights of non-relatives, then they must forge bonds only for the sake of Allah, the Exalted. The foundation of this is that people connect with one another and act together in ways that are pleasing to Him. Chapter 5 Al-Ma'idah, verse 2.
And cooperate in righteousness and piety, but do not cooperate in sin and aggression.
This verse provides the divine standard for all human relationships. Cooperation must be rooted in righteousness and piety, for only then will bonds endure and bring benefit in both worlds. Cooperation based on sin, aggression, or worldly vanity will inevitably collapse, leaving behind division, corruption, and regret. Thus, the example of the companions, may Allah be pleased with them, serves as a timeless lesson. Their unity was not accidental but intentional, built upon the foundation of faith and obedience to Allah, the Exalted. If people today wish to revive such strength in their families and communities, they must return to this foundation, forging bonds for His sake alone. In doing so, they will cultivate tranquility within themselves, justice within society, and peace that endures across generations. In addition, due to the bond of brotherhood established between them, the companions, may Allah be pleased with them, would even inherit from one another. This arrangement was a reflection of the extraordinary unity created by the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, when he joined the emigrants from Mecca and the helpers from Medina upon the foundation of faith. Their brotherhood was so strong that it extended beyond companionship into matters of wealth and inheritance, demonstrating that their ties were not superficial, but deeply rooted in obedience to Allah, the Exalted. However, once the bonds between the companions, may Allah be pleased with them, were firmly established upon obedience to Allah, the Exalted, inheritance between them was disallowed. This change ensured that actual relatives received their rightful share, as prescribed by divine law. Inheritance is a matter of justice, carefully outlined in the Holy Quran to protect the rights of family members and prevent disputes. By redirecting inheritance to blood relatives, Allah, the Exalted, safeguarded the natural order of family ties while still preserving the spirit of brotherhood among the companions. Nevertheless, people were encouraged to continue showing kindness to one another through gifts and bequests. This preserved the spirit of generosity and mutual support without undermining the rights of relatives. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 6.
And those of blood relationship are more entitled to inheritance in the decree of Allah than the other believers and the emigrants, except that you may do to your close associates a kindness through bequest. That was in the book inscribed.
This verse highlights the balance between justice and compassion. Blood relatives are given priority in inheritance, ensuring fairness and clarity, while close associates are not neglected, as kindness can still be shown to them through voluntary acts. In this way, Islam preserves both the rights of family and the bonds of friendship and brotherhood. When this verse was revealed, the companions, may Allah be pleased with them, who had accepted their servanthood to Allah, the Exalted, did not question this judgment. Instead, they accepted it wholeheartedly, knowing that the decisions of Allah, the Exalted, are always based on wisdom, even if this wisdom is not immediately obvious to people. Their submission reflects the essence of faith, trusting in divine guidance without hesitation, recognizing that Allah, the Exalted, knows what people do not, and that His commands are always for their benefit. This episode serves as a timeless lesson. It demonstrates that true servanthood requires obedience, even when divine commands alter established practices. The companions, may Allah be pleased with them, showed that faith is not merely verbal but practical, expressed through acceptance and trust in Allah, the Exalted. Their example teaches people today that obedience to divine law ensures justice, preserves family rights, and strengthens community bonds through generosity and kindness. The companions, may Allah be pleased with them, behaved in the same manner as the holy prophets, peace be upon them, who fulfilled their pledge of servanthood to Allah, the Exalted, despite the difficulties and opposition they faced. Their unwavering obedience was not conditional upon ease or worldly benefit, but was rooted in trust that Allah, the Exalted, knows best. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 7.
And when we took from the prophets their covenant, and from you, and from Noah and Abraham and Moses and Jesus the son of Mary, and we took from them a solemn covenant.
This verse reminds people that servanthood is a pledge, a binding covenant between Allah, the Exalted, and His chosen ones. The holy prophets, peace be upon them, accepted this covenant wholeheartedly, enduring trials, rejection, and hardship, yet never wavering in their obedience. Their lives demonstrate that true faith is proven through steadfastness, even when divine commands challenge human comfort or societal norms. The companions, may Allah be pleased with them, mirrored this prophetic example. When divine revelation altered established practices, such as inheritance laws, they did not question or resist. Instead, they accepted the command with humility, recognizing that obedience itself is the essence of servanthood. Their submission reflects the same covenantal spirit that defined the lives of the holy prophets, peace be upon them. For people today, this lesson is profound. It teaches that faith is not measured by words alone, but by the willingness to accept divine guidance, even when it conflicts with personal desires or cultural habits. Obedience to Allah, the Exalted, ensures justice, preserves order, and strengthens bonds of community. Just as the holy prophets, peace be upon them, and the companions, may Allah be pleased with them, fulfilled their covenant, people must strive to honor their own pledge of servanthood by living in accordance with divine law. Thus, the covenant mentioned in this verse is not a distant historical event, but a living reminder. It calls people to sincerity, patience, and trust in Allah, the Exalted, knowing that His wisdom surpasses human understanding. To embrace this covenant is to walk the path of the righteous, ensuring peace of mind in this world and eternal success in the hereafter, through obtaining a balanced mental and physical state, and through correctly placing everything and everyone within their life. The one who sincerely accepts and fulfills their servanthood to Allah, the Exalted, will inevitably adopt truthfulness in every dimension of their life. Truthfulness is not a single quality, but a comprehensive state that permeates intention, speech, and action. It is the essence of sincerity and the foundation of faith, for without truthfulness, worship becomes hollow and obedience loses its meaning. Truthfulness exists in three levels. The first is truthfulness in intention and sincerity. This requires that every deed be performed solely for the sake of Allah, the Exalted, without seeking fame, recognition, or worldly gain. It is the foundation of Islam, as every action is judged according to intention. This principle is confirmed in a hadith found in Sahih Bukhari, number 1. The proof of sincerity lies in the fact that a person does not desire gratitude or acknowledgement from others, but seeks only the pleasure of Allah, the Exalted. The second level is truthfulness in words. This means avoiding all forms of verbal sin, not merely falsehood. A person who engages in gossip, slander, or vain speech cannot be considered truly truthful. An excellent way to achieve this is by acting upon a hadith found in Jami at Tirmidhi, number 2317, which teaches that a person perfects their Islam by avoiding matters that do not concern them. Most verbal sins arise when people involve themselves in irrelevant discussions. This includes vain speech, which often leads to sinful talk and wastes precious time that will be a source of regret on the day of judgment. A person can attain this level of truthfulness by speaking only what is good or remaining silent. The third level is truthfulness in actions. This is realized through sincere obedience to Allah, the Exalted, by fulfilling His commands, refraining from His prohibitions, and exercising patience with destiny according to the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. It requires avoiding selective obedience or distorting divine teachings to suit personal desires. Instead, one must adhere to the hierarchy and priorities established by Allah, the Exalted, in all matters. The one who behaves in this manner will use every blessing in ways pleasing to him, thereby achieving a balanced mental and physical state, correctly placing everything and everyone within their life, and adequately preparing for accountability on the day of judgment. Such conduct leads to peace of mind in both worlds. For this reason, people must adopt truthfulness in every aspect of their lives, as they will be held accountable in both worlds. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 8.
That he may question the truthful about their truthfulness.
This verse serves as a reminder that truthfulness is not optional, but essential. It is the measure by which sincerity is tested, obedience is validated, and faith is preserved. To live truthfully in intention, speech, and action is to fulfill one's servanthood to Allah, the Exalted, and to secure tranquility in this world and eternal success in the hereafter. The one who fails to adopt truthfulness and instead persists in lying through their intention, speech, and actions will inevitably misuse the blessings they have been granted. Such a person distorts the purpose of life, for blessings are meant to be used in ways pleasing to Allah, the Exalted, yet they squander them through insincerity and disobedience. In this world, their attitude prevents them from achieving a balanced mental and physical state, and it causes them to misplace everything and everyone within their life. Family, friends, career, and wealth, gifts that should bring comfort and stability, become sources of stress and turmoil. Their life, instead of being a means of tranquility, becomes a burden of anxiety and confusion. Persisting in disobedience, they begin to blame the wrong things and people for their difficulties. Instead of recognizing their own insincerity and disobedience as the root cause, they direct resentment toward their spouse, relatives, or companions. Cutting good people out of their lives only deepens their imbalance, leaving them isolated and vulnerable. This destructive cycle intensifies until they fall into mental disorders, depression, substance addiction, and even suicidal tendencies. Their misuse of blessings leads them to despair, and their refusal to adopt truthfulness deprives them of the inner light that sustains faith. This outcome is evident when one observes those who persist in misusing their blessings, such as the rich and famous. Despite enjoying worldly luxuries, they often suffer from inner emptiness and despair. Their wealth, fame, and influence cannot shield them from the consequences of insincerity and disobedience. Their lives become testimonies to the futility of worldly success without truthfulness and obedience to Allah, the Exalted. Moreover, because their attitude prevented them from preparing for accountability on the Day of Judgment, their punishment in the hereafter will be far worse. A hadith found in Jami at Tirmidhi, number 1971, warns that those who persist in lying in their intention, speech, and actions will be recorded as great liars by Allah, the Exalted. This divine record seals their fate, for it does not require scholarly expertise to understand the consequences awaiting such individuals on Judgment Day. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 8.
That he may question the truthful about their truthfulness. And he has prepared for the disbelievers a painful punishment.
This verse makes clear that those who claim to believe in Allah, the Exalted, yet persist in falsehood, are in grave danger of losing their faith altogether. Their insincerity corrodes the very foundation of belief, leaving them vulnerable to disbelief and eternal loss. Faith may be likened to a delicate flame that requires constant tending. Just as a fire dies out when deprived of fuel, faith weakens and may be extinguished if not sustained through consistent acts of obedience. Neglecting this spiritual nourishment places a person at risk of losing the very light that guides them, and such a loss is the most devastating of all. Truthfulness, therefore, is the fuel that sustains the flame of faith, ensuring that servanthood to Allah, the Exalted, remains firm until the end. This teaching is a reminder that faith is not static, but dynamic. It requires constant renewal through sincerity in intention, purity in speech, and obedience in action. Those who neglect truthfulness allow their faith to wither, while those who nurture it through consistent acts of obedience preserve the flame that illuminates their path in this world and the next. When Allah, the Exalted, addresses the believers in the Holy Quran, His call is frequently linked to the need for them to demonstrate their verbal claim of faith through action. A mere declaration of belief, without deeds to support it, carries little weight in Islam. Actions are the evidence of sincerity, the fruits of faith, and the means by which one earns reward and mercy in both worlds. Just as a tree is only valued when it produces fruit, faith is only meaningful when it results in righteous conduct. In this context, Allah, the Exalted, reminds the believers to show gratitude for His assistance during the Battle of Ahzab. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 9.
O you who have believed, remember the favor of Allah upon you when armies came to attack you, and we sent upon them a wind and armies of angels you did not see. And ever is Allah of what you do seeing.
This verse recalls the events of the 5th year after the migration of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, to Medina. At that time, the enemies of Islam within Medina incited the non-Muslims of Mecca and other tribes to unite against the Muslims, leading to the Battle of Ahzab. When news of the attack reached the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, he accepted the advice of Salman al-Farsi, may Allah be pleased with him, and ordered that a trench be dug along the vulnerable side of Medina. The Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, did not remain distant from this effort, but personally joined in the digging of the trench, setting an example of leadership through action. This event is recorded in Imam Ibn Kathir's The Life of the Prophet, Volume 3, page 128. This episode highlights the profound importance of leading by example. True leadership in Islam is not confined to words or commands, but is demonstrated through action. History consistently shows that those who lived by the principles they taught had a far greater influence on others than those who failed to practice what they preached. The supreme example is the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, who not only conveyed divine teachings but adhered to them more strictly than anyone else. His sincerity ensured that his guidance carried unmatched weight and credibility. This principle applies especially to parents and leaders. For instance, if a mother warns her children against lying but frequently lies in front of them, her words will have little effect. Actions always speak louder than speech, and children are more likely to imitate what they see than what they hear. This does not mean that one must attain perfection before advising others, but it does mean that one must sincerely strive to act upon their own advice before urging others to follow it. The Holy Quran makes clear that hypocrisy in this matter is despised by Allah the Exalted. Chapter 61 As-Saf, verse 3.
Greatly hateful in the sight of Allah is that you say what you do not do.
The Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, reinforced this warning in a hadith found in Sahih Bukhari, number 3267, where he stated that a person who commands good but fails to practice it, and forbids evil yet commits it themselves, will face severe punishment in hell. Therefore, it is essential for people to strive to embody the advice they give before calling others to it. Leading by example is the tradition of all the holy prophets, peace be upon them, and remains the most effective way to inspire and guide others. Words may instruct, but actions inspire, and when people live by the teachings they profess, they become living proofs of faith, leaving a lasting impact on those around them. During the Battle of Ahzab, the non-Muslim tribe of Banu Qurayza was persuaded by the enemy forces to break their peace treaty with the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. This betrayal intensified the anxiety and fear of the Muslims, for danger now surrounded them both outside and inside Medina. When the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, observed the distress of his companions, may Allah be pleased with them, he reassured them by declaring that Allah the Exalted would certainly grant relief after the hardship. Imam Ibn Kathir records this in the Life of the Prophet, Volume 3, page 148. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verses 10 to 11.
When they came at you from above you and from below you, and when eyes shifted in fear, and hearts reached the throats and you assumed about Allah various assumptions, there the believers were tested and shaken with a severe shaking.
This passage illustrates that trials are inevitable. When people wrongly assume that their verbal declaration of faith should automatically guarantee ease, they begin to think negatively about Allah, the Exalted, whenever difficulties arise. Yet hardship is unavoidable, for this world is a place of testing. Chapter 67 Al-Mulk, verse 2.
He who created death and life to test you, as to which of you is better indeed.
Trials are not punishments, but opportunities to demonstrate sincerity and perseverance. Every individual, regardless of their choices, will be tested, for this is the very purpose of worldly existence. Chapter 29 Al-Ankabut, verse 3.
But we have certainly tried those before them, and Allah will surely make evident those who are truthful, and He will surely make evident the liars.
This verse establishes that trials are the divine measure, distinguishing sincerity from falsehood. Faith is not validated by mere words, but by steadfastness in adversity. Just as gold is purified through fire, removing impurities and revealing its true worth, so too is faith refined through trials, stripping away pretense and exposing genuine conviction. Difficulties are not signs of divine rejection nor flaws in the system of Islam. Rather, they are manifestations of divine wisdom, designed to reveal the depth of belief and separate genuine obedience from superficial claims. Trials expose whether faith is rooted in sincerity or merely in habit and convenience. Those who endure with patience prove that their belief is alive and resilient, while those who falter reveal that their faith was only a claim without substance. Adversity thus becomes a mirror of the soul, reflecting the true state of one's relationship with Allah, the Exalted. Indeed, the dearest to Allah, the Exalted, were tested the most. A hadith found in Sunan Ibn Majah, number 4023, confirms that the holy prophets, peace be upon them, endured the greatest trials, followed by those closest to them in faith. Their lives demonstrate that hardship is not a sign of divine displeasure but a divine favor, for it refines character, strengthens conviction, and elevates status. The trials endured by the holy prophets, peace be upon them, serve as examples for all believers, showing that difficulty is part of the path to closeness with Allah, the Exalted. Therefore, Believers must support their verbal declaration of faith with sincere obedience to Allah, the Exalted, in all circumstances. Obedience does not prevent trials, but equips them with the mental strength and spiritual resilience needed to overcome them. Through this strength, they achieve peace of mind and secure abundant reward in both worlds. Trials become opportunities for growth, patience, and reliance upon Allah, the Exalted, rather than obstacles to faith. It is thus imperative to avoid the ignorant attitude of assuming that merely claiming belief should transform this world into paradise. This world is a place of testing, while paradise is the reward for those who remain steadfast. To expect ease without trial is to misunderstand the very nature of existence. True believers accept trials as opportunities for spiritual growth, knowing that every difficulty endured with patience brings them closer to Allah, the Exalted, and secures peace of mind in both worlds, through obtaining a balanced mental and physical state, and through correctly placing everything and everyone within their life. As mentioned earlier, in preparation for the Battle of Ahzab, a vast trench was dug to prevent the enemy force from easily entering Medina. During this strenuous effort, some of the companions, may Allah be pleased with them, encountered a solid white rock that they were unable to break. When the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, approached the rock, he struck it 3 times with a pickaxe. With each strike, a brilliant flash of light appeared, illuminating the surroundings like a lantern piercing the darkness of the night. The Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, explained that with each strike he was shown a great region ruled by powerful empires of the time, and he was given glad tidings that his nation would overcome them. The companions, may Allah be pleased with them, rejoiced at this promise, praising Allah the Exalted and finding strength in these glad tidings. In contrast, the hypocrites and those of weak faith mocked this declaration. They questioned how the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, could speak of defeating mighty empires when his followers were poor, weary, and confined to digging a trench out of fear of an imminent attack. Allah the Exalted then revealed chapter 33, Al-Ahzab, verse 12.
And when the hypocrites and those in whose hearts is disease said, Allah and His Messenger did not promise us except delusion.
This has been discussed in Imam Ibn Kathir's The Life of the Prophet, Volume 3, page 135. It is important to recognize that this event occurred during a time of immense difficulty for the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, and his companions, may Allah be pleased with them. They were engaged in the exhausting labor of digging a vast trench with very limited provisions, all while anticipating a massive enemy assault. The atmosphere was one of fear, hunger, and uncertainty. Yet despite these severe hardships, the companions, may Allah be pleased with them, accepted the word of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, with complete conviction. Their faith was strong enough to withstand deprivation and danger, and they found reassurance in his promise of divine victory. In contrast, the hypocrites and those of weak faith doubted the promise of Allah, the Exalted, because they lacked the spiritual strength to remain firm in adversity. This contrast between the faithful and the faithless highlights the necessity of cultivating strong faith, for it is strong faith that grants peace of mind in both worlds. Strong faith is indispensable because it enables one to remain constant in obedience to Allah, the Exalted, regardless of circumstances, whether in times of ease or in times of trial. It is not a passive state, but an active discipline, nurtured by learning and acting upon the clear proofs and evidences contained in the Holy Quran and the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. These sources demonstrate that sincere obedience to Allah, the Exalted, is the path to tranquility in this life and success in the hereafter. Strong faith transforms trials into opportunities for growth, and blessings into means of gratitude. By contrast, ignorance of Islamic teachings produces weak faith. A person who lacks knowledge will easily fall into disobedience whenever their desires are challenged, failing to recognize that abandoning desire for the sake of obedience leads to true peace of mind. Weak faith collapses under pressure, while strong faith provides resilience, balance, and clarity. The hypocrites during the Battle of Ahzab serve as a timeless example of this weakness. Their lack of conviction caused them to mock divine promises, and their inability to endure hardship exposed the hollowness of their claim to belief. Therefore, certainty of faith must be actively pursued through both learning and practice. This requires using the blessings granted by Allah, the Exalted, in accordance with His guidance, rather than misusing them for selfish ends. When blessings are employed correctly, a believer achieves a balanced mental and physical state, places everything and everyone in their rightful position, and prepares adequately for accountability on the day of judgment. Strong faith becomes the anchor of the soul, ensuring peace of mind in both worlds and enabling the believer to endure hardship with patience and to rejoice in ease with gratitude. This episode thus teaches that faith is not validated by words alone, but by steadfastness in adversity. The companions, may Allah be pleased with them, demonstrated that true belief is proven when one remains firm despite hunger, fear, and danger. Their example calls upon all believers to cultivate strong faith through knowledge, obedience, and trust in Allah, the Exalted. Only then can one achieve tranquility in this life and eternal success in the hereafter, through obtaining a balanced mental and physical state, and through correctly placing everything and everyone within their life. During the Battle of Ahzab, anxiety and fear spread throughout Medina as enemies surrounded the city from both outside and within. The hypocrites, overwhelmed by fear for their own lives, sought to abandon the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. They requested permission to return to their homes under the excuse of protecting them, though in reality their homes were not exposed to danger. Their true intention was simply to flee from responsibility and hardship. Allah the Exalted then revealed chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 13.
And when a faction of them said, O people of Yathrib, there is no stability for you here, so return home. And a party of them asked permission of the Prophet, saying, Indeed our houses are exposed, i.e. unprotected, while they were not exposed. They did not intend except to flee.
This has been discussed in Imam Ibn Kathir's The Life of the Prophet, Volume 3, pages 141 to 142. This incident demonstrates the difference between those whose faith was strong and those whose faith was weak. The companions, may Allah be pleased with them, endured hunger, exhaustion, and fear, yet they remained steadfast, trusting in the promise of Allah, the Exalted. The hypocrites, however, faltered because their worship was not rooted in sincerity, and their obedience was conditional upon ease and comfort. Generally speaking, it is essential for every person to reflect upon the reason they worship Allah, the Exalted. The intention behind worship can either strengthen obedience or lead to disobedience. When a person worships Allah, the Exalted, merely to gain lawful worldly benefits, they place themselves at risk. The moment they fail to receive those blessings or encounter hardship, they often become resentful and turn away from obedience. Chapter 22 Al-Hajj, verse 11.
And of the people is he who worships Allah on an edge. If he is touched by good, he is reassured by it, but if he is struck by trial, he turns on his face to unbelief. He is lost this world and the hereafter. That is what is the manifest loss.
This verse illustrates the danger of conditional worship. Those who obey Allah, the Exalted, only when circumstances suit them, contradict the essence of servanthood. True servanthood requires obedience in all situations, whether in ease or difficulty. A person who worships only for worldly gain risks losing both worlds, for their faith collapses when confronted with adversity. Although it is permissible for a person to ask Allah, the Exalted, for lawful worldly blessings, persisting in worship solely for this purpose risks falling into the attitude condemned in the verse. It is far better to worship Allah, the Exalted, with the intention of salvation in the hereafter and entry into paradise. Such a person is less likely to alter their behavior when faced with trials, because their focus is on eternal reward rather than temporary comfort. Yet the highest and most noble reason for worship is to obey Allah, the Exalted, simply because He is the Lord of the universe and worthy of worship. The person who worships with this intention, if sincere, will remain steadfast in all circumstances. Through this obedience, they will be granted both worldly and spiritual blessings that far surpass the limited gains sought by those who worship only for material benefit. In conclusion, it is vital for every person to continually examine their intention and, if necessary, correct it so that it strengthens their resolve to remain firm in obedience to Allah, the Exalted. This means fulfilling His commands, refraining from His prohibitions, and facing destiny with patience in every situation. Such sincerity ensures peace of mind in this world, and eternal success in the hereafter. This incident further highlights one of the defining characteristics of hypocrisy: commanding evil while forbidding good. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 13.
And when a faction of them said, O people of Yathrib, there is no stability for you here, so return home.
The hypocrites and those of weak faith not only desired to abandon their duty of defending Medina, but they also attempted to persuade others to do the same. In doing so, they sought to mask their cowardice by spreading it among the community. Their hypocrisy was not confined to their own actions, it extended outward, dragging others into disobedience. This reveals the destructive nature of hypocrisy, for it does not remain isolated within the individual but spreads like a contagion, weakening the resolve of others and undermining collective strength. It is important to recognize that such behavior multiplies sin. A person is not only accountable for their own disobedience, but also for the disobedience of others that results from their invitation. If someone encourages another to abandon obedience to Allah, the Exalted, or to commit sin, then they share in the burden of that sin, even if they did not commit the act themselves. This principle is confirmed in a hadith found in Sunan Ibn Majah, number 203, which teaches that whoever calls others to error will bear a share of their sin. Thus, the hypocrites of Medina were guilty not only of cowardice, but also of corrupting the faith of others, multiplying their burden before Allah, the Exalted. This reality underscores the immense responsibility of influence. Every word spoken, every action performed, and every example set has the potential to guide others toward obedience or mislead them into disobedience. A person who spreads evil advice or encourages sinful behavior leaves behind a legacy of harm. Even after their death, their sins continue to accumulate if others act upon their corrupt guidance. This is why some scholars have wisely remarked that blessed is the person whose evil dies with them. If their wrongdoing ends with their own life, then their burden is limited. But if their evil continues to influence others after their death, through advice, example, or legacy, their sins will continue to grow even though they are no longer alive. This principle should inspire every person to reflect deeply upon the impact of their words and actions. Encouraging good and forbidding evil is not merely a recommendation, but a duty that strengthens society and elevates the individual. Conversely, commanding evil and forbidding good is a mark of hypocrisy that destroys both the self and the community. The hypocrites of Medina serve as a timeless warning. Those who abandon responsibility and invite others to do the same not only betray their own faith but also endanger the faith of others. True servanthood to Allah, the Exalted, requires sincerity, courage, and a commitment to guiding others toward obedience. A person must strive to ensure that their influence leads others toward righteousness rather than sin. In this way, their legacy becomes a source of reward rather than a chain of sin. The hypocrites attempted to spread fear and disobedience, but the faithful companions, may Allah be pleased with them, demonstrated the opposite. They encouraged one another to remain steadfast, to trust in Allah the Exalted, and to persevere despite hardship. Their example shows that influence can either weaken or strengthen faith, and it is the responsibility of every person to ensure that their influence strengthens rather than corrupts. Allah, the Exalted, warns against yet another characteristic of hypocrisy. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 14.
And if they had been entered upon from all its surrounding regions, and corruption had been demanded of them, they would have done it and not hesitated over it except briefly.
This verse describes the dangerous attitude of those who quickly shift allegiances in order to satisfy different groups of people. Such individuals lack sincerity and stability, changing their loyalties according to circumstance and seeking only to please others rather than Allah, the Exalted. Their behavior reveals a heart that is not anchored in truth, but swayed by fear, desire, and worldly gain. This instability is a hallmark of hypocrisy, for true faith requires consistency and courage, while hypocrisy thrives on duplicity and compromise. The Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, warned against this two-faced mentality in a hadith found in Sunan Abu Dawood, number 4873, stating that whoever adopts such behavior will be punished with 2 tongues of fire on the Day of Judgment. This powerful imagery conveys the severity of hypocrisy. A person who speaks differently to different groups, tailoring their words to please people rather than to uphold truth, will face dire consequences in the hereafter. Their duplicity in this world becomes a source of torment in the next, as their false tongues are transformed into instruments of punishment. It is therefore the duty of every person to remain honest and consistent in both speech and action, seeking only the pleasure of Allah, the Exalted, in all matters. Honesty may sometimes appear to bring short-term difficulty, but sincerity ultimately safeguards a person from long-term harm. Consistency in truthfulness builds trust, strengthens character, and ensures divine protection. The one who behaves in this manner will be shielded by Allah, the Exalted, from the destructive consequences of deceit, and their integrity will become a source of peace for themselves and for those around them. By contrast, the one who follows the path of the hypocrites loses out on the mercy and protection of Allah, the Exalted. Such a person is left to wander blindly in misguidance, and Allah, the Exalted, will ensure that their insincerity is eventually exposed. Those who seek to please people at the expense of truth will sooner or later be unmasked, losing the very worldly approval they pursued. Their reputation collapses, and they become despised by the very society they tried to impress. This exposure is itself a divine punishment, stripping them of honor in this world before they face the greater punishment in the hereafter. This attitude also leads to the misuse of blessings. Instead of employing their wealth, family, and opportunities in ways pleasing to Allah, the Exalted, they squander them in pursuit of contradictory loyalties. In this world, such behavior prevents them from achieving a balanced mental and physical state. They misplace everything and everyone within their life, turning blessings into burdens. Family, friends, career, and wealth, gifts that should bring comfort, become sources of stress and turmoil. Persisting in disobedience, they blame the wrong people and circumstances for their suffering, even directing resentment toward their spouse or loved ones. Cutting good people out of their lives only deepens their imbalance, leading them further into mental disorders until they descend into depression, substance addiction, and even suicidal tendencies. This outcome is evident when one observes those who persist in misusing their blessings, such as the rich and famous. Despite enjoying worldly luxuries, many suffer from inner emptiness and despair. Their wealth and influence cannot shield them from the consequences of hypocrisy and insincerity. Their lives become testimonies to the futility of worldly success without sincerity and obedience to Allah, the Exalted. And because their attitude prevented them from preparing for accountability on the Day of Judgment, their punishment in the hereafter will be far worse. The loss they face is complete, dishonor in this world and torment in the next. Thus, this verse and hadith together serve as a powerful reminder. Sincerity and consistency are the hallmarks of true faith, while duplicity and shifting allegiances are signs of hypocrisy. A person must strive to remain firm upon truth, seeking only the pleasure of Allah, the Exalted, so that their life is marked by tranquility in this world and salvation in the hereafter. Allah, the Exalted, reminds people of the solemn promise of obedience they made to Him when they accepted Islam as their way of life. This promise was not a casual statement but a binding covenant, encompassing both times of ease and times of difficulty. It was a pledge to remain steadfast, to uphold His commands, and to refrain from turning away from responsibility, regardless of circumstance. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 15.
And they had already promised Allah before not to turn their backs and flee.
This verse highlights that faith is not validated by words alone, but by fulfilling the covenant of obedience. To falter in this promise is to betray the very foundation of belief, for true servanthood requires consistency and perseverance in every situation. A person therefore supports their verbal declaration of faith in Allah, the Exalted, by remaining firm upon His obedience in all circumstances. In times of ease, this firmness is expressed through gratitude, and in times of difficulty, it is expressed through patience. Gratitude in intention means acting solely to please Allah, the Exalted, without seeking recognition or worldly gain. Gratitude in speech means speaking only what is good or remaining silent, thereby avoiding harmful words that lead to regret. Gratitude in action means using the blessings one has been granted in ways pleasing to Allah, the Exalted, as outlined in the Holy Quran and the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. This comprehensive gratitude leads to further blessings, tranquility, and success in both worlds. It produces a balanced mental and physical state, and ensures that everything and everyone within one's life is placed correctly. Chapter 14, Ibrahim, verse 7.
If you are grateful, I will surely increase you in favor.
In addition to gratitude, patience is indispensable. Patience involves refraining from complaint in speech or action, and remaining firm in obedience to Allah, the Exalted, even when circumstances are difficult. It requires believing that Allah, the Exalted, only chooses what is best, even if this is not immediately apparent. Chapter 2, Al-Baqarah, verse 216.
But perhaps you hate a thing and it is good for you, and perhaps you love a thing and it is bad for you. And Allah knows while you know not.
This verse teaches that human perception is limited, while divine wisdom is perfect. What appears harmful may in fact be beneficial, and what appears desirable may in fact be destructive. Patience, therefore, is not passive endurance, but active trust in Allah, the Exalted, and submission to His will. It is the recognition that every trial is an opportunity for growth, and every difficulty is a means of purification. The one who acts correctly in every situation, showing gratitude in ease and patience in difficulty, will receive the constant support and mercy of Allah, the Exalted. This divine support leads to peace of mind in both worlds, producing a balanced mental and physical state, and ensuring that everything and everyone within one's life is placed in its rightful position. Such a person lives with clarity, stability, and tranquility, knowing that their obedience secures divine assistance. This truth is confirmed in a hadith found in Sahih Muslim, number 7500. Therefore, a person must never falter in their promise of obedience to Allah, the Exalted, regardless of circumstance. This promise is not symbolic. It is binding, and every individual will be held accountable for it in both worlds. Chapter 33, Al-Ahzab, verse 15.
And the promise to Allah will be questioned about.
This final reminder underscores the seriousness of the covenant. Faith is not validated by words alone, but by fulfilling the promise of obedience in every situation. Gratitude and patience are the twin pillars of this obedience, ensuring that the believer remains firm, balanced, and prepared for accountability on the Day of Judgment. To neglect this promise is to risk divine displeasure, while to uphold it is to secure peace in this world and eternal success in the hereafter. The Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, warned in a hadith found in Sahih Bukhari, number 2749, that one of the signs of hypocrisy is breaking promises. This warning is significant because promises are not merely social agreements, but moral and spiritual obligations. A promise reflects the integrity of one's character and the sincerity of one's faith. When a person breaks promises without valid reason, they demonstrate insincerity and unreliability, qualities that are directly opposed to the essence of true belief. The greatest of all promises is the covenant a person makes with Allah, the Exalted, when they accept Him as their Lord and God. This covenant is the foundation of Islam, and involves fulfilling His commands, refraining from His prohibitions, and facing destiny with patience according to the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. To break this promise is to undermine the very essence of servanthood, for it reveals hypocrisy in one's relationship with Allah, the Exalted. Beyond the covenant with Allah, the Exalted, all other promises made with people must also be honored, unless one has a valid excuse. This is especially true of promises made by parents to their children. When a parent breaks a promise, it not only disappoints the child, but also teaches them bad character. It instills the belief that deceitfulness is acceptable, thereby corrupting their moral foundation. Children learn more from the actions of their parents than from their words, and when promises are broken, they internalize dishonesty as a permissible trait. This corruption of character spreads from the family into society, creating generations of people who lack integrity. Thus, breaking promises is not a private failing, but one that has far-reaching consequences, undermining trust and weakening the moral fabric of communities. The seriousness of breaking promises is emphasized in a hadith found in Sahih Bukhari, number 2227, where Allah, the Exalted, declares that He will be against the one who makes a promise in His name, and then breaks it without a valid excuse. This is a terrifying warning, for how can a person possibly succeed on the Day of Judgment if Allah, the Exalted, is against them? To have Allah, the Exalted, as one's opponent is to face inevitable ruin, both in this world and the hereafter. This hadith demonstrates that promises are not trivial matters but sacred trusts, and breaking them without justification invites divine anger. It shows that promises are tied to accountability before Allah, the Exalted, and that dishonesty in this regard is a form of betrayal that will not go unnoticed. It is therefore always safer not to make promises with others, unless one is certain they can fulfill them. Promises should not be made lightly or casually, for they carry weight before Allah, the Exalted. However, when a lawful promise is made, one must strive diligently to fulfill it, even if it requires sacrifice. Fulfilling promises strengthens trust, builds integrity, and reflects sincerity in faith. It ensures that one's words and actions are aligned, and it protects a person from falling into hypocrisy. In this way, promises become a means of spiritual growth, social harmony, and divine reward. A person who fulfills their promises demonstrates reliability, earns the trust of others, and secures the pleasure of Allah, the Exalted. By contrast, the one who breaks promises without excuse not only loses the trust of people but also risks losing the mercy of Allah, the Exalted, both in this world and in the hereafter. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 15.
And the promise to Allah will be questioned about.
Allah, the Exalted, reminds people that death is fixed, inevitable, and unchangeable. No matter how much a person may attempt to avoid it, death will come at its appointed time, and no worldly strategy can alter this reality. This truth is meant to awaken the heart and mind, urging people to recognize that fleeing from responsibility or hardship cannot protect them from what Allah, the Exalted, has decreed. Since death cannot be delayed or escaped, the only rational course is to prepare for it by living in obedience to Allah, the Exalted. This preparation involves correctly using the blessings He has granted, as outlined in Islamic teachings, so that one secures peace in both worlds. Through obedience, a person achieves a balanced mental and physical state, and they learn to correctly place everything and everyone within their life. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 16.
Say, never will fleeing benefit you if you should flee from death or killing.
This verse teaches that attempts to escape destiny are futile. A person may imagine that by avoiding responsibility, abandoning obedience, or relying on worldly measures they will secure safety, but in reality they only deceive themselves. True security lies not in fleeing but in submission to Allah, the Exalted, who alone controls life and death. The one who accepts this reality finds tranquility, for they understand that their life and death are in the hands of Allah, the Exalted, and that obedience is the only path to peace. By contrast, the one who disobeys Allah, the Exalted, falsely believing that their own actions or worldly measures will provide them security, will only obtain an unbalanced mental and physical state. Such a person misplaces everything and everyone within their life, failing to recognize the proper order established by divine guidance. Their disobedience prevents them from adequately preparing for accountability on the Day of Judgment. As a result, they experience stress, trouble, and difficulties in both worlds, even if they enjoy some worldly luxuries. Their wealth, status, or influence cannot shield them from hardship, nor can it prevent death or accountability. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 16.
And then, if you did, you would not be given worldly things except for a little.
This verse reveals that worldly gains obtained through disobedience are temporary and insignificant. A person may achieve wealth, status, or influence, but these blessings will not bring lasting peace or protection. Instead, they become sources of anxiety and imbalance, for they are misused and disconnected from obedience to Allah, the Exalted. Such luxuries cannot shield a person from hardship, nor can they prevent death or accountability. The one who relies on them is left empty-handed, deprived of both worldly stability and eternal success. The lesson is clear: fleeing from responsibility or disobeying Allah, the Exalted, does not secure safety but only magnifies loss. True peace of mind and success in both worlds are achieved by fulfilling the covenant of obedience, using blessings correctly, showing gratitude in ease, and exercising patience in difficulty. In this way, a person prepares for death not with fear but with readiness, knowing that their life has been lived in accordance with divine guidance. Such preparation ensures that when death arrives, it is not a calamity but a transition to eternal reward. Not only is death fixed and unavoidable, but everything within the universe is exclusively controlled by Allah, the Exalted. He alone governs the unfolding of events, and He alone decides who gains peace of mind and who does not. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 17.
Say, who is it that can protect you from Allah if He intends for you an ill or intends for you a mercy?
This verse establishes the absolute sovereignty of Allah, the Exalted. No individual, no group, and no worldly power can shield a person from what He has decreed. If He intends mercy, none can withhold it. If He intends trial, none can prevent it. This truth leaves no room for reliance upon creation in place of the Creator. The Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, reinforced this principle in a hadith recorded in Jami at Tirmidhi, number 2516. He explained that no aspect of creation can benefit a person unless Allah, the Exalted, wills it, and no harm can reach them unless He permits it. This demonstrates that only what Allah, the Exalted, ordains takes place in the universe. Yet this guidance does not mean one should abandon lawful means, such as medicine or other resources. Rather, it teaches that while these means may be employed, their effectiveness ultimately depends on the will of Allah, the Exalted. For example, many sick individuals take medicine and recover, while others take the same medicine yet do not improve. This difference reveals that the decisive factor is not the medicine itself, but the decree of Allah, the Exalted. Chapter 9 at Tawbah, verse 51.
Say, never will we be struck except by what Allah has decreed for us.
The one who understands this reality recognizes that all events which are not directly connected to their choices were unavoidable. Missed opportunities could not have been seized, for they were never destined for them. It is therefore essential to remain patient and trust that Allah, the Exalted, has chosen what is best, even if the wisdom behind it is hidden. Chapter 2 Al-Baqarah, verse 216.
But perhaps you hate a thing and it is good for you, and perhaps you love a thing and it is bad for you. And Allah knows while you know not.
This verse teaches that human perception is limited, while divine wisdom is perfect. What appears harmful may in fact be beneficial, and what appears desirable may in fact be destructive. Patience, therefore, is not passive endurance, but active trust in Allah, the Exalted, and submission to His will. It is the recognition that every trial is an opportunity for growth, and every difficulty is a means of purification. When a person truly comprehends this truth, they cease to depend on creation, realizing that no one can inherently inflict harm or provide benefit. Instead, they turn to Allah, the Exalted, seeking His assistance and protection through sincere obedience, fulfilling His commands, avoiding His prohibitions, and confronting destiny with patience according to the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. This inspires them to place their trust in Allah, the Exalted, and to fear only Him, knowing that creation cannot harm them without His permission. Recognizing that everything that happens in life and the universe stems from Allah, the Exalted, is part of grasping His oneness. This subject extends far beyond a superficial belief in the statement that none is worthy of worship, except Allah, the Exalted. When this conviction is deeply rooted in the heart, a person relies solely on Him, knowing He alone can assist them. They submit to and obey Allah, the Exalted, in every aspect of their life. In truth, obedience to another is usually motivated by the desire to gain benefit or avoid harm. Since only Allah, the Exalted, can provide these, He alone deserves obedience and worship. If anyone chooses to obey another over Allah, the Exalted, it implies they believe that this other can offer them protection or advantage. Such an attitude reflects weakness in faith and a failure to recognize divine authority. The origin of all events is Allah, the Exalted, and thus people must exclusively obey Him. He alone is the protector, the helper, and the sustainer. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 17.
And they will not find for themselves besides Allah any protector or any helper.
This verse concludes the matter decisively. Reliance upon creation is futile, while reliance upon Allah, the Exalted, is the only path to peace, protection, and success in both worlds. The one who internalizes this truth lives with serenity, courage, and unwavering trust, knowing that their fate rests in the hands of the one who is all-knowing, all-wise, and all-powerful. Another aspect of hypocrisy is when a person adopts selfishness and places their own worldly desires and aspirations above the well-being of their society. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 18.
Already Allah knows the hinderers among you, and those who say to their brothers, "Come to us and do not go to battle, except for a few."
This verse exposes the hypocrites who discouraged others from fulfilling their collective duty, urging them to abandon the struggle for the protection of Medina. Their selfishness was evident, for they valued their own comfort and safety above the welfare of the community. Hypocrisy in this form is not merely a personal failing, but a societal danger, as it undermines unity, weakens resolve, and prevents collective progress. By prioritizing themselves, they betrayed the covenant of obedience to Allah, the Exalted, and endangered the entire community. Throughout history, those who behaved in this manner have consistently obstructed positive progression within their societies. Progress is only achieved when individuals place the well-being of the entire community above their own selfish interests. When people act solely for themselves, ignoring the needs of others, society becomes fragmented and vulnerable. By contrast, when individuals sacrifice personal comfort for the greater good, societies flourish, justice is upheld, and collective strength is maintained. The hypocrites of Medina serve as a warning that selfishness corrodes unity and prevents advancement. Examples of this destructive attitude can be seen in many contexts. In the time of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, some hypocrites discouraged participation in battles, preferring to remain at home while others risked their lives for the safety of the community. In later history, selfish rulers who hoarded wealth for themselves while neglecting the poor caused widespread suffering and rebellion. In modern times, corruption among leaders who prioritize personal gain over public service has led to poverty, injustice, and social unrest. Each of these examples demonstrates that selfishness not only harms the individual, but destabilizes the entire society. This is precisely why Islamic law prioritizes the well-being of the entire society, rather than catering to a select few, such as the wealthy or powerful. The divine law is designed to protect the rights of all people, ensuring fairness, justice, and balance. Unlike many governments that prioritize the interests of elites, Islamic law establishes principles that safeguard the weak, the poor, and the vulnerable. For instance, the obligation of zakat ensures that wealth circulates within society, supporting those in need rather than remaining concentrated among the rich. Similarly, prohibitions against exploitation and unjust trade protect ordinary people from being oppressed by those with greater resources. These laws demonstrate that true stability and prosperity can only be achieved when the collective good is placed above individual greed. The lesson is clear: selfishness is a mark of hypocrisy, while selflessness is a mark of true faith. A person who places their own desires above the needs of their community betrays both their society and their covenant with Allah, the Exalted. But the one who sacrifices for the greater good strengthens their community, earns the trust of others, and secures the pleasure of Allah, the Exalted. Societies thrive when individuals act with sincerity, compassion, and responsibility, and they falter when selfishness prevails. Further examples can be drawn from everyday life. A business owner who prioritizes profit over fair treatment of employees creates resentment and instability, while one who ensures fair wages and humane conditions strengthens loyalty and productivity. A parent who prioritizes personal comfort over the upbringing of their children risks raising a generation without discipline or values, while one who sacrifices time and energy for their children builds a strong family and contributes to a healthy society. Even in small matters, such as community projects or charitable initiatives, selfishness leads to stagnation, while selflessness leads to growth and harmony. In Medina, the hypocrites and those who possessed weak faith were not easily distinguishable from the companions, may Allah be pleased with them. Many of them lived side by side, shared family ties, and outwardly appeared to belong to the same community. This closeness made it extremely difficult for the companions, may Allah be pleased with them, to differentiate the misguided from the rightly guided. Allah, the Exalted, alludes to this confusion in verse 18, where the weak of faith are described as addressing their brothers. This wording indicates blood ties, for the hypocrites were never considered brothers in faith by the companions. May Allah be pleased with them. The verse highlights how hypocrisy can be concealed behind familial affection and social closeness, making it harder to detect and more dangerous to resist. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 18.
Already Allah knows the hinderers among you, and those who say to their brothers, "Come to us and do not go to battle, except for a few."
This verse demonstrates that Allah, the Exalted, alone possesses knowledge of the true state of every heart. While the companions, may Allah be pleased with them, struggled to distinguish sincerity from hypocrisy, Allah, the Exalted, exposed those who hindered others from fulfilling their duty. Their words appeared to be cloaked in concern, yet in reality, they were attempts to weaken the resolve of the people of faith. This reveals how misguided counsel can be especially dangerous when it comes from those closest, for such advice is more easily trusted and more difficult to reject. History and daily life provide countless examples of individuals being influenced by friends or relatives to take the wrong path, leading to serious consequences such as imprisonment, disgrace, or ruin. Negative influence is powerful, for companionship shapes character. A hadith found in Sunan Abu Dawood, number 4833, warns that a person is upon the religion of their close companion, meaning that friends and loved ones inevitably affect behavior. Therefore, caution must be exercised not only with those who openly display bad characteristics, but also with those who appear affectionate, yet lack sound knowledge. Their influence, though subtle, can be equally destructive. Special caution is required with relatives who, despite their love, may advise incorrectly due to ignorance of Islamic teachings. Their advice may appear caring, but can lead one away from obedience. For instance, a wife may advise her tired husband to offer his obligatory prayer at home rather than in the mosque with congregation. While some scholars permit praying at home, this advice distances him from one of the greatest traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, and gradually weakens his connection to Allah, the Exalted. The wife may believe she has acted lovingly, but in reality, she has harmed her husband's spiritual state. This illustrates how misplaced affection, when not guided by knowledge, can become a barrier to obedience. For this reason, gaining Islamic knowledge is essential and a duty upon every person, as confirmed in a hadith found in Sunan Ibn Majah, number 224. Without knowledge, even sincere love can mislead. Outwardly, some acts may seem difficult, yet they contain immense blessings. Conversely, some acts may appear easy and even lawful, yet they distance a person from Allah, the Exalted. Knowledge provides the insight needed to discern between what truly benefits and what ultimately harms, ensuring that affection and companionship are guided by truth rather than ignorance. Chapter 64 At-Tahaban, verse 14.
O you who have believed, indeed among your wives and your children are enemies to you, so beware of them. But if you pardon and overlook and forgive, then indeed, Allah is forgiving and merciful.
This verse does not mean that family members are inherently enemies, but that their misplaced affection or ignorance can sometimes become a barrier to obedience. It warns believers to remain cautious, while also encouraging forgiveness and mercy when loved ones err. The balance is clear. One must guard against misguided influence without allowing resentment to destroy family bonds. Therefore, a person must remain firm in obedience to Allah, the Exalted, by fulfilling His commands, refraining from His prohibitions, and facing destiny with patience according to the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. They must not be deceived by advice simply because it comes from a beloved companion. Instead, they must compare all advice to the teachings of Islam and act only if it aligns with divine guidance. If it does not, they must avoid acting upon it and gently advise their loved one of the correct course, thereby protecting both themselves and their companion from harm. In this way, love is purified by knowledge, and relationships become a means of strengthening faith rather than weakening it. Allah, the Exalted, further highlights the insincerity that the hypocrites and those possessing weak faith displayed towards the companions. May Allah be pleased with them. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 19.
Indisposed toward you.
This short but powerful phrase reveals the coldness and reluctance of the hypocrites. Outwardly, they lived among the believers, shared ties of kinship and community, and pretended to be part of the same collective struggle. Yet inwardly, they harbored resentment, envy, and selfishness. Their insincerity was evident in their hesitation to support the believers, their lack of enthusiasm in times of difficulty, and their unwillingness to sacrifice for the greater good. This behavior is a hallmark of hypocrisy, for true faith requires sincerity not only towards Allah, the Exalted, but also towards His creation. One must therefore ensure they adopt sincerity towards others, as sincerity is a cornerstone of Islam. The Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, declared in a hadith found in Sahih Muslim, number 196, that sincerity is the foundation of religion. Insincerity towards others is a branch of hypocrisy, for it reveals a heart that seeks personal gain rather than collective good. Sincerity to others includes desiring the best for them at all times, and demonstrating this through one's words and actions. It means advising others to do good, forbidding them from evil, and showing mercy and kindness consistently. This principle is beautifully summarized in a hadith found in Sahih Muslim, number 170, which warns that one cannot be a true believer until they love for others what they desire for themselves. The importance of sincerity is further emphasized in a hadith found in Sahih Bukhari, number 57, where the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, placed sincerity towards people alongside establishing the obligatory prayer and donating the obligatory charity. From this hadith alone, one can understand its significance, as it has been placed with two of the most vital pillars of Islam. This shows that sincerity is not optional or secondary, but an essential duty that defines the believer's relationship with others. Sincerity towards people also means sharing in their emotional states, being pleased when they are happy and saddened when they are grieved, provided their attitudes do not contradict the teachings of Islam. A high level of sincerity includes going to great lengths to improve the lives of others, even if this requires personal sacrifice. For example, one may forego purchasing luxuries in order to donate wealth to the needy. This willingness to endure difficulty for the sake of others reflects the depth of sincerity. Moreover, striving to unite people upon goodness is a vital aspect of sincerity, while sowing division is a characteristic of the devil. Chapter 17 Al-Isra, verse 53.
Satan certainly seeks to sow discord among them.
One practical way of uniting people is to veil the faults of others and advise them privately against sins. Public exposure often leads to humiliation and division, while private counsel preserves dignity and fosters reform. The one who acts in this way will have their own sins veiled by Allah, the Exalted, as confirmed in a hadith found in Jami at Tirmidhi, number 1426. Sincerity also involves teaching others aspects of religion and beneficial worldly knowledge, so that both their spiritual and material lives improve. A clear proof of sincerity is supporting others in their absence, such as defending them against slander. Turning away from others and focusing only on oneself is not the attitude of a Muslim, it is the behavior of animals who live only for their own survival. Even if one cannot change the entire society, they can still be sincere in helping those within their circle, such as relatives and friends. Simply put, sincerity requires treating others as one desires to be treated. Chapter 28 Al-Concise, verse 77.
And do good as Allah has done good to you.
This verse reminds people that the goodness they receive from Allah, the Exalted, must be reflected in their dealings with others. Just as Allah bestows mercy, provision and guidance, believers must strive to extend kindness, generosity, and support to those around them. An essential aspect of sincerity is aiding others purely to please Allah, the Exalted. One should not seek gratitude or recognition from people, for this destroys the reward and reveals insincerity. True sincerity means acting for Allah alone, knowing that He is the ultimate witness of every deed. When sincerity is maintained, even small acts of kindness become monumental in the sight of Allah, the Exalted, and they secure blessings in both worlds. As discussed earlier, accepting Islam as one's faith does not mean that life will be free from difficulties. In fact, the very purpose of life in this world is to serve as a place of trial, where people are tested in order to distinguish sincerity from hypocrisy, patience from weakness, and obedience from disobedience. Chapter 21 Al-Anbiya, verse 35.
And we test you with evil and with good as trial, and to us you will be returned.
This verse establishes that both hardship and ease are tests. Wealth, health, and prosperity are trials just as poverty, illness, and loss are trials. Ease tests whether one will show gratitude, while hardship tests whether one will show patience. The believer must therefore understand that difficulties are not signs of divine abandonment, but opportunities to demonstrate reliance upon Allah, the Exalted, and to strengthen their faith. Islam has never promised that a Muslim will not face difficulties. Rather, it guarantees that when difficulties arise, the believer will be provided with the mental strength and spiritual resilience to overcome them. This strength enables them to obtain peace of mind and an abundant reward in both worlds, as long as they remain firm in obeying Allah, the Exalted, by correctly using the blessings He has granted them as outlined in Islamic teachings. The one who fails to accept this truth will behave like the hypocrites and those possessing weak faith, who treat every difficulty as though it were death itself. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 19.
And when fear comes, you see them looking at you, their eyes revolving like one being overcome by death.
This verse illustrates the panic and despair of those whose faith is weak. Instead of facing trials with patience and trust, they collapse under pressure, behaving as though every challenge is insurmountable. Their fear blinds them to the reality that difficulties are temporary and purposeful, designed to elevate the believer when met with obedience. Such a person breaks under the weight of even the smallest difficulty, and fails to maintain obedience to Allah, the Exalted. As a result, they persist in disobedience by misusing the blessings He has granted them. In this world, their attitude prevents them from achieving a balanced mental and physical state, and it causes them to misplace everything and everyone within their life. Family, friends, career, and wealth, all of which could have been sources of comfort and support, become sources of stress and anxiety. Their inability to view blessings correctly transforms them into burdens. If they persist in disobedience, they begin to blame the wrong things and people for their troubles. They may accuse their spouse, children, or colleagues of being the cause of their stress, when in reality the root lies in their own misuse of blessings and failure to obey Allah, the Exalted. Cutting good people out of their lives only worsens their condition, leading to isolation and further imbalance. This destructive cycle often results in mental disorders, depression, substance addiction, and even suicidal tendencies. Their refusal to confront their own disobedience leads them to destroy the very relationships and supports that could have helped them endure. This outcome is evident when one observes those who persist in misusing the blessings they have been granted, such as the rich and famous. Despite enjoying worldly luxuries, many of them suffer from emptiness, instability, and despair. Their wealth and fame cannot shield them from the consequences of disobedience, nor can it provide lasting peace of mind. Their lives serve as a visible reminder that worldly success without obedience to Allah, the Exalted, leads only to ruin. The more they indulge in their desires, the more restless and dissatisfied they become, proving that blessings misused become curses. And because their attitude prevented them from preparing for accountability on the Day of Judgment, their punishment in the hereafter will be far worse. The trials they failed to endure with patience will return as eternal consequences, and the blessings they misused will testify against them. In order to avoid this destructive, a person must adopt a positive perception, especially when facing difficulties. This attitude is not about denying hardship, but about placing it within the correct perspective. When people lose sight of the bigger picture of life, they magnify their problems beyond their true scale. Every situation a person faces is like a single jigsaw piece compared to the entire puzzle. If one focuses entirely on that single piece, which often represents a difficulty, they lose sight of the whole design. As a result, the difficulty appears much more serious than it truly is, and its negative consequences seem more severe than they actually are. This narrow focus hinders a person from demonstrating patience, which requires avoiding complaints through speech or actions while maintaining sincere obedience to Allah, the Exalted. One of the best ways to avoid this outcome is to constantly focus on the Day of Judgment. This perspective helps a person to understand that their worldly problem or difficulty is not such a big deal, for no earthly difficulty compares to the difficulties of Judgment Day. Nor are the negative consequences of worldly trials more severe than those of Judgment Day. The Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, warned in a hadith found in Jami at Tirmidhi, number 2421, that on that day the sun will be brought within 2 miles of creation, and each person will sweat according to their deeds. This is a day when the same relatives a person stressed about and desperately tried to please will flee from them. Chapter 80 Abasa, verses 33 to 37.
But when there comes the deafening blast, on the day a man will flee from his brother, and his mother and his father, and his wife and his children. For every man that day will be a matter adequate for him.
This passage highlights the overwhelming nature of Judgment Day, when even the strongest bonds of family will dissolve under the weight of personal accountability. It is also a day when a person will reflect over their deeds after they witness hell. Chapter 89 Al-Fajr, verse 23.
And brought within view that day is hell. That day man will remember, but how, i.e., what good to him will be the remembrance.
This verse emphasizes the futility of regret after the fact. Reflection on one's deeds will come too late for those who fail to prepare, and the sight of hell will make worldly concerns appear trivial. When a person focuses on this day, their worldly problems and difficulties will not seem overwhelming. This attitude aids them in demonstrating patience from the very onset of hardship, enabling them to evaluate and deal with it in an appropriate manner that minimizes stress and prevents despair. By keeping their attention on eternal realities, they will not allow temporary trials to dominate their perspective, and they will be able to endure with dignity and steadfastness. In addition, keeping one's focus on Judgment Day ensures that they turn away from, ignore, and belittle anything which will not seem important on that day, including the difficulties and stresses of worldly life. Instead, they will focus on the matters that will truly matter on Judgment Day, such as demonstrating patience in the face of trials, fulfilling obligations, and maintaining obedience. Chapter 39 Az-Zumar, verse 10.
Indeed, the patient will be given their reward without account, i.e., limit.
Perhaps this correct attitude was part of the reason why the magicians of Pharaoh, after accepting faith, were not fazed or discouraged by the threats of physical torture given by Pharaoh. Their hearts were focused on the day of judgment, and thus the threats of worldly suffering seemed insignificant compared to the eternal realities awaiting them. Their example demonstrates how focusing on the hereafter transforms fear into courage, despair into hope, and weakness into strength. It shows that when a person anchors their perspective in the eternal, no worldly trial can break them, for they see beyond the temporary pain to the everlasting reward. Chapter 26 Ash-Shu'ara, verses 49 to 50.
Pharaoh said, "You believed him, i.e. Moses, before I gave you permission. Indeed, he is your leader who has taught you magic, but you are going to know. I will surely cut off your hands and your feet on opposite sides, and I will surely crucify you all." They said, "No harm. Indeed, to our Lord we will return."
Another aspect of hypocrisy is when a person constantly criticizes others in an unconstructive manner. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 19.
But when fear departs, they lash you with sharp tongues.
This verse highlights how the hypocrites, once relieved of danger, would turn their tongues against the companions, may Allah be pleased with them, with harsh and cutting words. Their criticism was not intended to guide or improve, but to belittle, discourage, and sow discord. Such behavior reveals insincerity, for genuine concern for others is expressed through kindness, mercy, and constructive advice. The hypocrites used their tongues as weapons, striking at the dignity of others, which is the opposite of the compassion and sincerity required in faith. Constant criticism, especially when unconstructive, only breeds animosity and dislike amongst people, even relatives. Instead of strengthening bonds, it weakens them, creating resentment and mistrust. Words carry immense weight, and when they are used carelessly, they can wound hearts more deeply than physical harm. A person who continually criticizes others without offering solutions or encouragement becomes a source of division rather than unity. This destructive habit erodes relationships, poisons family ties, and destabilizes communities. Generally speaking, many people who criticize others, such as their relatives, may be sincere in their intention. They may genuinely desire what they believe is best for others, according to their own thinking. Yet sincerity of intention alone is not sufficient. Good intentions must be supported by good actions, and this includes avoiding excessive or harsh criticism. True sincerity requires wisdom, gentleness, and a focus on constructive guidance rather than destructive fault-finding. A person who truly desires good for others will advise them privately, encourage their strengths, and help them overcome weaknesses with patience. For example, a parent who constantly criticizes their child without encouragement may believe they are guiding them, but in reality, they may be crushing the child's confidence and creating resentment. Similarly, a spouse who continually points out faults without offering support may believe they are helping, but they are in fact eroding trust and affection. In workplaces, managers who criticize employees without recognizing their efforts often create environments of fear and hostility rather than productivity and growth. Even in friendships, constant fault-finding can turn affection into bitterness, leaving people isolated and distrustful. Furthermore, a person must remember that excessive criticism often reflects their own inner flaws. Those who constantly find fault in others may be projecting their own insecurities or weaknesses. Islam teaches self-reflection before judging others, reminding people to correct their own shortcomings before pointing out the faults of others. By doing so, they avoid hypocrisy and cultivate sincerity. The lesson is clear. Criticism must be constructive, balanced, and delivered with compassion. It should aim to uplift rather than tear down, to correct with gentleness rather than condemn with harshness. Constructive criticism involves pointing out faults with the intention of helping a person improve, while also recognizing their strengths and encouraging their efforts. This balance ensures that advice is received positively and leads to growth rather than resentment. Another aspect of hypocrisy is when a person has no interest in doing anything that is considered good, unless they achieve some worldly benefit, such as wealth, status, or recognition. In this way, they treat their faith like a currency to obtain worldly things. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 19.
Indisposed toward any good.
This verse exposes the insincerity of those who only engage in good deeds when they see personal gain. Their reluctance to act unless rewarded in worldly terms reveals that their motivation is not obedience to Allah, the Exalted, but self-interest. Such behavior strips good deeds of their spiritual value and transforms them into transactions, which is a branch of hypocrisy. It demonstrates that their hearts are not directed towards fulfilling their true purpose, but towards exploiting religion for material advantage. One of the major distinctions between Islam and other faiths or ways of life is that Islam is not a transactional religion. In many systems of belief, worship is offered to gods or idols with the expectation of worldly returns, children, wealth, or protection. Islam, however, invites people to recognize their position as creation and servants of Allah, the Exalted, and to fulfill their purpose. Even though Islam does offer worldly benefits, such as peace of mind when blessings are used correctly according to divine guidance, these are secondary outcomes rather than the ultimate aim. The true aim is obedience, submission, and preparation for accountability in the hereafter. This is why Islam does not seek to attract people through promises of worldly gain. Instead, it presents its truthfulness through clear evidence and invites people to live a meaningful and purposeful existence that leads to tranquility in both worlds. Sadly, many have adopted the wrong mentality, approaching Islam in a transactional way. For example, some perform good deeds with the intention of gaining worldly things, such as children, wealth, or success. They treat the treasury of Allah, the Exalted, as though it were a marketplace where worldly items can be purchased in exchange for prayers, charity, or spiritual exercises. This mentality is dangerous, for people do not truly know what is good for them. Chapter 2 Al-Baqarah, verse 216.
But perhaps you hate a thing and it is good for you, and perhaps you love a thing and it is bad for you. And Allah knows while you know not.
This verse reminds people that their perception is limited, while divine wisdom is perfect. What they desire may harm them, and what they dislike may benefit them. Thus, pursuing good deeds solely for worldly gain is misguided, for it ignores the higher wisdom of Allah, the Exalted. In addition, the one who performs good deeds for the sake of worldly things will not gain reward from Allah, the Exalted. He only rewards people for the good they do, in order to please Him. This principle is emphasized in a hadith found in Jami at Tirmidhi, number 3154, which warns that deeds performed for worldly motives are stripped of their eternal reward. A person may achieve temporary success, but they will lose the everlasting benefit of divine acceptance. Their actions may appear outwardly righteous, but inwardly they are hollow, lacking sincerity. Finally, the one who adopts a transactional belief with Allah, the Exalted, will inevitably disobey Him whenever they do not obtain the worldly things they worship Him for. Their obedience becomes conditional, and when their expectations are not met, they turn away. This attitude leads to misuse of blessings, imbalance in life, and failure to prepare for accountability on the Day of Judgment. Such a person will experience stress, trouble, and difficulties in both worlds, even if they enjoy some worldly luxuries. Their family, wealth, and career will become sources of anxiety rather than comfort, because they have misaligned their priorities. Ultimately, they will not achieve peace of mind in this world or in the next. They are the true losers, even if they do not realize it, for they traded eternal reward for fleeting gain. Chapter 22 Al-Hajj, verse 11.
And of the people is he who worships Allah on an edge. If he is touched by good, he is reassured by it, but if he is struck by trial, he turns on his face. He is lost this world and the hereafter. That is what is the manifest loss.
And chapter 18 Al-Kahf, verses 103 to 104.
Say, shall we believers inform you of the greatest losers as to their deeds? They are those whose effort is lost in worldly life, while they think that they are doing well in work.
As warned by the next part of verse 19, when a person verbally claims belief in Allah, the Exalted, yet fails to support it with good deeds and by adopting good characteristics, thereby acting like hypocrites, their verbal declaration has very little value. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 19.
Those have not believed.
This statement demonstrates that faith is not merely a matter of words. A tongue that declares belief without the heart and limbs supporting it through obedience is hollow. Such a declaration may deceive others for a time, but it cannot deceive Allah, the Exalted, who knows the reality of every heart. Hypocrisy lies in claiming allegiance while refusing to live by it, and this renders the declaration meaningless. In addition, this verse warns that failing to support one's verbal declaration of faith in Allah, the Exalted, with actions can lead to disbelief. Faith is not static, it requires nourishment and growth. It is vital to understand that faith is like a plant which must be nourished with acts of obedience to flourish and survive. Just as a plant requires sunlight, water, and care to remain alive, faith requires prayer, charity, sincerity, and good character to remain strong. If a plant is neglected, it withers and dies. In the same way, the faith of a person who fails to nourish it with obedience may well die, leaving them spiritually barren. This is the greatest loss, for all their efforts and actions will be wasted in this world. They may build wealth, status, or reputation, but if their faith collapses due to neglect, none of these achievements will benefit them in the hereafter. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 19.
So Allah has rendered their deeds worthless, and ever is that for Allah easy.
This verse emphasizes that Allah, the Exalted, does not require effort to nullify the deeds of those who act without sincerity. Deeds performed without genuine faith and obedience are stripped of reward, no matter how impressive they appear outwardly. A person may spend their life in activity, but if their actions are not rooted in sincerity and obedience, they will find themselves empty-handed when it matters most. The analogy of the plant is particularly powerful. A person who waters their faith with obedience will see it grow into strength, resilience, and tranquility. Their actions will bear fruit in both worlds, providing peace of mind in this life and reward in the next. Conversely, a person who neglects their faith will see it wither, leaving them restless, unbalanced, and ultimately deprived of reward. Just as a farmer cannot expect a harvest without tending to the soil, a person cannot expect salvation without tending to their faith. This teaching reminds people that faith is not a passive possession, but an active responsibility. Words alone are insufficient, they must be supported by deeds. The one who understands this truth will strive to nourish their faith daily, ensuring that their declaration of belief is matched by obedience, sincerity, and good character. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 19.
Those have not believed.
This statement refers to those who claimed faith in Allah, the Exalted, through their tongues, yet failed to show it in their actions. Their words were empty, lacking the substance of obedience and sincerity. In this world, a person is judged as a Muslim by the law according to their verbal declaration of faith, because human beings cannot see beyond outward speech and conduct. The law must operate on what is visible and audible, and therefore it accepts the testimony of the tongue. But in the hereafter, each person will be judged by Allah, the Exalted, according to their inward reality, which is hidden from others. This distinction is crucial. Worldly law deals with appearances, while divine judgment deals with truth. Therefore, someone who verbally claims to believe in Allah, the Exalted, and their accountability in the hereafter, yet does not support their verbal declaration with actions, may not possess any faith in their heart. Their claim is a shell without substance, a declaration without obedience. As a result, they will be treated as a non-Muslim on the Day of Judgment, even if the law considered them a Muslim in this world. This shows that divine judgment is not swayed by appearances or social labels. It penetrates to the reality of the heart. As a result, all their claims and actions will be wasted, and they will be left empty-handed of all good in their most desperate moment. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 19.
So Allah has rendered their deeds worthless, and ever is that for Allah easy.
Allah, the Exalted, reveals another characteristic of hypocrisy, specifically cowardice, in the subsequent verse. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 20.
They think the companies have not yet withdrawn. And if the companies should come again, they would wish they were in the desert among the Bedouins, inquiring from afar about your news. And if they should be among you, they would not fight except for a little.
This verse paints a vivid picture of cowardice. The hypocrites were so consumed by fear that even after the enemy had departed, they remained convinced danger was still near. Their hearts were unsettled, their courage absent, and their desire was to escape responsibility altogether. They wished to be far away, among the desert dwellers, detached from the struggle, content to hear news from a distance rather than participate in sacrifice. Even if they were physically present, their contribution would be minimal, for cowardice prevented them from striving sincerely. Generally speaking, cowardice prevents trust in Allah, the Exalted, and in what He has promised, such as guaranteed provision. A coward doubts divine promises, and therefore seeks provision in doubtful or unlawful means. This destroys a person in both worlds, for Allah, the Exalted, does not accept any deed founded upon the unlawful. A hadith found in Sahih Muslim, number 2342, warns that deeds built upon unlawful foundations are rejected. Just as the inward foundation of Islam is intention, the outward foundation is obtaining and utilizing the lawful. Without lawful means, even outwardly righteous acts lose their value. In addition, cowardice prevents a person from striving against the devil and their inner self, which requires genuine struggle. Obedience to Allah, the Exalted, involves fulfilling His commands, refraining from His prohibitions, and facing destiny with patience according to the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. Cowardice undermines this struggle, leaving a person vulnerable to temptation and weakness. It also prevents them from fulfilling the rights of people, for both worldly and religious success require effort and time. A coward, too afraid to undertake this struggle, becomes lazy and negligent, leading to failure in both worldly and spiritual matters. Furthermore, cowardice allows a person to make excuses. They may claim they are trying their best in obeying Allah, the Exalted, while in reality they are hardly putting in any effort. They hide behind words, but their actions betray them. Yet the Holy Quran makes it clear that if a person truly tries their best and acts according to their potential, they will correctly fulfill the rights of Allah, the Exalted, and people. Chapter 2 Al-Baqarah, verse 286.
Allah does not charge a soul except with that within its capacity.
This verse removes all excuses. Duties are never beyond a person's capacity. Cowardice, therefore, is not a lack of ability, but a refusal to exert effort. Cowardice also encourages a person to aim for the minimum in both religious and worldly matters. They refrain from fulfilling their potential because genuine effort requires courage and perseverance. This attitude leads to mediocrity, stress, and regret in both worlds. In worldly life, they fail to achieve success because they avoid challenges. In religious life, they fail to attain closeness to Allah, the Exalted, because they avoid sacrifice. Ultimately, cowardice robs a person of peace of mind, leaving them restless and regretful, both in this world and in the hereafter. After discussing some aspects of hypocrisy, which lead to mental and physical imbalance, cause a person to misplace everything and everyone within their life, and prevent them from correctly preparing for accountability on Judgment Day, Allah, the Exalted, encourages all people to avoid these destructive traits by adopting the character of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 21.
There has certainly been for you in the Messenger of Allah an excellent pattern.
This verse establishes that the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, is the perfect model for humanity. His life is a living demonstration of how to embody sincerity, patience, humility, and obedience. By following his example, a person avoids the pitfalls of hypocrisy and cultivates balance, tranquility, and purpose. His blessed character is the antidote to the imbalance caused by hypocrisy, for it provides a clear path to peace of mind and success in both worlds. One must therefore support their verbal declaration of believing, loving, and respecting the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, by learning and acting upon his life and teachings. Chapter 3 Ali Imran, verse 31.
Say, if you should love Allah, then follow me, so Allah will love you and forgive you your sins. And Allah is forgiving and merciful.
And chapter 59 Al-Hash, verse 7.
And whatever the Messenger has given you, take, and what he has forbidden you, refrain from.
And chapter 4 An-Nisa, verse 80.
He who obeys the Messenger has obeyed Allah.
And chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 21.
There has certainly been for you in the Messenger of Allah an excellent pattern for anyone whose hope is in Allah and the Last Day, and who remembers Allah often.
Therefore, a person must model their character upon his blessed character, so that they adopt good qualities such as patience, gratitude, and generosity, and abandon negative characteristics such as envy, pride, and greed. This transformation ensures peace of mind, for adopting positive characteristics leads to a positive mindset. His example is not limited to worship, but extends to daily interactions, family life, leadership, and compassion for all creation. By embodying his qualities, a person becomes a source of mercy and guidance to others, reflecting the light of his example in every aspect of life. Learning and acting upon the life and teachings of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, also ensures that one represents him correctly to the outside world. The one who fails to do this inevitably misrepresents him, thereby discouraging non-Muslims and even other Muslims from learning and acting upon Islamic teachings. Misrepresentation also causes the outside world to criticize the Prophet when they observe the bad behavior of those who claim to follow him. This is a serious responsibility, for every person will answer for how they represented Allah, the Exalted, and His Messenger to others. Correct representation requires sincerity, humility, and consistency, so that one's actions align with their words. In addition, just as previous nations who claim to love their prophets, peace be upon them, will not join them in the hereafter because they failed to practically follow them, neither will those who fail to practically follow the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, join him in the hereafter. Instead, a person will join those whom they practically imitated in this world. This principle is confirmed in a hadith found in Sunan Abu Dawood, number 4031, which teaches that a person will be resurrected with those they loved and followed. Thus, imitation in this world determines companionship in the next. The lesson is clear. Verbal claims of love and respect are insufficient. True love is proven through imitation, obedience, and representation. By embodying the character of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, a person secures peace of mind in this world and companionship with him in the hereafter. His example is the cure for hypocrisy, the path to sincerity, and the key to eternal success. Practically following the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, ensures that a person adopts real hope in the mercy of Allah, the Exalted, and avoids the trap of wishful thinking. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 21.
There has certainly been for you in the Messenger of Allah an excellent pattern for anyone whose hope is in Allah and the Last Day.
This verse establishes that his life is the model for those who genuinely hope for divine mercy and forgiveness. His example demonstrates that hope must be accompanied by obedience, sincerity, and perseverance. Without practical imitation, hope becomes hollow, and a person risks deceiving themselves with empty expectations. His blessed life shows that true hope is active, not passive. It is lived through patience, worship, and service. Wishful thinking involves persisting in disobedience to Allah, the Exalted, while expecting His mercy and forgiveness in both worlds. This attitude has no value in Islam, for it is a form of self-deception. It is like a farmer who refuses to plant seeds, yet expects a harvest, or a traveler who refuses to walk, yet expects to reach their destination. Such expectations are baseless because they lack effort. By contrast, real hope involves striving in obedience to Allah, the Exalted, using the blessings He has granted correctly according to Islamic teachings, and then hoping for His mercy and forgiveness in both worlds. This difference is highlighted in a hadith found in Jami at Tirmidhi, number 2459, which distinguishes between false hope that leads to ruin and genuine hope that inspires effort. Therefore, one must appreciate the difference and ensure they adopt real hope in the mercy and forgiveness of Allah, the Exalted, while avoiding wishful thinking. Real hope motivates action, while wishful thinking breeds complacency. Real hope strengthens patience, while wishful thinking weakens resolve. Real hope leads to reward, while wishful thinking leads to regret. A person who adopts real hope will remain firm in obedience to Allah, the Exalted, because their hope is rooted in striving, not in empty words. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 21.
In the Messenger of Allah, an excellent pattern for anyone whose hope is in Allah and the Last Day, and who remembers Allah often.
This attitude ensures that a person obtains a balanced mental and physical state. By correctly placing everything and everyone within their life, they avoid misplacing priorities and prevent worldly matters from overwhelming them. Their hope in Allah, the Exalted, anchors them in patience and gratitude, enabling them to prepare adequately for accountability on the Day of Judgment. They view trials as temporary, blessings as trusts, and life itself as a journey towards eternal accountability. Such behavior leads to peace of mind in both worlds. In this world, they experience tranquility because they know their efforts are meaningful and their hope is genuine. In the hereafter, they will find mercy and forgiveness because their hope was supported by obedience. Real hope, therefore, is the bridge between effort and reward, between patience and peace, between this world and the next. It transforms fear into courage, despair into optimism, and weakness into strength, ensuring that a person lives with purpose and dies with dignity. As the companions, may Allah be pleased with them, practically followed the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. By adopting his blessed characteristics, it ensured they developed strong and unwavering faith. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 22.
And when the believers saw the companies, they said, "This is what Allah and His Messenger had promised us, and Allah and His Messenger spoke the truth." And it increased them only in faith and acceptance.
This verse illustrates the remarkable strength of the companions, may Allah be pleased with them. When faced with overwhelming armies during the Battle of the Ahzab, they did not falter in fear or doubt. Instead, their faith grew stronger because they trusted the promises of Allah, the Exalted, and His Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. Their obedience was not conditional upon ease, it was rooted in conviction. Their response shows that practical imitation of the character of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, transforms trials into confirmations of faith, and difficulties into opportunities for spiritual growth. A strong faith is therefore crucial for remaining committed to obeying Allah, the Exalted, in every situation, whether during good times or bad, and is required to ensure one is positively influenced by His promises. Without strong faith, obedience collapses under pressure, but with strong faith, a person remains steadfast, knowing that every circumstance, ease or hardship, is part of divine wisdom. This deep faith is nurtured by understanding and implementing the clear signs and teachings found in the Holy Quran, and the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. These teachings reveal that true obedience to Allah, the Exalted, brings peace in this life and the next, because obedience aligns the soul with its purpose and frees it from the chaos of conflicting desires. On the other hand, those who lack knowledge of Islamic principles will have weak faith, making them more likely to stray from obedience, especially when their personal desires clash with divine guidance. Without knowledge, they cannot distinguish between what pleases Allah, the Exalted, and what pleases only themselves. This lack of understanding blinds them to the reality that surrendering their desires in favor of following the commands of Allah, the Exalted, is the key to finding true peace in both worlds. It is like a traveler who refuses to follow the map and instead wanders aimlessly, mistaking every path for the right one. Without guidance, they are lost. With guidance, they reach their destination. Therefore, it is essential for individuals to strengthen their faith through the pursuit of Islamic knowledge and its application. Faith is not preserved by words alone but by action, reflection, and learning. By studying the Quran and the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, a person equips themselves with the tools to remain obedient to Allah, the Exalted, at all times. This involves correctly utilizing the blessings they have been granted, as outlined by Islamic teachings, rather than misusing them for selfish purposes. When blessings are used correctly, they become means of worship and gratitude. When misused, they become sources of imbalance and regret. Ultimately, this path leads to a balanced mental and physical state, and the right prioritization of all areas of life. A person with strong faith knows how to place family, wealth, career, and personal desires in their proper place, ensuring none of them distract from obedience to Allah, the Exalted. Their life becomes ordered, purposeful, and tranquil. Just as the companions, may Allah be pleased with them, found strength in following the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, so too can every person find peace of mind and success in both worlds by nurturing strong faith through knowledge, obedience, and imitation of his blessed example. In addition, strong faith ensures that a person understands the reality that they will inevitably be tested in this world in different ways, for that is the very purpose of life in this temporary realm. Chapter 2 Al-Baqarah, verse 155.
We will certainly test you with a touch of fear and famine and loss of property, life and crops.
This verse establishes that trials are not random misfortunes, but deliberate aspects of divine wisdom. Fear, loss, and hardship are designed to reveal the sincerity of a person's faith and to refine their character. Just as fire purifies gold, so too do trials purify the heart and strengthen conviction. Strong faith allows a person to see these difficulties not as punishments but as opportunities for growth, reminders of their dependence on Allah, the Exalted, and a means of drawing closer to Him. The companions, may Allah be pleased with them, demonstrated this reality during the Battle of the Ahzab. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 22.
And when the believers saw the companies, they said, "This is what Allah and His Messenger had promised us, and Allah and His Messenger spoke the truth."
Strong faith therefore allows a person to face the tests of life with mental resilience and firmness, knowing that Allah, the Exalted, only chooses what is best for them and never burdens them with a test they cannot overcome. Chapter 2 Al-Baqarah, verse 286.
Allah does not charge a soul except with that within its capacity.
This verse removes excuses and instills confidence. Every trial is proportionate to a person's capacity, and every difficulty is accompanied by the strength to endure it. Strong faith enables a person to trust this promise, to remain patient, and to persevere without despair. It teaches them that their trials are tailored to their ability, and that endurance is always within reach. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 22.
And it increased them only in faith and acceptance.
This demonstrates that trials, when met with strong faith, do not weaken a person but elevate them. Hardship becomes a means of spiritual growth, and acceptance becomes a shield against despair. One's heart expands through trials, learning resilience, patience, and gratitude. This understanding, rooted in Islamic knowledge, ensures that a person remains firm in obeying Allah, the Exalted, in both times of ease and difficulty. They correctly use the blessings they have been granted, as outlined in Islamic teachings, rather than misusing them for selfish purposes. In ease, they show gratitude; in difficulty, they show patience. This balance ensures they obtain a stable mental and physical state, correctly place everything and everyone within their life, and adequately prepare for accountability on the day of judgment. Such behavior leads to peace of mind in both worlds. In this world, they experience tranquility because they know every trial has meaning and every blessing is a trust. In the hereafter, they will find mercy and reward because their faith remained firm through all circumstances. Strong faith, therefore, is the key to resilience, balance, and eternal success. It transforms trials into stepping stones, difficulties into lessons, and life itself into a purposeful journey towards Allah, the Exalted. In order to receive the promised reward of peace of mind in both worlds, through obtaining a balanced mental and physical state, and through correctly placing everything and everyone within their life, Allah, the Exalted, encourages all people to fulfill their side of the agreement by remaining firm on His obedience, just as the companions, may Allah be pleased with them, did. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 23.
Among the believers are men true to what they promised Allah. Among them is he who has fulfilled his vow to the death, and among them is he who awaits his chance. And they did not alter the terms of their commitment by any alteration.
This verse highlights the unwavering loyalty of the companions, may Allah be pleased with them. Some fulfilled their vow by sacrificing their lives, while others awaited their opportunity with patience and readiness. What united them was their refusal to alter their commitment in any way. Their example demonstrates that true obedience is not conditional upon ease or convenience, but is a lifelong pledge to remain firm in loyalty to Allah, the Exalted. Their sincerity was proven not by words alone but by actions, and their actions remained consistent regardless of circumstance. This therefore indicates the importance of fulfilling one's promise to sincerely obey Allah, the Exalted, in every situation when they accepted Islam as their religion. Obedience is not selective. It must be upheld in times of ease and hardship, in public and private, in wealth and poverty. This obedience involves using the blessings one has been granted correctly, as outlined in the Holy Quran and the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. Wealth must be directed towards charity, health must be utilized for worship, knowledge must be applied for guidance, and relationships must be managed with justice and compassion. Every blessing is a trust, and obedience requires that each trust be honored. Therefore, being a Muslim goes beyond a verbal declaration of faith, and involves practically obeying Allah, the Exalted. Words alone are insufficient, they must be supported by deeds. Just as a contract is meaningless without fulfillment, so too is a verbal declaration of faith meaningless without obedience. The companions, may Allah be pleased with them, proved their sincerity through action, and their example remains the standard for all people. Their lives remind us that faith is not a matter of identity alone, but of lived commitment. The one who fails to fulfill their promise to Allah, the Exalted, will inevitably misuse the blessings they have been granted. Wealth may be wasted on extravagance, health may be neglected, relationships may be strained, and knowledge may be ignored. As a result, they will obtain an unbalanced mental and physical state, misplacing everything and everyone within their life. Their priorities will be distorted, and their existence will be marked by confusion and disorder. They will chase worldly luxuries while neglecting eternal realities, leaving themselves spiritually bankrupt. Such neglect will also prevent them from adequately preparing for their accountability on the day of judgment. They will arrive empty-handed, having wasted their opportunities, and will face stress, trouble, and difficulties in both worlds. Even if they enjoy some worldly luxuries, these will not bring lasting peace. Instead, they will become sources of anxiety, greed, and regret. True peace of mind cannot be purchased with wealth or status. It is granted only to those who remain firm in obedience to Allah, the Exalted. The companions, may Allah be pleased with them, demonstrated this truth, and their legacy continues to remind us that fulfillment of the divine promise is the only path to tranquility in this life and salvation in the next. As indicated by the next verse, remaining faithful to one's promise in obeying Allah, the Exalted, is rooted in truthfulness. Truthfulness is not a single quality, but a comprehensive state that encompasses intention, speech, and action. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 24.
That Allah may reward the truthful for their truthfulness.
This verse establishes that truthfulness is the foundation of sincerity and the key to divine reward. Without truthfulness, faith becomes hollow, promises lose meaning, and obedience is stripped of value. It is truthfulness that transforms words into reality, and it is truthfulness that ensures a person's faith remains firm in both ease and hardship. The first level of truthfulness is truthfulness in intention and sincerity. This means acting only for the sake of Allah, the Exalted, without seeking worldly recognition, fame, or gratitude. Intention is the root of every deed, and without sincerity, even outwardly righteous actions are void. This principle is confirmed in a hadith found in Sahih Bukhari, number 1, which teaches that every action is judged by its intention. The proof of one's sincerity is when they do not desire nor hope for the gratitude of others. Their heart is directed solely towards Allah, the Exalted, and they find contentment in His acceptance alone. This level of truthfulness protects a person from hypocrisy, for hypocrisy thrives when actions are performed for worldly gain. It is like a seed planted in pure soil. If the soil is contaminated, the plant will never grow, but if the soil is pure, the plant will flourish. The next level is truthfulness in words. This means avoiding all types of verbal sins, not just lies. A person who indulges in slander, gossip, or vain speech cannot be considered truly truthful. An excellent way of achieving this is by acting upon a hadith found in Jami at Tirmidhi, number 2317, which advises that a person can only make their Islam excellent when they avoid getting involved in matters that do not concern them. The majority of verbal sins occur because people discuss things that are irrelevant to them. This also includes avoiding vain speech, as it often leads to sinful speech and wastes precious time. On the Day of Judgment, wasted time will be a source of regret. One can adopt this level of truthfulness by simply saying something good or remaining silent, thereby ensuring their words are purposeful and beneficial. Words are like arrows. Once released, they cannot be retrieved, and they either strike with benefit or harm. Truthfulness ensures that every word is a source of benefit. The final stage is truthfulness in actions. This is achieved through the sincere obedience of Allah, the Exalted, by fulfilling His commands, refraining from His prohibitions, and being patient with destiny according to the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. Truthfulness in action requires consistency and integrity, without cherry-picking or misinterpreting the teachings of Islam to suit one's desires. It demands adherence to the hierarchy and priority order set by Allah, the Exalted, in all actions. The one who behaves in this manner will use every blessing they have been granted in ways pleasing to Allah, the Exalted. Their wealth will be spent responsibly, their health will be preserved for worship, their relationships will be managed with justice, and their knowledge will be applied for guidance. Actions are the outward reflection of inward sincerity, and truthfulness ensures that this reflection is clear and consistent. This comprehensive truthfulness ensures that a person obtains a balanced mental and physical state. It allows them to correctly place everything and everyone within their life, avoiding misplacement of priorities and confusion. By living truthfully in intention, words, and actions, they adequately prepare for their accountability on the Day of Judgment. This behavior leads to peace of mind in both worlds, for sincerity brings tranquility in this life and reward in the next. Truthfulness, therefore, is not only a moral virtue but the very essence of faith, the key to obedience, and the path to eternal success. It is the bridge between the heart and the tongue, between the tongue and the limbs, and between the limbs and the hereafter. The consequences of the opposite of these levels of truthfulness, namely lying, are severe and destructive. According to the hadith found in Jami at Tirmidhi, number 1971, lying leads to disobedience, and disobedience in turn leads to the fire of hell. When one persists in this attitude, they will eventually be recorded as a great liar by Allah, the Exalted. This shows that lying is not a minor fault but a pathway that gradually erodes faith, corrupts character, and seals a person's fate if left unchecked. According to the 3 levels of truthfulness discussed earlier, lying manifests in 3 corresponding ways. Lying in one's intention involves being insincere to Allah, the Exalted, and performing good deeds for the sake of people rather than for His pleasure. This is the root of hypocrisy, for it disguises worldly motives under the cloak of religion. Such insincerity nullifies reward and transforms worship into empty ritual. Lying in speech involves all types of sinful speech, not just falsehood. It includes slander, gossip, mockery, and vain talk. A tongue that indulges in these sins cannot be considered truthful, for truthfulness requires purity of words. Speech is a mirror of the heart, and when the tongue is corrupted, it reflects the corruption within. The Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, warned that most sins of people stem from their tongues, and lying is the chief among them. Lying in actions includes misusing the blessings one has been granted. This occurs when wealth is spent on extravagance instead of charity, health is wasted on indulgence instead of worship, or knowledge is ignored instead of applied for guidance. Actions that contradict divine commands are lies in practice, for they claim obedience outwardly but deny it inwardly. Such behavior misplaces priorities, distorts life, and leads to imbalance in both mental and physical states. The one who encompasses all these levels of lying, insincerity in intention, corruption in speech, and disobedience in action, has adopted hypocrisy in its entirety. They are therefore recorded as a great liar by Allah, the Exalted. And it does not take a scholar to determine the fate of one who is recorded as a great liar by Allah, the Exalted. Their end is clear: disgrace in this world and punishment in the hereafter. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 24.
And punish the hypocrites if he wills.
This verse reminds us that hypocrisy and lying are inseparable, and both lead to divine punishment. The hypocrite deceives others, but they cannot deceive Allah, the Exalted. Their lies may grant them temporary advantage in this world, but they will be exposed on the Day of Judgment, when every intention, word, and action is laid bare. But as always, the door of repentance and reformation remains open for people to take advantage of. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 24.
And punish the hypocrites if he wills or accept their repentance.
This verse is a reminder of both the justice and mercy of Allah, the Exalted. While hypocrisy and disobedience deserve punishment, His mercy allows for repentance and reform. The choice is left to each individual: either persist in sin and face accountability, or turn back in humility and find forgiveness. The door of repentance is open as long as life remains, but it is not permanent, for once death arrives, the opportunity is closed forever. One must therefore take advantage of the respite they have been granted through sincere repentance. This respite is a divine gift, not a sign of approval for sin. It is a chance to reflect, reform, and return before accountability overtakes them. Sincere repentance involves feeling genuine guilt for disobedience, recognizing the gravity of one's actions, and allowing remorse to soften the heart. Without remorse, repentance is hollow, for guilt is the seed from which reform grows. Sincere repentance also requires seeking the forgiveness of Allah, the Exalted, and anyone who has been wronged, as long as this does not lead to further harm or trouble. This ensures that repentance is not selfish but holistic, addressing both the rights of Allah, the Exalted, and the rights of people. Just as a broken trust must be repaired, so too must wrongs be corrected wherever possible. Repentance is incomplete if it ignores the harm caused to others. In addition, one must sincerely promise to avoid committing the same or similar sin again. Repentance is not a cycle of sin and apology, but a firm resolve to change. This determination must be supported by practical steps, such as avoiding environments, habits, or companions that lead to disobedience. Without resolve, repentance becomes mere words, but with resolve, it becomes a turning point in life. Repentance also requires making up for any rights which have been violated in respect to Allah, the Exalted, and people. Missed prayers must be compensated, neglected obligations must be fulfilled, and unjustly taken wealth must be returned. This ensures that repentance is not only inward but outward, restoring balance and justice wherever possible. Finally, sincere repentance must be followed by continued obedience to Allah, the Exalted. This involves using the blessings He has granted correctly, as outlined in Islamic teachings. Wealth must be used for charity, health for worship, knowledge for guidance, and relationships for compassion. In this way, repentance becomes a process of transformation, turning weakness into strength and sin into a means of drawing nearer to Allah, the Exalted. Such repentance ensures that a person obtains a balanced mental and physical state, correctly places everything and everyone within their life, and adequately prepares for accountability on the Day of Judgment. This behavior leads to peace of mind in both worlds, for repentance cleanses the heart, restores balance, and secures divine mercy. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 24.
Indeed, Allah is ever forgiving and merciful.
But if one fails to take advantage of the mercy and forgiveness of Allah, the Exalted, then they should remember that His might cannot be overcome or evaded. Such a person will inevitably suffer the consequences in both worlds, through obtaining an unbalanced mental and physical state, and by misplacing everything and everyone within their life. This reality was vividly demonstrated during the Battle of Ahzab, when the non-Muslim army, despite their overwhelming numbers and apparent certainty of victory, were repelled by Allah the Exalted. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 25.
And Allah repelled those who disbelieved in their rage, not having obtained any good.
This verse shows that worldly strength and planning cannot prevail against divine will. Those who oppose Allah the Exalted ultimately gain nothing, no matter how confident they appear. During the Battle of Ahzab, the Muslims were severely tested with fear, hunger, and destruction. Yet, as they remained firm in obedience to Allah the Exalted, He dispatched a fierce wind against the non-Muslim army. This wind uprooted their camp, destroyed their provisions, and caused them to sink into confusion and distress. Unable to penetrate the trench dug around Medina, and overwhelmed by the weather, they decided to retreat. Imam Ibn Kathir records this in the Life of the Prophet, Volume 3, pages 154 to 155, highlighting how divine intervention turned apparent defeat into victory. Before the non-Muslim army departed, the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, dispatched Hudayfa bin Yaman, may Allah be pleased with him, to gather intelligence from the enemy camp. He instructed him not to attract attention to himself. When Hudayfa reached the camp, he observed Abu Sufyan, the leader of the non-Muslims, and even prepared to fire an arrow at him. Yet he withheld his hand, remembering the Prophet's command. He secretly attended one of their meetings, and confirmed that the enemy had decided to withdraw. As their supplies were depleted, the wind was wreaking havoc, and the trench remained impenetrable. This has been discussed in Imam Muhammad as-Salabi's The Noble Life of the Prophet, Volume 1, pages 1383 to 1384. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 25.
And sufficient was Allah for the believers in battle, and ever is Allah powerful and exalted in might.
The lesson from this event is clear. Trusting in Allah the Exalted is essential. Even in situations that appear inescapable and disastrous, a person must place their trust in His wisdom. Human knowledge is limited and short-sighted, unable to perceive the deeper wisdom behind divine choices. By contrast, the knowledge and perception of Allah, the Exalted, are unlimited. Therefore, a person should trust in his choices, just as a blind person trusts the guidance of their physical guide. No matter what attitude a person adopts, the choice of Allah, the Exalted, will occur. It is therefore better to trust in His wisdom than to show impatience, which only leads to further trouble. This truth is reinforced by countless examples in daily life. How often does a person desire something, only to regret it after obtaining it? And how often do they dislike something, only to later realize its benefit? Chapter 2 Al-Baqarah, verse 216.
But perhaps you hate a thing and it is good for you, and perhaps you love a thing and it is bad for you. And Allah knows while you know not.
As destiny is beyond human control, a person must concentrate on what is within their control if they wish to be rescued from difficulties, namely, obedience to Allah, the Exalted. This involves fulfilling His commands, refraining from His prohibitions, and facing destiny with patience. Allah, the Exalted, has already guaranteed deliverance for those who fear Him. Chapter 65 at Talaq, verse 2.
And whoever fears Allah, He will make for him a way out.
This promise assures that obedience leads to relief, but it is important to note that success is not according to human desires. It is always according to the infinite knowledge and wisdom of Allah, the Exalted. Therefore, success occurs when it is best for people and in a way that is best for them, even if this is not obvious at the time. During the Battle of Ahzab, the non-Muslim tribe, the Banu Qurayza, were persuaded by the enemy coalition to dissolve their peace treaty with the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. This betrayal was a grave threat, as it exposed Medina to internal danger while the Muslims were already besieged by external forces. After the battle concluded, the following morning, the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, left the trench with the companions, may Allah be pleased with them, and returned home, laying down their weapons. Yet, while still wearing battle armor, the angel Jibril, peace be upon him, descended and conveyed the command of Allah, the Exalted, to move against the Banu Qurayza. This moment demonstrated that divine wisdom required immediate action, even when human judgment might have preferred rest. It is important to understand that everyone faces the consequences of their intentions, speech, and actions in both this world and the next. The consequences in the hereafter will be obvious to all, when every deed is laid bare before Allah, the Exalted. The consequences in this world, however, are more subtle. When a person chooses to disobey Allah, the Exalted, by misusing the blessings they have been granted, they will fail to obtain peace of mind. Their behavior will prevent them from achieving a balanced mental and physical state, and it will cause them to misplace everything and everyone within their life. This imbalance leads to stress, trouble, and difficulties. The more one persists in disobedience, the deeper they sink into mental and spiritual problems, such as depression, substance addiction, and even suicidal tendencies, despite possessing worldly luxuries. Out of ignorance, such a person may blame the wrong individuals in their life, such as their spouse, for their inner turmoil. They may cut these good people out of their lives, which only worsens their condition. As a result, they sink further into despair. This outcome is evident when observing those who misuse the blessings they have been granted, such as the rich and famous, who outwardly appear successful yet inwardly suffer. Chapter 20 Taha, verses 124 to 126.
And whoever turns away from my remembrance, indeed he will have a depressed, i.e., difficult life, and we will gather, i.e., raise him on the day of resurrection blind. He will say, My Lord, why have you raised me blind while I was once seeing? Allah will say, Thus did our signs come to you, and you forgot, i.e., disregarded them, and thus will you this day be forgotten.
One must therefore avoid being deceived into believing there are no consequences for their intentions, speech, and actions. Everything and everyone is held accountable. For their own sake, each person must correct their intentions, speech, and actions so that they remain steadfast in obeying Allah, the Exalted. This involves using the blessings they have been granted correctly, as outlined in Islamic teachings. By doing so, they will obtain a balanced mental and physical state, correctly place everything and everyone within their life, and adequately prepare for accountability on the Day of Judgment. This obedience leads to peace of mind in both worlds. Chapter 16 and Nahl, verse 97.
Whoever does righteousness, whether male or female, while he is a believer, we will surely cause him to live a good life, and we will surely give them their reward in the hereafter according to the best of what they used to do.
Therefore, a person must accept and act upon Islamic teachings for their own sake, even if these teachings contradict their desires. They must behave like a wise patient who accepts and follows the medical advice of their doctor, knowing it is best for them, even when prescribed bitter medicines or a strict diet plan. Just as this patient achieves good mental and physical health through discipline, so too will the person who accepts and acts upon Islamic teachings achieve peace of mind and success in both worlds. During the siege of the Banu Qurayza, Allah, the Exalted, cast terror into their hearts, and they agreed to submit to the judgment of Sa'd bin Mu'adh, may Allah be pleased with him, a companion they had known even before his acceptance of Islam. The Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, summoned Sa'd, may Allah be pleased with him, to deliver their judgment. On his way, some of the companions from Medina, may Allah be pleased with them, who had previously been allies of the Banu Qurayza, urged him to show leniency. Sa'd, may Allah be pleased with him, responded firmly that in the path of Allah the Exalted, he would not fear the criticism of the critics. This incident, recorded in Imam Ibn Kathir's The Life of the Prophet, Volume 3, pages 164 to 165, illustrates profound lessons about faith, integrity, and the handling of criticism. This event highlights the importance of distinguishing between constructive and unconstructive criticism. Constructive criticism is rooted in the guidance of the Holy Quran and the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. It is intended to guide others towards righteousness, blessings, and the pleasure of Allah, the Exalted, in both worlds. Those who offer such criticism refrain from extremes in praise or blame. Overpraising can lead to arrogance and pride, while underpraising can discourage effort and cause laziness. This dynamic is often observed in children, whose behavior is shaped by the balance of encouragement and correction. Praise and criticism, when offered according to Islamic teachings, inspire perseverance in both worldly and religious matters while preventing arrogance. Therefore, constructive criticism should be accepted and acted upon, even if it comes from a stranger. In contrast, unconstructive criticism stems from personal desires, moods, or attitudes. It is often inconsistent, sometimes excessive in praise and at other times harsh in blame. Such criticism does not guide towards righteousness, but instead unsettles the heart. Accepting this type of criticism or praise can lead to unnecessary sadness, arrogance, or confusion. For this reason, it should be ignored in most cases, even if it comes from a loved one. The rule to follow is clear: only accept criticism and praise that align with the teachings of Islam, and disregard all else without taking it personally. The incident also underscores the importance of not compromising one's faith for the sake of pleasing others. No person can shield another from the punishment of Allah, the Exalted, in this world or the next. Protection lies only in obedience to Him. Those who remain steadfast in His obedience, even if it displeases people, will be safeguarded by Allah, the Exalted, in a manner and time that reflect His infinite wisdom. Conversely, those who disobey Allah, the Exalted, in order to please people, will find that their lives become filled with stress and imbalance. Misusing blessings leads to disorder, preventing the attainment of a balanced mental and physical state. Instead of peace of mind, everything and everyone in their life becomes a source of trouble. Finally, as Allah, the Exalted, controls the hearts of people, He ensures that those who seek to please others by disobeying Him will never truly succeed in gaining their approval. This reality is evident when observing those who misuse their blessings for the sake of worldly recognition. Despite their efforts, they remain unsatisfied and unappreciated, for true contentment and acceptance come only through obedience to Allah, the Exalted. Chapter 9 at Tawbah, verse 82.
So let them laugh a little, and then weep much as recompense for what they used to earn.
As mentioned earlier, the Banu Qurayza agreed to submit to the decision of the companion Sa'd bin Mu'adh, may Allah be pleased with him, who they knew well even before his acceptance of Islam. His judgment was that the soldiers of the Banu Qurayza should be executed, and their assets seized. The Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, then declared that Sa'd, may Allah be pleased with him, had judged according to the ruling of Allah, the Exalted. This has been discussed in Imam Ibn Kathir's The Life of the Prophet, Volume 3, page 166. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verses 26 to 27.
And he brought down those who supported them among the people of the Scripture from their fortresses, and cast terror into their hearts, so that a party you killed, and you took captive a party. And he caused you to inherit their land and their homes and their properties, and a land which you have not trodden. And ever is Allah over all things competent.
This passage demonstrates the fulfillment of divine justice. The betrayal of the Banu Qurayza was not a minor offense against an individual, but a grave act of treason against the entire city of Medina. Their decision to dissolve the peace treaty during the most critical moment of the siege placed the lives of thousands at risk. In such circumstances, capital punishment was not only a standard ruling, but also a necessary measure to protect the community from further harm. It is important to bear in mind that treason has always been regarded as one of the gravest crimes in societies throughout history, and capital punishment for it remains a standard judgment even in modern times. The crime of the Banu Qurayza was compounded by the fact that they had pledged loyalty and then betrayed it at the most vulnerable moment. If they had merely been exiled, they would have regrouped and waged war against Medina again, perpetuating instability and bloodshed. Their punishment therefore served both as justice for their betrayal and as protection for the Muslim community. This event illustrates the seriousness of betrayal and the necessity of decisive action in safeguarding the lives and stability of the community. It also highlights that divine rulings are not arbitrary, but rooted in wisdom, ensuring justice and protection for the believers. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 27.
And he caused you to inherit their land and their homes and their properties, and a land which you have not trodden.
With the passing of time, Islam strengthened within the Arabian Peninsula, as many tribes accepted the faith and victories were gained over those enemies who sought to destroy it. As a result, wealth began to increase within the Muslim community. In the 9th year after the migration of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, to Medina, some of his noble wives desired that he make their worldly life more comfortable. Their request was not born of greed or desire for pomp and glitter, but rather from their wish to see the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, live with ease after years of hardship. None of them accepted the option Allah, the Exalted, revealed in chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verses 28 to 29.
O Prophet, say to your wives, if you should desire the worldly life and its adornment, then come, I will provide for you and give you a gracious release. But if you should desire Allah and His Messenger and the home of the hereafter, then indeed, Allah has prepared for the doers of good among you a great reward.
This has been discussed in Tafsir Ibn Kathir, Volume 7, pages 672 to 675, and in Hadiths found in Sahih Muslim, number 3690, and Jami at Tirmidhi, number 3204. It must be remembered that the request of the noble wives of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, arose from genuine poverty. Their lives were marked by extreme hardship, to the extent that 3 months would often pass without any of the homes of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, lighting a fire for cooking. They would survive on dates and water, as recorded in Sahih Bukhari, number 6459. Despite this deprivation, they chose the hereafter over worldly comfort, setting an enduring example for all people to prefer preparation for eternal life over indulgence in temporary luxuries. Their choice demonstrates that true dignity lies not in material abundance, but in spiritual steadfastness. This example is timeless, reminding every generation that the pursuit of worldly ease must never overshadow the pursuit of eternal reward. Allah the Exalted has given each person only one heart. Two opposites cannot coexist within it, just as fire and ice cannot remain together in one container. This reality can be likened to a traveler heading east who inevitably moves further away from the west. Similarly, the hereafter and the material world are opposites that cannot be contained together in a single heart. The more one loves and strives for worldly excess, the less they will love and strive for the hereafter. This is an unavoidable reality, and a person must not deceive themselves into believing otherwise. Even indulging excessively in lawful worldly pleasures distracts from preparation for the hereafter, and often leads closer to the unlawful, as indulgence in lawful excess is usually the first step towards sin. The one who avoids this mentality protects both their faith and their honor. Chapter 87 Al-Allah, verses 16 to 17.
But you prefer the worldly life, while the hereafter is better and more enduring.
This verse is a reminder that the human heart cannot be divided between two ultimate loves. Just as a lamp cannot shine with both light and darkness, so too the heart cannot be filled with devotion to the hereafter while simultaneously consumed by worldly excess. The one who strives for the hereafter will find that worldly possessions become tools for obedience, while the one who strives for worldly excess will find that possessions become distractions and burdens. In addition, when a person strives to obey Allah, the Exalted, by correctly using the blessings they have been granted as outlined in Islamic teachings, they achieve a balanced mental and physical state. They correctly place everything and everyone within their life, and adequately prepare for accountability on the Day of Judgment. This behavior leads to peace of mind in both worlds. Peace of mind is not simply the absence of stress, but the presence of tranquility rooted in obedience. It allows a person to enjoy worldly blessings without being enslaved by them, and to endure hardships without being broken by them. Conversely, the one who indulges in vain worldly luxuries inevitably misuses their blessings, even if they do not commit outright sins. Their indulgence causes imbalance, misplacement of priorities, and neglect of preparation for the hereafter. They may appear successful outwardly, but inwardly they are restless, for their heart is consumed by desires that can never be satisfied. Indulging in worldly luxuries therefore prevents one from achieving peace of mind in both worlds. Without peace of mind, wealth becomes a source of greed, fame becomes a source of anxiety, and relationships become a source of conflict. Peace of mind is therefore what gives true value to worldly things such as fame, wealth, authority, family, friends, and career. Without it, these blessings become sources of stress, emptiness, and regret. Thus, a person should prioritize gaining peace of mind through obedience to Allah, the Exalted, over indulging in worldly luxuries, even if they are lawful. This choice secures both dignity in this world and eternal success in the hereafter. Just as a wise patient accepts bitter medicine for long-term health, so too must a person accept the discipline of obedience for eternal reward. It is important to note that in order to avoid laziness in obedience, Allah, the Exalted, made it clear that the great reward would only be granted to those wives of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, who remain steadfast in obedience to Allah, the Exalted, and His Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 29.
Indeed, Allah has prepared for the doers of good among you a great reward.
This condition reminds every person that reward is not automatic, but conditional upon righteous conduct. Faith must be accompanied by consistent action, and negligence or complacency in obedience deprives one a divine reward. This principle applies universally. No one can expect eternal success while living in disobedience, for reward is tied to sincerity and steadfastness. One must therefore avoid the erroneous belief that they can persist in opposing Allah, the Exalted, and that another will save them from retribution on the Day of Judgment. Chapter 66 At-Tahrim, verse 10.
Allah presents an example of those who disbelieved, the wife of Noah and the wife of Lot. They were under two of our righteous servants but betrayed them, so they, i.e. those prophets, did not avail them from Allah at all, and it was said, "Enter the fire with those who enter."
This demonstrates that lineage, status, or association with the righteous cannot shield a person from divine punishment if they themselves persist in disobedience. Each individual is accountable for their own deeds, and no relationship or worldly connection can override divine justice. This mistaken belief was held by previous nations, and sadly, many people today have adopted a similar notion, assuming that the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, will protect them from punishment on the Day of Judgment regardless of their actions. While the intercession of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, is affirmed in authentic teachings, including the hadith found in Sunan Ibn Majah, number 4308, it remains a reality that some Muslims will inevitably face hell. The mere thought of even a fleeting moment in hell is intolerable, underscoring the necessity of dismissing such complacency. Intercession is a mercy, not a license for negligence. Furthermore, indulging in wishful thinking mocks the intercession of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. Such an attitude could result in exclusion from his intercession, and he may even bear witness against them on the Day of Judgment. Chapter 25 Al-Furqan, verse 30.
And the Messenger has said, "O my Lord, indeed my people have taken this Quran as a thing abandoned."
This verse refers specifically to Muslims, for they are the community that acknowledges the Holy Quran. Non-Muslims cannot abandon what they have not accepted. The outcome of those Muslims whom the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, testifies against on the Day of Judgment is evident: they will face divine punishment. This warning should instill fear and urgency in every heart, reminding people that neglecting the Quran is not a trivial matter but a cause for the Prophet's complaint before Allah, the Exalted. Consequently, it is crucial to avoid wishful thinking and instead cultivate sincere hope in the mercy of Allah, the Exalted, by diligently adhering to His obedience. True hope is not passive but active. It is demonstrated through consistent obedience, repentance, and preparation for accountability. A person must wisely employ the blessings they have been granted in accordance with Islamic principles, using wealth for charity, health for worship, knowledge for guidance, and relationships for justice and compassion. In this way, they secure peace of mind in this world and salvation in the next. The principle of striving to obey Allah, the Exalted, rather than relying on others to secure salvation, is further emphasized in the subsequent verse. Despite the wives of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, Being honored in a previous verse as the mothers of the believers, they are warned against adopting the wrong attitude of assuming that salvation and peace of mind are guaranteed for them solely due to their relationship with Him. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 30.
O wives of the Prophet, whoever of you should commit a clear immorality, for her the punishment would be doubled twofold, and ever is that for Allah easy.
This warning demonstrates that even the most honored individuals must remain steadfast in obedience, for status and proximity to righteousness do not replace personal accountability before Allah the Exalted. This reminder is profound, as it illustrates that no relationship, however sacred, can shield a person from divine justice if they neglect obedience. The wives of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, were given the highest spiritual status among the believers, yet they were still reminded that their eternal success depended on their own sincerity, obedience, and righteous deeds. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 31.
And whoever of you devoutly obeys Allah and His Messenger and does righteousness, we will give her her reward twice, and we have prepared for her a noble provision.
This principle applies universally. Every person must strive for salvation through their own actions, and no one can rely on lineage, companionship, or association with the righteous as a substitute for obedience. The lesson is clear: salvation is not inherited, nor is it guaranteed by relationships. It is earned through consistent obedience to Allah the Exalted, and through wisely using the blessings He has granted in accordance with His commands. Even those closest to the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, were reminded of this reality, underscoring that accountability is individual and that peace of mind in both worlds is secured only through steadfastness in faith and action. As the wives of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, were honored as role models for all women, and in particular cases for men as well, they occupied the position of teachers within the nation. Their lives were not private in the ordinary sense, for their homes were places of learning, guidance, and consultation. Through them, Allah, the Exalted, advised important characteristics for all people to adopt, particularly women, who would look to them as examples of dignity, modesty, and wisdom. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 32.
O wives of the Prophet, you are not like anyone among women. If you fear Allah, then do not be submissive in speech, lest he in whose heart is disease should covet.
This verse highlights the unique status of the wives of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, and the responsibility that came with it. Their position was elevated, but with elevation came accountability. They were not ordinary women, for their words and actions carried influence across the community. Hypocrites frequently visited their homes to gain social rank within Medina, while countless believers visited to learn about Islam. Their speech therefore had to be guarded, dignified, and purposeful. They were instructed to adopt a professional tone, befitting their role as senior teachers of the nation, and to avoid an overly friendly tone that could be misunderstood by some as romantic or inappropriate. This principle applies universally. Every person, regardless of gender, should avoid adopting an over-friendly tone that may be misinterpreted as flirtation or romantic advancement. Speech is a powerful tool, and when misused, it can create confusion, suspicion, and temptation. Instead, one should adopt a professional tone that conveys respect and kindness, while making their intention clear to all. This ensures that communication remains dignified, purposeful, and free from ambiguity. In workplaces, schools, and social settings, this principle prevents misunderstandings and protects relationships from unnecessary complications. It is important to note that this verse does not advise people to adopt a harsh or irritated tone that causes others to perceive them as rude. Islam does not encourage rudeness or coldness in speech. Rather, it commands that people behave respectfully and kindly, while ensuring that their intentions are transparent. A harsh tone may repel others and close the door to guidance, while a submissive or overly soft tone may invite misunderstanding. The balance lies in dignified speech, firm enough to make intentions clear, yet gentle enough to reflect kindness. This balance is indicated in the final part of the verse. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 32.
But speak with appropriate and good speech.
This guidance establishes a timeless principle. Speech must be dignified, respectful, and purposeful. It should inspire trust, prevent misunderstanding, and reflect sincerity. By following this teaching, a person safeguards themselves from misinterpretation, maintains their honor, and ensures that their words become a source of goodness rather than confusion. In this way, speech becomes an act of worship, for it reflects obedience to Allah the Exalted and contributes to peace of mind in both worlds. Another timeless teaching, which applies equally to both women and men, is then mentioned. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 33.
And abide in your houses.
This command is not a restriction designed to confine people, but rather a principle of wisdom that encourages discipline, self-control, and purposeful living. It reminds people to avoid unnecessary exposure to environments that lead to distraction, sin, and wasted time. By remaining within one's home unless there is a genuine need to leave, a person safeguards their faith, their dignity, and their time. This teaching emphasizes that salvation and peace of mind are often found in simplicity, discipline, and a life focused on obedience to Allah the Exalted. In fact, in a hadith found in Jami at-Tirmidhi, number 2406, the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, advised that one of the characteristics of salvation is not to leave one's home unnecessarily. This guidance is profound, for unnecessary outings often lead to wasted time, idle talk, and both verbal and physical sins. If one sincerely reflects on their life, they will realize that many of their sins and problems stemmed from unnecessary socializing. This does not mean that others were always at fault, but rather that avoiding unnecessary socialization reduces opportunities for sin and conflict. Remaining at home when there is no genuine need also frees up time for learning and acting upon useful knowledge, particularly Islamic knowledge, which benefits every aspect of life. Time is a unique blessing that never returns once it passes. Those who waste it on vain and sinful activities will face stress in this world and deep regret on the day of judgment, especially when they witness the reward of those who used their time wisely. This regret will be magnified when they see how others who disciplined themselves invested their time in worship, learning, and service, and thereby secured eternal success. Unnecessary socializing also hinders a person from fulfilling their responsibilities and duties towards Allah, the Exalted, and towards people. It prevents them from engaging in the vital task of self-reflection, which is needed to ensure they are heading in the right direction in life and fulfilling their obligations. A lack of self-reflection leads to an aimless existence, where a person has no firm direction in either worldly or religious matters. Without moments of solitude and reflection, one cannot evaluate their progress, correct their mistakes, or renew their intentions. Over-socializing further encourages dependency and emotional attachment to people, which often results in mental, emotional, and social problems. When one's happiness and sadness revolve entirely around others, they become vulnerable to instability and disappointment. Their life becomes dictated by the approval or rejection of people, rather than by the pleasure of Allah, the Exalted. By contrast, the one who limits socializing to what is necessary safeguards their independence, preserves their dignity, and maintains balance in their mental and spiritual state. Thus, this teaching is not about isolation, but about discipline. It is a reminder that peace of mind, productivity, and spiritual growth are best achieved when one avoids unnecessary distractions and uses their time purposefully. By socializing only when necessary, a person protects themselves from countless sins and difficulties, while opening the door to tranquility, knowledge, and closeness to Allah, the Exalted. This principle is timeless, for in every age people struggle with distractions, whether through gatherings, entertainment, or modern technology. The solution remains the same: discipline, purposeful living, and prioritizing obedience over indulgence. Islamic teachings emphasize the importance of modesty in both clothing and conduct, presenting it as a protective shield that safeguards individuals from inappropriate attention and prevents the type of attraction that often leads to moral decline. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 33.
And do not display yourselves as was the display of the former times of ignorance.
This verse reminds people that modesty is not merely an external practice, but a comprehensive attitude that encompasses behavior, speech, and presentation. The display of the former times of ignorance refers to the pre-Islamic era when individuals often sought attention through extravagant dress, boastful conduct, and unrestrained social interaction. Islam replaced this culture of vanity with a culture of dignity, where individuals are valued for their piety, sincerity, and obedience to Allah the Exalted, rather than for their outward show. This shift was revolutionary, as it redirected society's focus from superficial attraction to inner worth and moral integrity. Modesty in clothing ensures that one's appearance does not become a source of temptation or distraction for others. It protects the dignity of the individual and fosters an environment of respect. Clothing that conceals rather than reveals is not meant to suppress beauty, but to preserve it within the boundaries of faith and family. Modesty in conduct, meanwhile, prevents arrogance, flirtation, and unnecessary display of charm or wealth. Together, these aspects of modesty create a balanced society where relationships are built on sincerity and trust rather than superficial attraction. The wisdom of this teaching is evident in every age. When modesty is abandoned, societies often witness a rise in vanity, exploitation, and moral decline. People begin to value appearance over character, and relationships become fragile, built on fleeting desires rather than enduring principles. The culture of self-display, whether through extravagant gatherings or modern social media, often leads to comparison, envy, and insecurity. By contrast, modesty nurtures peace of mind, strengthens family bonds, and ensures that individuals are respected for their inner worth. Modesty also serves as a safeguard for the heart. When a person disciplines themselves to dress and behave modestly, they protect their spiritual state from being consumed by the desire for attention. This allows them to focus on worship, self-development, and service to others. It also prevents them from becoming dependent on the approval of people, which often leads to emotional instability. Instead, their dignity is rooted in obedience to Allah, the Exalted, which brings lasting tranquility. Modesty is thus understood not as a burden, but as a profound blessing. It acts as a shield, safeguarding the heart, maintaining one's dignity, and guaranteeing that an individual's primary focus remains on obedience to Allah, the Exalted, and meticulous preparation for the hereafter. This is a timeless principle applicable universally to both men and women, consistently reminding them that true honor is not secured by the attention they manage to attract, but rather by the degree to which they faithfully live according to divine guidance. This fidelity is expressed through the correct utilization of the blessings they have been granted, as stipulated by Islamic teachings. By adhering to this guidance, they are ensured a balanced mental and physical state, enabling them to correctly prioritize and place everything and everyone within their life, while adequately preparing for their accountability on the Day of Judgment. This entire pattern of behavior will consequently bring about peace of mind in both this world and the next. Allah the Exalted then mentions the two central pillars upon which all good actions revolve, as obeying Him is not possible without these two foundations. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 33.
And establish prayer and give zakah.
Establishing the obligatory prayers is repeatedly emphasized in Islamic teachings, because prayer is the central pillar upon which all good actions revolve. It is the foundation of a person's relationship with Allah, the Exalted, and the means by which they remain steadfast in righteousness. True prayer, however, is not merely a sequence of physical movements. It is an act of deep reflection and humility that connects the worshipper to the reality of the hereafter. This humility is attained when one understands how each stage of the prayer symbolizes aspects of the Day of Judgment, reminding them of their ultimate accountability before their Creator. For this reason, the 5 daily prayers are distributed throughout the day rather than being offered together. Each prayer provides a renewed opportunity to pause, reflect, and realign one's actions with divine guidance. When a person stands upright in prayer, they should remember that this mirrors how all people will stand before Allah, the Exalted, on the Day of Judgment. Chapter 83 Al-Mutaffifin, verses 4-6.
Do they not think that they will be resurrected? For a tremendous day, the day when mankind will stand before the Lord of the worlds.
When they bow, it reminds them of the many people who will be criticized on the Day of Judgment for their failure to bow to Allah, the Exalted, during their lives on earth. Chapter 77 Al-Mursalat, verse 48.
And when it is said to them, bow in prayer, they do not bow.
This criticism extends beyond physical bowing. encompassing the failure to practically submit to the obedience of Allah, the Exalted, in all aspects of life. When one prostrates in prayer, it reminds them of how people will be invited to prostrate to Allah, the Exalted, on Judgment Day. Yet those who did not prostrate correctly during their lives, meaning they did not obey Him sincerely in all matters, will be unable to do so on that day. Chapter 68 Al-Kalam, verses 42 to 43.
On the day when matters become dire, they will be invited to prostrate themselves but will be prevented from doing so. Their eyes humbled, humiliation will cover them. And they used to be invited to prostration while they were sound.
When one sits on their knees in prayer, it reminds them of how they will be sitting in this position before Allah, the Exalted, on the Day of Judgment, fearing their final outcome. Chapter 45 Al-Jatiyah, verse 28.
And you will see every nation kneeling from fear. Every nation will be called to its record and told, "Today you will be recompensed for what you used to do."
The one who prays with these elements in mind will establish their prayers correctly. This mindfulness ensures that they sincerely obey Allah, the Exalted, in between the prayers. Chapter 29 Al-Ankabut, verse 45.
Indeed, prayer prohibits immorality and wrongdoing.
And chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 33.
And give zakah.
The obligatory charity represents only a small fraction of one's wealth, and it is only required when a person possesses a fixed minimum amount. Its purpose is to remind the individual that the wealth in their possession is not truly theirs. If it were, they would be free to spend it however they wished. In reality, wealth is created and granted solely by Allah, the Exalted, and must therefore be used in accordance with His pleasure. Every blessing a person enjoys, whether wealth, health, knowledge, or status, is a trust, a loan entrusted to them by Allah, the Exalted, which must ultimately be repaid to its rightful owner. This repayment does not involve returning the blessing itself, but rather using it in ways pleasing to Him, as outlined in the Holy Quran and the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. When this trust is fulfilled, wealth becomes a source of purification, protection, and reward. Those who fail to recognize this truth, and instead act as though the blessings they have been granted belong solely to them, inevitably misuse them. In particular, the one who withholds the obligatory charity, treating their wealth as if it were theirs alone, will face severe accountability, just as one who fails to repay a worldly loan is held responsible. The seriousness of this neglect is illustrated in a hadith found in Sahih Bukhari, number 1403, which warns that the person who withholds their charity will be confronted on the Day of Judgment by a large poisonous snake that will coil around them and continuously bite them as punishment. This vivid imagery underscores that wealth is both a blessing and a test. When used correctly, it elevates a person spiritually, strengthens community bonds, and secures eternal reward. When hoarded or misused, it becomes a source of torment and regret. Thus, the believer must remember that every coin spent in the way of Allah, the Exalted, is not a loss but an investment that yields returns far greater than anything this world can offer. Chapter 3 Ali Imran, verse 180.
And let not those who greedily withhold what Allah has given them of His bounty ever think that it is better for them. Rather, it is worse for them. Their necks will be encircled by what they withheld on the day of resurrection.
In this world, the very wealth upon which they withhold charity will itself become a source of stress and misery. Instead of bringing comfort and security, it will drive them towards misuse of the blessings they have been granted. This misuse leads to imbalance, mentally and physically, causing misplaced priorities, strained relationships, and neglect of preparation for accountability on the Day of Judgment. Even if they outwardly enjoy worldly luxuries, inwardly they remain restless, burdened by anxiety, and deprived of true contentment. Their wealth, which could have been a means of purification and reward, instead becomes a cause of hardship and regret. Ultimately, by neglecting their duty to Allah, the Exalted, they exchange eternal peace for fleeting comfort, and lasting success for temporary illusion. Chapter 20 Taha, verses 124 to 126.
And whoever turns away from my remembrance, indeed he will have a depressed, i.e., difficult life, and we will gather, i.e., raise him on the day of resurrection blind. He will say, My Lord, why have you raised me blind while I was once seeing? Allah will say, "Thus did our signs come to you, and you forgot, i.e., disregarded them, and thus will you this day be forgotten."
When one establishes the two central pillars of all good deeds, prayer and charity, then naturally they will obey Allah, the Exalted, and His Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, by correctly using the blessings Allah, the Exalted, has granted them as outlined in the Holy Quran and the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 33.
And establish prayer and give zakah and obey Allah and His Messenger.
Prayer is the foundation of a person's relationship with their Creator, instilling humility, discipline, and constant remembrance of accountability. Charity, meanwhile, purifies wealth, protects the heart from greed, and strengthens bonds within the community. Together, these two pillars anchor all other good deeds, ensuring that a person's actions are rooted in sincerity and obedience. By establishing these pillars, a person achieves balance in both their mental and physical state. Prayer provides tranquility, clarity, and spiritual strength, while charity fosters compassion, generosity, and social responsibility. This balance allows them to correctly place everything and everyone within their life, ensuring that priorities are aligned with divine guidance rather than worldly distractions. Most importantly, this behavior prepares a person for their accountability on the Day of Judgment. Each prayer and each act of charity becomes a testimony of obedience, a shield against immorality, and a means of earning divine mercy. The outcome of such a life is peace of mind in both worlds, serenity in this life through disciplined living, and eternal peace in the hereafter through divine reward. Obeying Allah, the Exalted, and His Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, ensures that a person naturally adopts the noble characteristics emphasized in Islamic teachings: generosity, patience, humility, gratitude, and compassion, while consciously striving to abandon destructive traits such as pride, envy, greed, and arrogance. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 33.
Allah intends only to remove from you the impurity, O people of the Prophet's household, and to purify you with extensive purification.
This verse highlights that true obedience results in purification of the heart and soul. By cultivating virtues and eradicating vices, the inner self is cleansed and the soul is elevated. Such refinement naturally leads to tranquility, for peace of mind is the fruit of living in harmony with divine guidance. Spiritual purification also ensures that a person employs the blessings granted to them, whether wealth, health, knowledge, or influence, in the manner prescribed by Allah, the Exalted, and the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. This conscious use of blessings prevents waste, excess, and misuse, and instead channels them towards gratitude, service, and obedience. In this way, blessings become tools for righteousness rather than sources of distraction. The result of this discipline is balance in both mental and physical states. A purified soul correctly places every matter and every relationship in its rightful place, safeguarding worldly affairs while preparing adequately for accountability on the Day of Judgment. Such balance protects against confusion, misplacement of priorities, and spiritual decline. A life of purification brings with it a double reward: serenity in this world and salvation in the next. In this world, the purified soul experiences clarity, contentment, and resilience in the face of trials. In the hereafter, it finds eternal peace and reward with Allah, the Exalted. Thus, spiritual purification is not merely a personal refinement, but the very foundation of success in both realms. It transforms character, directs blessings towards righteousness, and secures peace of mind in this life and the next. In addition, those who purify their spiritual heart will naturally follow in the footsteps of the prophetic household by becoming a beacon of light for others, beginning with their own relatives. They will lead by example, demonstrating through their conduct and speech the truthfulness of Islam. Leading by example requires more than verbal instruction. It involves learning and acting upon the teachings of Islam so that others witness its reality in practice. Only then can the Holy Quran and the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, be taught to the next generation in a way that allows them to understand the truthfulness of Islam through evidence rather than blind imitation. This approach ensures that they remain firm upon the teachings of Islam throughout their lives. It is regrettable that many parents today, are eager to provide their children with worldly knowledge that leads to worldly success, yet they neglect their responsibility to impart religious education directly. Instead, they often delegate this responsibility to others, even though it is their duty to teach their children the foundations of Islam themselves. While encouraging the pursuit of worldly knowledge is praiseworthy, it must never come at the expense of religious instruction. Sending children to mosques merely to learn how to recite the Holy Quran without understanding its meaning is insufficient. A teenager must accept Islam based on evidence, not blind imitation. Otherwise, as time passes, they may drift away from Islam, perceiving it as a cultural identity that can be discarded rather than a divine way of life. Acceptance based on evidence instills conviction, enabling them to understand that Islam is a comprehensive way of life to be applied in every situation, and in the use of every blessing granted by Allah the Exalted. This outcome is only possible when elders within the family, particularly parents, teach their children the clear proofs and evidences of the truthfulness of Islam. And this, in turn, is only possible when those elders themselves lead by example, learning and acting upon Islamic teachings with sincerity. In this way, the family becomes a living testimony to the truth of Islam, and the next generation inherits not only knowledge but conviction, ensuring the continuity of faith and obedience across time. As the wives of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, the mothers of the believers were being molded into becoming the senior teachers of the Muslim nation. Allah, the Exalted, urged them to pay special attention to the teachings of the Holy Quran and the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, which they witnessed firsthand within their homes. They were commanded not only to act upon these teachings themselves, but also to preserve and transmit them to countless others. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 34.
And remember what is recited in your houses, of the verses of Allah and wisdom.
This verse highlights their unique position as custodians of sacred knowledge. Their homes were not ordinary dwellings but centers of learning, where divine revelation and prophetic wisdom were lived, observed, and taught. By urging them to remember and reflect upon what was recited, Allah, the Exalted, was preparing them to become exemplars and teachers for the entire community. History bears witness to the countless people who learned directly from the wives of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. Their students, in turn, went on to teach many others, ensuring that the knowledge they preserved spread across generations. This chain of transmission became one of the most important means by which the teachings of Islam were safeguarded and disseminated. It was for this reason that the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, was granted permission to marry more than 4 women at one time, a restriction placed upon all other Muslim men. His marriages were not for worldly indulgence but for divine wisdom, as each wife played a role in preserving and transmitting aspects of his life, character, and teachings. Through them, the nation gained access to knowledge that would otherwise have remained hidden within the private sphere of his household. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 34.
Indeed, Allah is ever subtle and acquainted.
This declaration reminds believers that Allah, the Exalted, acts with perfect subtlety and knowledge. What may appear to some as a worldly arrangement was, in reality, a divinely orchestrated means of preserving and spreading the truth. The wives of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, thus became living examples of obedience, teachers of wisdom, and guardians of revelation, ensuring that the light of Islam reached every corner of the nation. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 34.
And remember what is recited in your houses, of the verses of Allah and wisdom.
Generally speaking, as this verse is directed at the wives of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, who were honored as role models for all people, especially women, it indicates that women must not neglect the pursuit of useful knowledge, whether worldly or religious. Their example demonstrates that learning is not a privilege reserved for men, but a responsibility shared by all. By urging them to remember and reflect upon what was recited in their homes, Allah, the Exalted, was establishing a principle that applies universally. Knowledge is the foundation of faith, and without it, obedience cannot be sustained. In fact, the pursuit of knowledge has been made a duty upon every Muslim, male and female, as affirmed in the hadith found in Sunan Ibn Majah, number 224. This hadith makes clear that seeking knowledge is not optional, nor is it a matter of personal preference. It is a divine obligation. Knowledge equips a person to distinguish truth from falsehood, to act with wisdom, and to fulfill their responsibilities towards Allah, the Exalted, and towards people. Without knowledge, faith becomes fragile, vulnerable to doubt, and easily swayed by cultural or worldly influences. It is deeply regrettable that, due to ignorant cultural practices which have no basis in Islamic teachings, women across the world have been deprived of education, whether forcefully or willingly, despite its immense importance in Islam. Such practices contradict the very spirit of the faith, which elevates knowledge as the foundation of obedience, guidance, and success. When women are denied education, entire families and communities suffer, for mothers are the first teachers of the next generation. Their ignorance inevitably leads to disobedience, negligence, and a weakening of faith within the household. In many Muslim households, women are not encouraged to learn about Islam, as this responsibility is wrongly assumed to belong to the men of the family. This neglect leads to ignorance of Islamic teachings, which inevitably results in disobedience to Allah, the Exalted. Cultural ignorance of this kind must be erased from Muslim households. Instead, both men and women must strive to learn and act upon all types of useful knowledge, worldly and religious, with particular emphasis on religious knowledge. Worldly knowledge may provide material success, but religious knowledge provides eternal success, guiding a person to use their worldly blessings correctly and to prepare for accountability in the hereafter. Without religious knowledge, peace of mind in both worlds cannot be attained. A balanced mental and physical state, and the ability to correctly place everything and everyone within one's life, depends upon understanding divine guidance. Knowledge equips a person to use their blessings correctly, to fulfill their responsibilities, and to prepare adequately for accountability on the Day of Judgment. Without it, life becomes aimless, priorities are misplaced, and blessings are misused. Thus, the pursuit of knowledge is not optional, but essential. It is the key to purification, balance, and tranquility. When men and women alike embrace this duty, they not only secure their own peace of mind, but also ensure that future generations inherit a faith rooted in understanding and conviction rather than blind imitation. In this way, knowledge becomes the foundation of both personal success and communal strength, ensuring that Islam remains a living, vibrant way of life across generations. In order to further emphasize the importance of both women and men learning and acting upon Islamic teachings, the next verse outlines a series of noble characteristics that are cultivated through knowledge and obedience. These qualities are not abstract ideals but practical virtues that shape one's daily life, leading to peace of mind in both worlds. They ensure that a person achieves a balanced mental and physical state, and correctly places everything and everyone within their life, thereby preparing adequately for accountability on the Day of Judgment. What is striking in this verse is that women and men are mentioned separately, even though in the Arabic language, as in many other languages, the plural form for men automatically includes women. This deliberate repetition serves to emphasize equality in responsibility and reward. It removes any ambiguity and makes clear that both genders are equally addressed, equally accountable, and equally capable of attaining the highest levels of virtue. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 35.
Indeed, the Muslim men and Muslim women, the believing men and believing women.
Even though being a Muslim is praiseworthy and leads to much reward in both worlds, it is nonetheless vital to understand the distinction between a Muslim and a believer, so that one may achieve greater peace of mind in both realms. Muslims are those who, lacking deep Islamic knowledge, accept Islam largely due to their relatives, such as their parents. Chapter 49 Al-Hujurat, verse 14.
The Bedouins say, "We have believed." Say, "You have not yet believed," but say instead, "We have submitted, for faith has not yet entered your hearts."
As a result of their ignorance of Islamic knowledge, such individuals possess weak faith. Weak faith often leads them to disobey Allah, the Exalted, by misusing the blessings they have been granted, particularly when their desires conflict with Islamic teachings, even if they fulfill the basic obligatory duties. By contrast, the believer accepts Islam based on knowledge derived from the Holy Quran and the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, and thereby attain strong faith. Chapter 49 Al-Hujurat, verse 15.
The believers are only the ones who have believed in Allah and His Messenger, and then doubt not, but strive with their properties and their lives in the cause of Allah. It is those who are the truthful.
Strong faith enables believers to remain steadfast in obedience to Allah, the Exalted, both in times of hardship, by showing patience, and in times of ease, by showing gratitude. Gratitude in one's intentions means acting solely to please Allah, the Exalted. Gratitude in speech entails speaking positively or choosing silence when words may cause harm. Gratitude in action involves using the blessings one has received in ways pleasing to Allah, the Exalted, as outlined in the Holy Quran and the teachings of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. This practice leads to further blessings, tranquility, and success in both this life and the hereafter, by fostering a balanced mental and physical state, and by properly aligning everything and everyone in one's life. Chapter 14 Ibrahim, verse 7.
If you are grateful, I will surely increase you in favor.
Patience, on the other hand, requires refraining from complaints in both words and actions while remaining steadfast in obedience to Allah, the Exalted. It is rooted in the belief that He always chooses what is best, even if it is not immediately apparent. Chapter 2 Al-Baqarah, verse 216.
But perhaps you hate a thing and it is good for you, and perhaps you love a thing and it is bad for you. And Allah knows while you know not.
Therefore, individuals who act rightly in all situations, showing patience in hardship and gratitude in ease, will gain the steadfast support and mercy of Allah, the Exalted. This cultivates tranquility in both worlds, by attaining a harmonious mental and physical condition, and by appropriately placing everything and everyone in their lives. This comprehensive guidance is reinforced in a hadith found in Sahih Muslim, number 7500. When one strives to attain the level of a believer, through learning and acting upon Islamic teachings, they inevitably increase their obedience to Allah, the Exalted. This obedience is not a passive state, but an active commitment to live in accordance with divine guidance. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 35.
The obedient men and obedient women.
Obedience to Allah, the Exalted, encompasses fulfilling His rights and the rights of people. Islam is not a partial code of conduct, limited to worship alone. It is a complete way of life that governs every aspect of human existence. Sadly, many fall into the misconception that fulfilling obligations such as prayer or fasting absolves them from considering the rights of others. This misunderstanding leads to mistreatment, negligence, and injustice, which in turn fosters corruption and discord within society. A person who prays yet harms others has misunderstood the essence of obedience, for true obedience requires both devotion to Allah, the Exalted, and compassion towards His creation. It is essential to recognize that Islam intertwines the rights of Allah, the Exalted, with the rights of humanity. A person cannot claim true obedience if they neglect either. Those who harm others will face justice on the Day of Judgment, even if they escape accountability in this world. The oppressor will be required to transfer their good deeds to their victims, and if their good deeds are exhausted, they will bear the sins of their victims until justice is complete. This terrifying reality is highlighted in a hadith found in Sahih Muslim, number 6579, which warns that oppression against others can lead to eternal damnation, regardless of one's compliance with the rights of Allah, the Exalted. Therefore, a person must strive to fulfill both sets of rights, the rights of Allah, the Exalted, and the rights of people. This comprehensive obedience leads to peace of mind, as it cultivates a balanced mental and physical state, and ensures that everything and everyone in one's life is placed in its rightful position. Such conduct spreads justice and peace within society, creating harmony between individuals and communities. When people live with this balance, they not only secure their own tranquility but also contribute to the collective well-being of society. Ultimately, the person who embraces this holistic obedience secures serenity in this world and salvation in the next. Their life becomes a testimony to the truth of Islam, as they embody both devotion to Allah, the Exalted, and compassion towards His creation. They demonstrate that obedience is not limited to ritual acts, but extends to every interaction, every decision, and every use of the blessings they have been granted. In this way, they achieve peace of mind in both worlds, living with clarity, balance, and purpose. Obedience to Allah, the Exalted, by fulfilling His rights and the rights of people, can only be realized when a person embraces truthfulness in every dimension of their life. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 35.
The truthful men and truthful women.
Truthfulness is not a simple or singular quality. It exists in three distinct yet interconnected levels. The first level is truthfulness in intention and sincerity. This arises when a person acts solely for the sake of Allah, the Exalted, without hidden motives such as fame, praise, or worldly recognition. This sincerity forms the very foundation of Islam, for every deed is judged according to its intention, as confirmed in a hadith found in Sahih Bukhari, number 1. A clear sign of genuine sincerity is that a person does not seek or expect gratitude from others for their good actions. Their heart remains attached only to pleasing Allah, the Exalted. The second level is truthfulness in speech. This extends far beyond avoiding lies. It requires refraining from all forms of harmful or inappropriate speech. A person who engages in gossip, backbiting, mockery, slander, and other verbal sins cannot be described as truly truthful. One of the best ways to uphold truthful speech is to act upon the advice found in a hadith from Jami at Tirmidhi, number 2317, which teaches that a person perfects their Islam by avoiding matters that do not concern them. Most verbal sins arise when individuals involve themselves in issues unrelated to them. This also includes avoiding vain or useless talk, for such speech wastes one's precious time and often leads to sinful words, time that will be a source of regret on the Day of Judgment. Thus, a person can embody this level of truthfulness simply by speaking good or remaining silent. The third and highest level is truthfulness in action. This is achieved by sincerely obeying Allah, the Exalted, fulfilling His commands, avoiding His prohibitions, and demonstrating patience with His decree. This must be done according to the guidance found in the Holy Quran and the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, without selectively choosing or reinterpreting only those teachings that align with personal desires. A person must follow the hierarchy and priorities established by Allah, the Exalted, in all matters. Whoever does so will use every blessing entrusted to them in a manner that pleases Him. Opposing these levels of truthfulness is lying, and lying leads a person toward disobedience, which in turn leads to the fire of hell. Persistent lying causes an individual to be recorded as a great liar by Allah, the Exalted, a warning issued in a hadith found in Jami at Tirmidhi, number 1971. Based on the three levels described earlier, lying in intention refers to insincerity, performing good deeds for the sake of people rather than Allah, the Exalted. Lying in speech includes all forms of sinful language. Lying in action refers to persisting in sinful behavior and violating the rights of Allah, the Exalted, and the rights of people. Whoever embodies all these forms of lying becomes a true liar in the sight of Allah, the Exalted, and it requires no scholar to deduce the fate that awaits such a person on the Day of Judgment. Since obeying Allah, the Exalted, encompasses fulfilling His commands, refraining from His prohibitions, and facing destiny, all of which cannot be achieved without patience, the concept of patience is therefore given special attention in verse 35. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 35.
The patient men and patient women.
Patience is when a person avoids complaining about their difficulty through actions or speech, and maintains sincere obedience to Allah, the Exalted, throughout their ordeal. This obedience involves using the blessings they have been granted in ways pleasing to Him, as outlined in the Holy Quran and the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. The root of patience lies in learning and acting upon Islamic knowledge. The more one learns and applies this knowledge, the more they will understand that everything Allah, the Exalted, chooses is best for everyone involved, even if this is not immediately apparent. Difficulties carry hidden wisdoms, which only unfold with time. For example, the story of the Holy Prophet Yusuf, peace be upon him, illustrates this truth. He was separated from his parents at a young age, abandoned in a deep well, sold as a slave, and wrongfully imprisoned. Yet each of these trials prepared him for the monumental task of saving Egypt from famine. Without enduring these hardships, he would not have been in a position to save millions of lives. Chapter 2 Al-Baqarah, verse 216.
But perhaps you hate a thing and it is good for you, and perhaps you love a thing and it is bad for you. And Allah knows while you know not.
Believing in these wisdoms and maintaining obedience to Allah, the Exalted, is therefore an essential part of faith. It is easy to praise Allah during times of ease, but the true test of faith is to continue praising and obeying Him during hardship. Studying Islamic teachings also helps a person compare their difficulties to those endured by others who were more beloved to Allah, the Exalted. This comparison allows them to belittle their own trials, making patience easier. Observing others in their own time period, who face greater difficulties, can also inspire resilience and gratitude. Islamic teachings further explain the importance of destiny. Every event, ease or hardship, is inevitable and recorded before it occurs. Complaining about what is inevitable brings no benefit. Instead, patience transforms hardship into reward. Chapter 39 Az-Zumar, verse 10.
The patient will be given their reward without account, i.e., limit.
Thus, a person has a choice: face an inescapable event with patience and gain uncountable reward, or face it with impatience and lose that reward. Either way, the event will occur, so it is wise to benefit from it in both worlds. Chapter 57 Al-Hadid, verses 22 to 23.
No disaster strikes upon the earth or among yourselves except that it is in a register before we bring it into being. Indeed, that for Allah is easy. In order that you not despair over what has eluded you.
Studying Islamic teachings reveals that worldly desires are not always beneficial. Many things a person loves eventually become sources of stress, while many things they dislike bring unexpected goodness. This truth is a reminder that human perception is limited, and what appears desirable may conceal harm, while what appears undesirable may carry hidden benefit. Understanding this reduces impatience when desires are contradicted, as one realizes that Allah, the Exalted, knows what is best. It is a safeguard against despair, teaching the person to trust divine wisdom rather than their own limited judgment. In addition, just as gold is purified through intense heat, people obtain mental strength through facing difficulties. Hardship is the furnace in which character is refined. Those accustomed to ease often collapse under even small trials, such as family disputes or financial setbacks, because they have not developed resilience. Through tests, Allah the Exalted strengthens the mental state of a person so they can face future challenges with composure and faith. Trials are therefore not punishments but opportunities for growth, preparing the believer for greater responsibilities and deeper understanding. Patience is required in all situations, including times of ease. Ease demands patience to prevent misuse of blessings such as good health, wealth, or influence. Without patience, blessings can lead to arrogance, waste, or sin. True patience ensures that blessings are used responsibly, with gratitude and humility, rather than becoming tools of indulgence or pride. In this way, patience in ease protects the soul from corruption, just as patience in hardship protects it from despair. There are countless wisdoms behind facing difficulties, discussed throughout Islamic teachings. Therefore, it is vital for every person to study, learn, and act upon them so that they adopt patience in every situation, securing reward in both worlds. Patience is like a wise patient accepting medical advice, even when prescribed bitter medicine or a strict diet, knowing it is ultimately for their benefit. In the same way, enduring hardship with obedience and trust in Allah the Exalted brings healing, purification, and reward. Patience does not mean inactivity or passivity. It includes dealing with situations and correcting them according to Islamic guidance. For example, a wife suffering abuse should protect herself and her children, even if that means separation. This action does not contradict patience. Rather, it embodies it by combining endurance with responsibility. Similarly, showing emotions such as crying does not contradict patience. The Holy Prophet Yaqub, peace be upon him, cried so much over his grief that he became blind, yet Allah the Exalted never criticized him. Chapter 12 Yusuf, verse 84.
And he turned away from them and said, O my sorrow over Joseph! And his eyes became white from grief, for he was of that a suppressor.
There are also examples when the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, wept over sad situations, such as the death of his son Ibrahim, may Allah be pleased with him. This is recorded in Sunan Abu Dawood, number 3126. Such expressions of grief are part of human nature, and do not contradict patience. What contradicts patience is disobedience to Allah, the Exalted, through one's speech and actions. Anything short of disobedience, such as tears, sorrow, or sadness, is acceptable and even natural. It is important to note that patience must be shown from the onset of a difficulty, until one leaves this world. This has been indicated in a hadith found in Sahih Bukhari, number 1302. Showing patience only after time has passed is not true patience. It is merely acceptance, which naturally occurs with everyone. Real patience begins immediately, by controlling speech and actions, and must be maintained throughout life. Otherwise, one risks losing the reward of patience by later showing signs of impatience. True patience is therefore continuous, beginning at the first moment of hardship and lasting until death, ensuring that the person remains steadfast in obedience and secures the promised reward. Obeying Allah, the Exalted, especially when one's worldly desires are contradicted, requires humility. The humble person recognizes that their own knowledge and foresight are limited, and therefore fulfilling their desires over obedience is not the right course of action. Instead, they understand that it is better to obey Allah, the Exalted, as His knowledge is limitless and encompasses all things. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 35.
The humble men and humble women.
In addition, humility it ensures that a person constantly acknowledges that every blessing they possess was created and granted to them by Allah, the Exalted. This recognition keeps them firm in using these blessings correctly, as outlined in Islamic teachings. Such conduct guarantees that they achieve a harmonious mental and physical condition, appropriately positioning everything and everyone in their lives, while sufficiently preparing for their accountability on the Day of Judgment. Consequently, humility results in tranquility in both worlds. Humility also ensures that a person does not belittle others, but instead strives to fulfill their rights according to the teachings of Islam. Humility towards others spreads justice and peace within society, while arrogance leads to oppression and neglect of people's rights. Indeed, a person only oppresses others when they adopt arrogance towards them. Avoiding arrogance is therefore crucial, as arrogance may lead one to mistakenly believe they are doing Allah, the Exalted, a favor by following Islamic teachings. This false perception hinders genuine obedience, particularly when personal desires conflict with divine commands, steering them off the right path. On the other hand, those who recognize that their faith and obedience ultimately serve their own benefit will cultivate humility before Allah, the Exalted. They will remain dedicated to obedience during both challenges and moments of ease. In times of hardship, they will exhibit patience. In times of comfort, they will express gratitude. Gratitude in intention involves acting solely to please Allah, the Exalted. Gratitude in speech is conveyed through good words or silence. Gratitude in action means using blessings in accordance with the Holy Quran and the teachings of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. As discussed earlier, patience entails avoiding complaints in both words and actions while consistently obeying Allah, the Exalted, trusting that He always chooses what is best, even if it is not immediately clear. Chapter 2 Al-Baqarah, verse 216.
But perhaps you hate a thing and it is good for you, and perhaps you love a thing and it is bad for you. And Allah knows while you know not.
Consequently, an individual who consistently behaves in alignment with humility, patience, and gratitude in all circumstances will receive unwavering support and compassion from Allah, the Exalted. This results in peace in both this world and the hereafter, through obtaining a balanced mental and physical state, and through correctly placing everything and everyone within their life. This truth is illustrated in a hadith found in Sahih Muslim, number 7500. As mentioned earlier, when a person truly recognizes that every blessing they possess has been granted to them by Allah, the Exalted, then using those blessings in the correct way, such as giving charity, becomes easier and more natural. This recognition transforms charity from a burdensome duty into a joyful act of worship. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 35.
The charitable men and charitable women.
It must be remembered that blessings are not gifts of permanent ownership, but loans entrusted by Allah, the Exalted. A loan must always be repaid to its rightful owner, and the repayment of divine blessings is achieved by using them in ways pleasing to Him. Thus, when a person aids the needy, they are not performing an act of generosity beyond obligation, they are repaying the debt they owe Allah, the Exalted. This perspective prevents arrogance, and the false belief that one is doing a favor to Allah, the Exalted, or to the needy. In reality, Allah, the Exalted, has favored them twice. First, by granting them worldly blessings, and second, by granting them the opportunity to earn immense reward through aiding others. The needy person, too, does the donor a favor by accepting their help, for without recipients of charity, how would anyone attain the reward promised in divine teachings? Remembering these points safeguards one's reward from being destroyed by pride or ingratitude. The one who adopts this correct attitude will find it easier to assist those considered socially weak in society, such as orphans and widows, according to their means. Sponsoring orphans and widows has become remarkably simple in the modern age, as arrangements can be made online within minutes, often for an amount less than a monthly phone bill. A person must not neglect this vital part of Islam, for it leads to the continuous support of Allah, the Exalted, in both worlds. This has been confirmed in a hadith found in Sahih Muslim, number 6853. Furthermore, the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, advised that the one who takes care of an orphan will be granted his closeness in paradise. This has been advised in a hadith found in Sahih Bukhari, number 6005. Finally, the one who takes care of the needy, such as a widow, will be granted the same reward as the one who prays all night and fasts every day. This has been advised in a hadith found in Sahih Bukhari, number 6006. Therefore, the one who finds it difficult to perform voluntary good deeds, such as the voluntary night prayer and voluntary fasts, should act on this hadith in order to achieve this reward with minimal effort. Charity, however, is not limited to financial assistance. Aiding the needy includes fulfilling any lawful need a person may have. This encompasses emotional support, physical help, and financial aid. Even a kind word, a smile, or a small act of service can count as charity. Therefore, no person, irrespective of how little wealth they possess, can excuse themselves from aiding the needy. Every person has the capacity to contribute in some way, and even the smallest act of kindness counts as repayment of the loan entrusted by Allah, the Exalted. Such acts secure reward in both worlds, strengthen bonds within society, and spread justice and compassion across communities. Ultimately, charity is not about wealth but about attitude. It is about recognizing that blessings are temporary trusts, and that true ownership belongs only to Allah, the Exalted. When this understanding takes root, charity becomes a natural extension of faith, ensuring that a person remains humble, grateful, and obedient. In order to highlight the importance of sincerity, which is the inward foundation of Islam, just like earning and utilizing lawful things is the outward foundation of Islam, Allah, the Exalted, mentions a righteous deed which is rooted in sincerity, as it is hidden from the eyes of people. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 35.
The fasting men and fasting women.
In a divine hadith found in Sunan and Nasai, number 2219, the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, advised that all righteous deeds people perform are for themselves except for fasting, as this is for Allah the Exalted, and He shall reward it directly. This hadith indicates the uniqueness of fasting. One of the reasons it is described in this manner is because all other righteous deeds are visible to people, such as the prayer, or they are between people, such as secret charity. Whereas fasting is a unique righteous deed, as others cannot know someone is fasting by only observing them. In addition, fasting is a righteous deed which puts a lock on every aspect of oneself. Meaning, a person who fasts correctly will be prevented from committing verbal and physical sins, such as looking at and hearing unlawful things. This is also achieved through the prayer, but the prayer is only performed for a short time and is visible to others, whereas fasting occurs throughout the day and is invisible to others. Chapter 29 Al-Ankabut, verse 45.
Indeed, prayer prohibits immorality and wrongdoing.
It is clear from the following verse that a person who does not complete the obligatory fasts without a valid reason will not be a believer, as the two have been directly connected. Chapter 2 Al-Baqarah, verse 183.
O you who have believed, decreed upon you is fasting, as it was decreed upon those before you that you may become righteous.
In fact, the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, has warned in a hadith found in Jami at Tirmidhi, number 723, that if a person does not complete a single obligatory fast without a valid reason, they cannot make up for the reward and blessings lost, even if they fasted every day for their entire life. In addition, as indicated by the verse quoted earlier, fasting correctly leads to piety. Meaning, simply starving during the day does not lead to piety, but paying extra attention to abstaining from sins and performing righteous deeds during the fast will lead to piety. It is why a hadith found in Jami at Tirmidhi, number 707, warns that a fast will not be significant if one does not abstain from speaking and acting on falsehood. A similar hadith found in Sunan Ibn Majah, number 1690, warns that some fasting people obtain nothing except hunger. When one becomes more aware and careful in obeying Allah, the Exalted, while they are fasting, this habit will eventually affect them so they behave in a similar way even when they are not fasting. This is in fact true piety. The righteousness mentioned in the verse quoted earlier is connected to fasting, as fasting reduces one's evil desires and passions. It prevents pride and the encouragement of sins. This is because fasting hinders the appetite of the stomach and one's carnal desires. These two things lead to many sins. In addition, the desire for these two things is greater than the desire for other unlawful things. So whoever controls them through fasting will find it easier to control the weaker evil desires. This leads to true righteousness. As briefly indicated earlier, there are different levels of fasting. The first and lowest level of fasting is when one abstains from the things which will break their fast, such as food. The next level is abstaining from sins which damage one's fast, thereby reducing the reward of their fast, such as lying. This has been indicated in a hadith found in Sunan and Nasai, number 2235. Fasting which involves each member of the body is the next level. This is when each body part fasts from sins, for example, the eyes from looking at the unlawful, the ears from listening to the unlawful, and so on. The next level is when one behaves in this manner, even when they are not fasting. Finally, the highest level of fasting is abstaining from all things which are not connected to Allah, the Exalted, meaning one avoids using the blessings they have been granted, such as their time, in ways which are sinful or vain. A person should also fast inwardly, as their body fasts outwardly by abstaining from sinful or vain thoughts. They should fast from persisting on their own plans in respect to their desires, and try to concentrate on fulfilling their duties and responsibilities. In addition, they should fast from inwardly challenging the decree of Allah, the Exalted, and instead accept destiny and whatever it brings, knowing Allah, the Exalted, only chooses the best for His servants, even if they do not understand the wisdom behind these choices. Chapter 2 Al-Baqarah, verse 216.
But perhaps you hate a thing and it is good for you, and perhaps you love a thing and it is bad for you. And Allah knows while you know not.
Finally, a person should aim for the highest reward, by keeping their fast a secret and not informing others if it is avoidable, as informing others unnecessarily leads to a loss of reward, as it is an aspect of showing off. As Islam is a complete code of conduct that encompasses every aspect of one's life, including socializing, it repeatedly addresses the crucial importance of chastity and modesty. This is because the absence of these virtues inevitably leads to trouble for the family unit and the entire society. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 35.
The men who guard their private parts, and the women who do so.
Before discussing the methods one can adopt in order to guard their chastity and modesty, it is important to reflect upon some of the wisdoms behind the prohibition of relationships outside of marriage. Allah, the Exalted, encourages marriage and forbids unlawful relationships because marriage is a bond of devotion, responsibility, and permanence, whereas casual relationships are fragile, superficial, and often self-serving. When a couple are not truly devoted to each other, as married couples are, then any real difficulties they face will lead to greater emotional stress, as they lack the foundation of mutual responsibility and shared purpose. Moving in and out of multiple relationships over one's life undoubtedly has a detrimental effect on mental health. It is no surprise that those who separate from their partners often end up in counseling, suffering from depression and other disorders, more than those who avoid such relationships altogether. In addition, those known within society for having multiple partners are less likely to find a suitable spouse who will fulfill their rights. This is because repeated casual relationships often cultivate a loose and undesirable character, which people seeking serious commitment naturally dislike. This only increases the emotional stress of those who have lived in this way, as their past choices limit their future prospects. Casual relationships also lack balance. Often, one partner takes the relationship more seriously, hoping to settle down, while the other does not share the same vision. When this difference in attitude surfaces, it leads to long-standing emotional trauma for the one who invested more deeply. By contrast, a married couple begin their journey on the same wavelength, united in their long-term commitment to one another. They are devoted in every situation, whether planned or unplanned, such as the arrival of children. This attitude is rarely found in casual relationships, which lack the seriousness of marriage. Another common problem is that relationships outside marriage deceive people into thinking they fully know their partner. When they later marry, they often complain that their spouse has changed. In reality, the spouse has not changed. What has changed are the responsibilities and pressures of marriage. This misunderstanding frequently leads to marital issues for couples who were in relationships prior to marriage, even if they lived together. The illusion of familiarity collapses under the weight of real responsibilities. It is also well known that trouble with one's partner affects every other aspect of life. Many young people, for example, drop out of education simply because they cannot bear to see their former partner every day. Marriage, however, is a deep connection and commitment between two people, and married couples are less likely to break up over petty issues that destroy casual relationships. Furthermore, those who seek partners outside marriage through dating often experience emotional trauma, stress, and despair. Dating is an emotional roller coaster, where hopes are repeatedly dashed. People often pretend to be better than they are during dates, raising expectations that later collapse when their true character emerges. Experiencing this cycle repeatedly has a devastating impact on mental health. Many eventually give up hope of finding a suitable partner, because they have endured this cycle too many times. By contrast, when one searches for a spouse, both parties understand that marriage is a lifelong commitment, and they are more likely to be honest and open from the beginning. Societal pressure adds further stress. People sometimes rush into relationships simply to avoid being perceived as abnormal for not having a partner. This pressure often leads them to choose the wrong person, resulting in further emotional harm. While marriage also carries pressures, it is understood to be a serious commitment, so people generally take greater care in choosing the right spouse. Moreover, marriage can often be postponed until after studies or other responsibilities, relieving some of the pressure. By contrast, the pressure to find a partner outside marriage begins in the teenage years and continues relentlessly, creating long-term emotional strain. In addition, a person must not be deceived by the outward appearance of an unlawful relationship, believing there is no harm in it for themselves or for wider society. Human beings, due to their limited knowledge, short-sightedness, and susceptibility to emotions, often assume that such relationships are harmless. In reality, they fail to perceive the hidden poison that gradually corrodes their mental, spiritual, and social well-being. A person in an unlawful relationship will inevitably be encouraged to take further steps with their partner, leading them into greater sins over time. Emotions and desires are difficult to control, and because sins such as fornication have become normalized in many societies, couples outside marriage easily fall into them. This results in countless problems for both individuals and society, including unwanted pregnancies and the belittling of other major sins. Even if a couple avoids major sins such as fornication, their emotional attachment often clouds their judgment. They may marry their partner without realizing that they are not suitable as a spouse, even if they seem to be a good companion beforehand. As discussed earlier, the responsibilities of marriage, such as fulfilling the rights of one's spouse and children, transform the relationship, often leading to conflict. This is why couples who were together before marriage frequently accuse each other of changing after marriage. In truth, it is not that their character has changed, but that hidden responsibilities have surfaced. No matter how much time one spends with a partner outside marriage, they will never know their character as deeply as a married couple does. Negative traits concealed during the relationship inevitably emerge after marriage, causing further problems. A truth often overlooked is that a person who makes a good partner is not guaranteed to make a good spouse or parent. Different qualities are required for these roles. Feelings of love often blind a person to the absence of piety in their partner. Yet only a pious spouse will consistently fulfill the rights of their family and avoid harming them, even in anger. A person without piety will neglect or wrong their spouse and children, especially when emotions flare. This blindness caused by love has been warned in a hadith found in Sunan Abu Dawood, number 5130. Furthermore, those who adopt impious behavior and pursue multiple partners inevitably attract impious people into their lives. Such individuals exploit others, driven only by lust, and fail to respect or fulfill the rights of their partner, even in marriage. When angered, they resort to verbal abuse, often comparing their partner to a prostitute because of past immodest behavior. Even if apologies follow, these insults leave deep emotional scars that can be more damaging than physical abuse. Impious people are also more likely to physically abuse their partners, as their lack of piety removes the restraint that faith instills. When outward qualities such as beauty fade, impious spouses often seek others, leading to extramarital affairs. They treat their partner like an object to be used and discarded, causing immense emotional trauma. The damage extends to children. If a couple has children, those children may insult their parents, especially their mother, by comparing them to a prostitute due to past immodest behavior. The emotional scarring of being abused by one's own child is profound and difficult to heal. By contrast, those who adopt modesty attract modest people into their lives. Such spouses fulfill rights sincerely, and any insults they may utter in anger are dismissed, as everyone knows they are untrue. Children raised in such households are more likely to respect both parents, as they witness upright and dignified conduct. Unintended children born from unlawful relationships add further strain. Couples often split up, unwilling to share the responsibility of raising a child. This creates broken homes where children lack the support and supervision of both parents, leading to societal problems. It is well established that many youths involved in crime, gangs, domestic violence, or victimization by predators come from broken families. Raising a child correctly is difficult even when desired. Raising one who is unwanted is far harder. This stress often leads single parents to give up their children for fostering or adoption, which frequently has long-term detrimental effects on the child, increasing the likelihood of misguidance. All of these harms cannot be appreciated by those who are emotional or ignorant, even if unlawful relationships appear harmless. Entering such relationships is like consuming a meal that appears delicious but is secretly poisoned. Because the poison is hidden, one must rely on the advice of those who know better and trust their guidance, even if it contradicts personal desires. Allah the Exalted alone knows all things, including the hidden poisons within actions and relationships. His guidance must be accepted and acted upon, even when it conflicts with one's emotions. This is similar to a wise patient who accepts medical advice, knowing it is best for them, even when prescribed bitter medicine or a strict diet. Just as the patient achieves health by following the doctor's advice, so too does the person achieve balance and tranquility by following Islamic teachings. The only one who possesses the knowledge required to ensure a person achieves a balanced mental and physical state is Allah the Exalted. Human knowledge, despite extensive research, remains limited. Society cannot solve every issue nor prevent all forms of stress, because human foresight is finite. Allah the Exalted alone has perfect knowledge, and He has granted it to mankind through the Holy Quran and the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. This truth becomes evident when one observes the difference between those who act upon Islamic teachings by correctly using their blessings and those who do not. Allah the Exalted removed the countless branch problems faced by individuals and societies by addressing the root problem. He forbade unlawful relationships and encouraged marriage, whereby a couple sincerely devote themselves to one another and to their children. This root solution eliminates the many harmful consequences of casual relationships and establishes a foundation of stability, responsibility, and devotion. By addressing the concepts of marriage, divorce, widows, and children in the Holy Quran, Allah, the Exalted, has provided the key to a successful society. When family members, whether together or divorced, fulfill each other's rights and create a stable and nurturing home for their children, a positive ripple effect spreads throughout society. Justice, compassion, and stability begin in the home and radiate outward. Conversely, when families fail to fulfill each other's rights, unhappiness and injustice spread, creating a negative ripple effect that destabilizes society as a whole. Throughout history, many thinkers have attempted to address societal problems, but their solutions often target branch issues rather than root causes. As a result, their benefit is minimal and temporary. By contrast, Allah, the Exalted, through His divine method of addressing root issues that affect both the individual and society, has clarified all matters so that people may achieve success in both worlds. Chapter 16 An-Nahl, verse 89.
And we have sent down to you the book as clarification for all things, and as guidance and mercy.
However, only those who use the intelligence granted to them correctly will grasp the profound wisdom contained within the verses of Allah, the Exalted. Those who allow their desires or emotions to cloud their judgment will overlook this guidance, while those who approach the Quran with humility, sincerity, and reflection will uncover its timeless solutions. Chapter 2 Al-Baqarah, verse 242.
Thus does Allah make clear to you His verses that you might use reason.
Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 35.
The men who guard their private parts, and the women who do so.
Allah, the Exalted, has indeed provided clear and practical means to protect oneself from falling into temptation. These methods, when sincerely implemented, safeguard both faith and dignity, while nurturing emotional stability and inner peace. They enable a person to obtain a balanced mental and physical state, and to correctly place everything and everyone within their life. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 30.
Tell the believing men to reduce some of their vision, and guard their private parts. That is purer for them.
And chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 31.
And tell the believing women to reduce some of their vision, and guard their private parts.
These verses establish the very first line of defense against temptation. The gaze acts as the gateway to the heart. When left uncontrolled, it stirs desire, and unchecked desire often progresses to sinful action. The Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, warned in a hadith found in Sahih Muslim, number 6753, that the adultery of the eyes is the gaze. This profound statement illustrates that sin does not begin with the physical act alone, but often originates with the eyes, which feed the heart and mind with images that ignite unlawful inclinations. Lowering the gaze, therefore, is not merely about avoiding physical sin, but about safeguarding the heart from corruption. By restraining the eyes, a person purifies the soul, cultivates inner modesty, and strengthens the shield of self-restraint. This discipline nurtures humility, curbs arrogance, and prevents the imagination from wandering into harmful territory. Moreover, lowering the gaze is a training of the will. It teaches a person to prioritize obedience to Allah, the Exalted, over fleeting desires, thereby reinforcing spiritual consciousness. When the eyes are disciplined, the heart remains tranquil, and when the heart is pure, the connection with Allah, the Exalted, becomes stronger and more sincere. Thus, the command to lower the gaze is not a restriction but a protection, preserving dignity, honor, and purity, while ensuring that both the individual and society remain safeguarded from the destructive consequences of unchecked desire. Islamic teachings also emphasize that even private interaction between men and women, when undertaken with seemingly good intentions, can open the door to temptation. For this reason, unnecessary communication, particularly in secluded or private settings, whether in person or through modern means such as private messaging and social media exchanges, should be avoided. The Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, warned in a hadith found in Jami at Tirmidhi, number 2165, that no man is alone with a woman except that the devil becomes the third among them. This timeless warning illustrates that seclusion, in whatever form it takes, creates an environment where desires can be stirred and restraint weakened. Modern technology has expanded the scope of seclusion beyond physical spaces. Private conversations conducted online, though outwardly harmless, can gradually foster emotional attachment, compromise spiritual discipline, and lead to inappropriate intimacy. What begins as casual communication may, over time, erode boundaries and draw individuals into situations that contradict divine guidance. The wisdom behind this teaching is clear: prevention is far easier than cure. By avoiding circumstances that may ignite desire, a person preserves dignity, safeguards purity, and protects the heart from corruption before sin even arises. This proactive approach reflects the mercy of Allah, the Exalted, who guides humanity not only by prohibiting sin itself, but also by closing the doors that lead towards it. In addition, Allah, the Exalted, commands both men and women to adopt modesty, not only in clothing but also in conduct. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verses 30 to 31.
Tell the believing men to reduce some of their vision, and guard their private parts. That is purer for them. Indeed, Allah is acquainted with what they do. And tell the believing women to reduce some of their vision and guard their private parts and not expose their adornment except that which necessarily appears thereof, and to wrap a portion of their head covers over their chests and not expose their adornment except to their husbands, their fathers, their husbands' fathers, their sons, their husbands' sons, their brothers' sons, their sisters' sons, their women that which their right hands possess, or those male attendants having no physical desire, or children who are not yet aware of the private aspects of women. And let them not stamp their feet to make known what they conceal of their adornment.
Modesty functions as a protective shield that guards individuals from inappropriate attention and prevents the type of attraction that often leads to moral decline. The Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, described modesty as an integral part of faith, as recorded in a hadith found in Sahih Bukhari, number 24. This description elevates modesty from being a mere social virtue to being a defining quality of spiritual integrity. When a person adopts modesty, both outwardly in dress and inwardly in conduct, they safeguard their own dignity while also contributing to the preservation of moral purity within society. Modesty restrains arrogance, curbs inappropriate desires, and nurtures humility, thereby fostering an environment of respect and decency. It ensures that social interactions remain wholesome, free from corruption, and conducive to trust. Furthermore, modesty is not limited to appearance alone. It extends to speech, behavior, and even thought. A modest person avoids boastfulness, refrains from indecent or harmful words, and conducts themselves with gentleness and restraint. In this way, modesty becomes a comprehensive quality that shapes character, protects relationships, and strengthens the moral fabric of the community. Thus, modesty is both a personal safeguard and a social necessity. By embodying it, a person not only protects themselves from harm but also upholds the collective dignity of society, ensuring that peace, respect, and moral clarity prevail. The Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, recommended fasting as a practical remedy for those who struggle to restrain their carnal desires. This guidance is recorded in a hadith found in Sahih Bukhari, number 5066. Fasting is not merely abstaining from food and drink. It is a discipline for the soul, weakening the hold of worldly desires and curbing impulses that often lead to sin. Through fasting, a person learns patience, self-restraint, and heightened awareness of Allah, the Exalted. By voluntarily abstaining from lawful pleasures, such as food and drink, the individual strengthens their ability to resist unlawful temptations. This spiritual training reduces the likelihood of falling into harmful relationships or immoral behavior, as the heart becomes more attuned to obedience, and the mind more conscious of accountability before Allah, the Exalted. In this way, fasting is both an act of worship and a shield, protecting a person from the dangers of unchecked desire, and guiding them towards purity, stability, and moral strength. In addition, as previously discussed, a person should carefully choose companions who embody values such as chastity, modesty, and obedience to Allah, the Exalted. Such company strengthens moral resolve and nurtures virtue. Good companions serve as a source of encouragement in times of weakness, reminding one of higher principles and guiding one towards righteous conduct. Conversely, associating with those who normalize immorality gradually erodes spiritual sensitivity. Constant exposure to corrupt behavior desensitizes the heart, making sin appear trivial and virtue appear burdensome. Over time, such companionship can draw a person away from obedience and lead them towards heedlessness and destruction. This reality has been explicitly warned against in a hadith found in Sunan Abu Dawood, number 4833, which highlights the profound influence of companionship upon character and destiny. A person's friends and associates are never neutral. They either elevate one's state by drawing them closer to righteousness or degrade it by pulling them towards sin. Thus, the choice of companions is not a minor matter, but a decisive factor in shaping one's spiritual journey. By surrounding themselves with those who value purity, humility, and devotion, a person safeguards their faith, strengthens their resolve, and ensures that their path remains aligned with the pleasure of Allah the Exalted. For those who are financially able, marriage has been prescribed as a means of controlling desire by providing a lawful and dignified outlet. Marriage is not merely a social arrangement, but an act of worship that fulfills both physical and emotional needs in a manner pleasing to Allah, the Exalted. The Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, encouraged timely marriage and cautioned against unnecessary delay, for prolonged singleness increases the risk of temptation and weakens resolve. A successful marriage, however, is not built solely upon physical attraction or fleeting emotion. Its true foundation lies in shared piety, sincerity, and devotion. This principle is emphasized in a hadith found in Sahih Bukhari, number 5090, which advises that faith and righteousness should be prioritized above all other considerations. When both partners place piety at the center of their decision, their union is strengthened by sincerity and mutual devotion. Such a marriage becomes a source of lasting harmony, stability, and protection from sin. It nurtures companionship rooted in faith, ensures that responsibilities are fulfilled with integrity, and transforms the household into a place of tranquility and blessing. In this way, marriage serves not only the needs of the individual but also the well-being of society. Strong families form the foundation of a just and moral community. When spouses live with piety and devotion, they raise children who embody respect, humility, and obedience to Allah, the Exalted. These children, in turn, contribute positively to society, creating a ripple effect of justice, compassion, and stability. Thus, fasting, righteous companionship, and marriage are not isolated remedies, but interconnected safeguards that protect the individual, strengthen the family, and preserve the moral fabric of society. Ultimately, the remembrance of accountability stands as one of the most powerful means available for controlling desire. Chapter 24 and Nur, verse 30.
Tell the believing men to reduce some of their vision, and guard their private parts. That is purer for them. Indeed, Allah is acquainted with what they do.
Among the strongest deterrents against sin is the awareness that every individual will one day stand before Allah, the Exalted, on the Day of Judgment. The Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, described in a hadith found in Sahih Bukhari, number 6806, one of the 7 categories of people who will be granted shade by Allah the Exalted on a day when there will be no other shade. This honor is reserved for those who restrain themselves out of reverence for him, demonstrating that true strength lies not in indulgence but in resisting temptation for the sake of divine approval. Constant remembrance of death and accountability curbs the pull of desire and purifies intention. It reminds a person that every private thought, every hidden glance, and every concealed action is fully known to Allah, the Exalted, even if it remains unseen by others. Such awareness instills humility, nurtures sincerity, and strengthens the resolve to avoid sin. It transforms the heart into a vigilant guardian, ensuring that obedience is not limited to public acts but extends to the unseen corners of one's life. This mindfulness also reshapes daily living into preparation for the hereafter. By remembering the inevitability of standing before Allah, the Exalted, a person learns to weigh every action carefully, abandoning fleeting pleasures that lead to regret and pursuing deeds that bring lasting reward. The remembrance of accountability becomes a shield against temptation, a purifier of intention, and a source of inner peace. It grants clarity of purpose, reminding the person that life is not a pursuit of unchecked desire but a journey towards eternal success. In this way, accountability is not merely a concept but a living reality. It disciplines the soul, strengthens society, and ensures that justice and morality prevail. When individuals live with awareness of their ultimate accountability, they uphold dignity, safeguard purity, and contribute to a community rooted in righteousness. When one embodies the noble characteristics discussed thus far in verse 35, it ensures that they remember Allah, the Exalted, correctly. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 35.
And the men who remember Allah often, and the women who do so.
This remembrance is not abstract but practical, achieved through three distinct levels. The first level is to remember Allah, the Exalted, internally and silently. This includes correcting one's intention, so that every action is performed solely to please Allah, the Exalted. Internal remembrance purifies motives, ensuring that deeds are not tainted by pride, hypocrisy, or worldly gain. It is the foundation of sincerity, for without correct intention, even outwardly righteous acts lose their value. The second level is remembrance through the tongue. This involves speaking in ways pleasing to Allah, the Exalted, or remaining silent when one has nothing good to say. The Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, commanded in a hadith found in Sahih Muslim, number 176, that silence in such cases is itself a good deed and therefore part of remembering Allah, the Exalted. Words have immense power. They can heal or harm, uplift or degrade. By ensuring that speech is truthful, gentle, and beneficial, a person transforms everyday conversation into an act of worship. The highest and most effective level of remembrance is through the limbs. This is achieved by fulfilling the commands of Allah, the Exalted, refraining from His prohibitions, and facing destiny with patience according to the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. At this level, remembrance becomes embodied in action. A person uses the blessings they have been granted, wealth, health, knowledge, and influence, in ways pleasing to Allah, the Exalted. But this requires gaining and acting upon Islamic knowledge, which is the root of all good and success in both worlds. Those who remain on the first two levels will indeed receive reward according to their intention, but they are unlikely to strengthen their faith and piety unless they ascend to the third and highest level. True remembrance is not confined to thought or speech, it must permeate conduct. The one who fulfills all three levels remains firm in obedience to Allah, the Exalted, by correctly using the blessings He has granted them as outlined in Islamic teachings. This ensures they obtain a balanced mental and physical state, correctly place everything and everyone within their life, and adequately prepare for accountability on the Day of Judgment. Such behavior leads to peace of mind in both worlds. Chapter 13 Ar-Ra'd, verse 28.
Unquestionably, by the remembrance of Allah do hearts find peace.
And chapter 16 An-Nahl, verse 97.
Whoever does righteousness, whether male or female, while he is a believer, we will surely cause him to live a good life, and we will surely give them their reward in the hereafter according to the best of what they used to do.
Sadly, many who fulfill their obligatory duties and perform voluntary worship overlook these levels of remembrance. They confine remembrance to ritual acts without allowing it to transform their intentions, speech, and conduct. As a result, they fail to find peace in this world despite their worship and good deeds. True tranquility lies not in the quantity of rituals, but in the quality of remembrance, when the heart, tongue, and limbs are united in obedience to Allah, the Exalted. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 35.
For them Allah has prepared forgiveness and a great reward.
This closing statement serves as a reminder that Allah, the Exalted, does not expect nor demand perfection from people, for perfection is beyond human capacity. Instead, He expects them to sincerely strive to obey Him by correctly using the blessings He has granted, as outlined in Islamic teachings. This striving is within their ability, and it is the sincerity of effort that is valued in the sight of Allah, the Exalted. In return for this sincere striving, Allah, the Exalted, promises peace of mind and forgiveness in both worlds. In this life, obedience brings tranquility, balance, and the correct placement of everything and everyone within one's life. In the hereafter, it secures divine mercy, forgiveness, and eternal reward. Thus, the path to success is not perfection, but sincerity, humility, and consistent effort in obedience to Allah, the Exalted. Finally, the fact that verse 35 mentions noble characteristics by attributing them to men and women separately, even though the male plural would have included women, reminds people of a profound truth. Superiority does not lie in worldly boundaries such as gender, race, ethnicity, or wealth. Chapter 49 Al-Hujurat, verse 13.
Indeed, the most noble of you in the sight of Allah is the most righteous of you.
This verse establishes piety as the sole criterion of nobility. It is not one's lineage, social status, or material possessions that elevate them, but their sincerity in striving to obey Allah, the Exalted, by correctly using the blessings He has granted as outlined in Islamic teachings. This principle liberates people from the false measures of superiority that dominate worldly societies, and directs them to the eternal measure of righteousness. Sadly, many women have been deceived into debating their status compared to men, distracting them from the true benchmark of superiority. Yet Islam has granted women honor unmatched by any other institution or faith. For example, paradise, the ultimate bliss, has been placed beneath the feet of a woman, namely one's mother. This is confirmed in a hadith found in Sunan and Nasai, number 3106. In another hadith found in Jami at Tirmidhi, number 3895, the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, advised that the best man is the one who treats his wife the best. These examples, among countless others, demonstrate the immense dignity and respect Islam affords women, elevating their role within the family and society. The point to note, however, is that women should not concern themselves with comparing their status to men, for this is not what Allah, the Exalted, desires. Instead, they should strive to adopt piety. If they achieve it, they will be superior to every man or woman who possesses less piety than them. This is the true benchmark of superiority, and it is clear from the verse that it applies equally to men and women. Superiority is not inherited, nor is it granted by worldly rights. It is earned through righteousness. History itself testifies to this reality. When one turns its pages, they find great women who concentrated on cultivating piety, rather than engaging in debates about gender differences. Their focus was not on competing with men in worldly matters, but on excelling in righteousness, sincerity, and devotion to Allah, the Exalted. As a result, they surpassed the vast majority of men and women in rank, becoming luminous examples for all generations. Their superiority was not rooted in worldly rights or privileges, but in their steadfastness upon the path of obedience. Even if women were granted every worldly right they desired, this alone would not make them superior until they adopted piety. Rights and freedoms, while valuable, do not guarantee nobility. This truth is evident when one observes the behavior of those who live as they please, without regard for divine guidance. Their worldly freedoms do not translate into honor or peace of mind. Instead, they often lead to confusion, imbalance, and dissatisfaction. This reality is clear in this world, as it does not bring them tranquility, but rather causes them to obtain an unbalanced mental and physical state. They misplace everything and everyone within their life, failing to prioritize correctly according to divine wisdom. Such misplacement inevitably leads to stress, trouble, and difficulties, even if they outwardly enjoy worldly pleasures. Their lives may appear glamorous, but beneath the surface lies emptiness and turmoil. And because they failed to prepare for their accountability on Judgment Day, they will face greater trouble and stress in the hereafter. The fleeting enjoyment of worldly freedoms will be replaced with regret, as they realize that true superiority was never in worldly comparisons but in obedience to Allah, the Exalted. Therefore, if a person desires to be superior to others, they should seek it in piety, not in argument or debate. Piety is the eternal measure of worth, the shield against arrogance, and the path to peace in both worlds. It aligns the heart with divine guidance, ensures that blessings are used correctly, and prepares the soul for accountability. Those who adopt piety rise above worldly divisions and attain true nobility in the sight of Allah, the Exalted. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 35.
For them Allah has prepared forgiveness and a great reward.
Finally, it is important to note that since intention is hidden from other people, no one can judge others to be better based on outward actions alone. One must therefore refrain from making claims about the status of others or themselves, for Allah the Exalted alone knows the intention, speech, and actions of all people. True rank is determined by Him alone, and it will be revealed fully on the Day of Judgment. This reminder instills humility, curbs arrogance, and ensures that people focus on their own striving rather than comparing themselves to others. Chapter 53 An-Na'im, verse 32.
So do not claim yourselves to be pure, He is most knowing of who fears Him.
As Islam is a complete code of conduct, it influences every situation a person faces, whether worldly or religious, and affects every worldly thing they interact with. A person who accepts Islam as their faith must therefore obey Allah, the Exalted, and His Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, in every circumstance, whether worldly or religious, even if they fail to observe the wisdoms behind this obedience. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 36.
It is not for a believing man or a believing woman, when Allah and His Messenger have decided a matter, that they should thereafter have any choice about their affair.
This verse establishes that obedience is not conditional upon understanding every wisdom behind divine commands. Human knowledge is limited, and therefore one must submit to the guidance of Allah, the Exalted, who alone knows what is best. For this reason, one must avoid adopting the ignorant attitude whereby they believe Allah, the Exalted, only cares about religious duties such as the obligatory prayers. In reality, Allah, the Exalted, will question people about every situation they encountered, whether worldly or religious. Every interaction, decision, and use of blessings falls under His jurisdiction. Therefore, people must ensure they learn and act upon Islamic teachings so that they conduct themselves correctly in every circumstance. This comprehensive obedience guarantees that they achieve a harmonious mental and physical condition, appropriately positioning everything and everyone in their lives while sufficiently preparing for their responsibilities on the Day of Judgment. Such conduct results in tranquility in both worlds. One must therefore avoid treating Islam like a coat, to be worn and removed according to personal desires. The one who behaves in this manner is not truly obeying Allah, the Exalted, but is worshipping their own desires, even if they claim otherwise. Chapter 25 Al-Furqan, verse 43.
Have you seen the one who takes as his God his own desire?
The one who fails to act upon Islamic teachings in every situation will inevitably misuse the blessings they have been granted. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 36.
And whoever disobeys Allah and His Messenger has certainly strayed into clear error.
In this world, such an attitude prevents a person from achieving a balanced mental and physical state. It causes them to misplace everything and everyone within their life. As a result, their family, friends, career, and wealth all become sources of stress rather than blessings. Persisting in disobedience leads them to blame the wrong things and people for their difficulties, such as their spouse or loved ones. Cutting these good people out of their lives only increases their mental disorders until they plunge into depression, substance addiction, and even suicidal tendencies. This outcome is evident when one observes those who persist in misusing the blessings they have been granted, such as the rich and famous. Despite enjoying worldly luxuries, they often suffer from inner turmoil, instability, and despair. Their wealth and status cannot shield them from the consequences of disobedience. And because their attitude prevented them from preparing for accountability on Judgment Day, their punishment in the hereafter will be far worse. Thus, Islam as a complete code of conduct is not merely a set of rituals but a divine framework that governs every aspect of life. Obedience to Allah, the Exalted, in all matters, whether worldly or religious, ensures balance, tranquility, and success in both realms. Disobedience, by contrast, leads to imbalance, stress, and destruction in this world, and eternal regret in the next. The marriage between the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, and Zainab bint Jahsh, may Allah be pleased with her, which took place in the 5th year after the migration to Medina, prompted the revelation of numerous verses from Allah, the Exalted, such as chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 37.
And when you said to the one on whom Allah bestowed favor and you bestowed favor, keep your wife and fear Allah, while you concealed within yourself that which Allah is to disclose. And you feared the people, while Allah has more right that you fear Him. So when Zayd had no longer any need for her, we married her to you, in order that there not be upon the believers any discomfort concerning the wives of their adopted sons when they no longer have need of them. And ever is the command of Allah accomplished.
This verse discusses the incident when the adopted son of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, Zayd ibn Haritha, divorced his wife, Zainab bint Jahsh, may Allah be pleased with them. The Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, was aware that this would occur and that Allah, the Exalted, would then marry Zainab, may Allah be pleased with her, to him. His apprehension was not due to personal hesitation or worldly desire, but rather out a deep sincerity and concern for the people. He knew that society disapproved of this type of marriage before the coming of Islam. Even though an adopted son is not a biological son, and even though the same society tolerated hideous and corrupt relationships, such as a man marrying his stepmother, the apprehension he felt was therefore rooted in compassion, as he did not wish to create doubts about Islam in the hearts of the people. It was this thought that the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, initially concealed. Yet Allah the Exalted revealed that His command must be obeyed above all else, and that fearing people must never outweigh fearing Him. If the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, had feared people over the commands of Allah the Exalted, he would never have announced prophethood in the first place. His life was a testimony of courage, steadfastness, and unwavering submission to divine will. This event carries profound wisdom. It demonstrates that Allah, the Exalted, abolished harmful pre-Islamic customs by clarifying that adopted sons are not equivalent to biological sons in matters of lineage and marriage. This ruling removed confusion and ensured that persons would not feel discomfort in lawful marriages. It also established the principle that divine guidance must be followed even when it contradicts entrenched cultural norms. The lesson is timeless. One must never compromise obedience to Allah, the Exalted, out of fear of criticism or societal disapproval. People may tolerate corruption yet resist divine guidance, but the person of faith must remain firm. To compromise faith for the sake of pleasing others is to misplace one's loyalty. By contrast, steadfast obedience brings peace of mind, protection from the negative effects of people, and balance in both mental and physical states. Thus, this marriage was not simply a personal matter, but a divine decree that clarified law, corrected false customs, and demonstrated the courage required to place Allah, the Exalted, above all worldly opinion. It reminds every person that true honor lies in obedience, and that fearing Allah, the Exalted, is the only path to tranquility in both worlds. As previously discussed, this incident and the relevant verses in this chapter clearly establish a distinction between biological lineage and adoption, emphasizing that ultimate truth cannot be overridden by social custom or emotional attachment. Islam fully encourages showing adopted children the same love, compassion, and care as biological children, seeing the denial of such affection as unjust and contrary to mercy. Indeed, the Holy Quran and the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, repeatedly emphasize kindness towards the vulnerable, including orphans and adopted children. However, Islam prohibits blurring the line between an adopted child and a biological child, as such confusion can lead to harmful consequences in other areas of family life. Inheritance is one of the most significantly affected areas. Islamic law meticulously details the distribution of wealth among biological relatives to ensure fairness and justice. Treating adopted children as biological children in this context would disrupt the divinely ordained system, potentially depriving rightful heirs of their share. This would undermine the wisdom and balance of the laws revealed by Allah, the Exalted. By preserving lineage, Islam ensures wealth distribution reflects both responsibility and blood ties, thereby preventing disputes and injustice. Proper manners and boundaries within the family unit are also impacted. The conduct required between two biological siblings differs from that between an adopted child and a biological child. Treating them as identical can lead to inappropriate behavior or misunderstandings, affecting issues like marriage eligibility, privacy, and familial roles. Islam, therefore, insists on clarity in lineage to protect both moral conduct and social harmony, safeguarding the dignity of all parties by ensuring affection is shown without compromising divine boundaries. Furthermore, the preservation of lineage has broader societal implications. Lineage is a fundamental cornerstone of social identity, heritage, and accountability. Maintaining clarity in family ties protects individuals from confusion regarding their ancestry, which in turn preserves societal integrity. When lineage is obscured, it can breed disputes, injustice, and corruption in matters of law, marriage, and inheritance. Thus, the command to differentiate between adopted and biological children is not a restriction on compassion, but a safeguard for justice, order, and truth. By clarifying this distinction, Islam successfully balances mercy with justice, allowing families to embrace adopted children warmly while protecting the integrity of divine law and the rights and responsibilities that arise from biological lineage. Ultimately, the teaching affirms that while adoption is a noble act of compassion, it must never erase the truth of lineage. The Holy Quran calls upon people to honor both the emotional bonds of care and the legal boundaries of family life. This balance ensures that adopted children are cherished and protected, while also safeguarding the rights of biological relatives, allowing mercy and fairness to coexist in harmony. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 37.
And you feared the people, while Allah has more right that you fear Him.
Generally speaking, one must never fear the criticism of society in the sincere obedience of Allah, the Exalted, as this can lead them to compromise their faith for the sake of pleasing people. To seek human approval at the expense of divine obedience is to misplace one's loyalty. One must therefore remain steadfast in obeying Allah, the Exalted, trusting that He will provide peace of mind and protection from the negative effects of people, even if this is not immediately apparent. By contrast, the one who aims to please society while disobeying Allah, the Exalted, will not be protected from His punishment, nor will they truly please society. For people and worldly trends, such as social media, fashion, and culture, are fickle in nature, constantly shifting, and never providing lasting satisfaction. As long as one remains firm in obedience to Allah, the Exalted, by correctly using the blessings they have been granted as outlined in Islamic teachings, they will obtain a balanced mental and physical state. They will correctly place everything and everyone within their life, achieving harmony and tranquility. This leads to peace of mind in both worlds. This principle is indicated in the next verse, which shows that Allah, the Exalted, willed to eradicate incorrect notions within society through the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, and did not will this event to occur in order to make things harder for him. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 38.
There is not to be upon the Prophet any discomfort concerning that which Allah has imposed upon him. This is the established way of Allah with those who have passed on before.
Generally speaking, this indicates that the purpose of divine guidance is not to cause difficulty, but to guide people to peace of mind in both worlds. Chapter 2 Al-Baqarah, verse 185.
Allah intends for you ease and does not intend for you hardship.
Those who disbelieve or avoid acting on their faith in Islam do so out of love for the material world and its pleasures. They believe that faith restricts their desires and prevents them from enjoying worldly blessings. For them, religion is seen as a burden, while indulgence in unrestricted desire is seen as freedom. They look down upon those who accept and actualize their faith by controlling their actions and using their blessings in ways pleasing to Allah, the Exalted. They perceive pious persons as lowly slaves bound by restrictions, while considering themselves free. In reality, this perception is inverted. The true slaves are those who fail to accept and submit to Allah, the Exalted, for they become enslaved to the world and its fleeting desires. The superior ones are those who submit to Allah, the Exalted, for they are freed from slavery to creation and worldly illusions. This can be understood through an analogy. A good parent restricts the type of food their child eats, allowing unhealthy food only occasionally while enforcing a healthy diet. The child may feel restricted and believe they are enslaved to their parents' rules. Another child, however, is given complete freedom to eat whatever they desire, whenever they desire, and in whatever quantity they desire. Outwardly, this child appears free and happy, while the restricted child feels burdened. Yet years later, the truth becomes manifest. The unrestricted child grows up unhealthy, suffering from obesity, diabetes, high blood pressure, and mental insecurity. They become slaves to medication, disease, and social problems. Meanwhile, the restricted child grows up healthy in mind and body, confident in themselves, and free from the slavery of illness and imbalance. Thus, the child who had no restrictions became enslaved to many things, while the child who had restrictions grew up independent of them. The analogy demonstrates that what appears to be restriction is in fact protection, and what appears to be freedom is in fact slavery. To conclude, the real slave is the one who becomes enslaved to all other things except Allah, the Exalted, such as social media, society, fashion, and culture. This path leads to mental, physical, and social problems. The real free person is the one who submits only to Allah, the Exalted, thereby achieving peace of mind and body, balance in life, and eternal success. And as Allah, the Exalted, alone controls the affairs of the creation, these two outcomes are inevitable. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 38.
And ever is the command of Allah a destiny decreed.
But as Islam encourages people to control their worldly desires, those whose only aim in life is to fulfill their desires will criticize it, for Islam exposes such behavior as animalistic. In addition, the businesses and industries that profit from people unleashing their desires will also strive against Islam, aiming to encourage people to abandon its teachings. Their opposition is not rooted in truth but in self-interest, as they fear losing profit and influence if people live disciplined lives guided by divine law. In the face of this criticism, persons must remain steadfast in the obedience of Allah, the Exalted, by correctly using the blessings He has granted them as outlined in Islamic teachings. This steadfastness is the hallmark of sincerity, for it demonstrates loyalty to the Creator above all worldly pressures. The example of the Holy Prophets, peace be upon them, is the clearest proof of this principle. They delivered the message entrusted to them without being deterred by the opposition they faced, whether ridicule, persecution, or rejection. Their strength lay in their unwavering fear of Allah, the Exalted, and their refusal to compromise truth for the sake of pleasing people. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 39.
Those who convey the messages of Allah and fear Him, and do not fear anyone but Allah.
This verse establishes the eternal standard for all who strive to live by faith. True obedience requires courage, the courage to resist societal criticism, the courage to reject worldly temptations, and the courage to uphold divine guidance even when it conflicts with popular opinion. To fear Allah, the Exalted, alone is to free oneself from the slavery of people's approval. The lesson is timeless. Society may change its fashions, cultures, and trends, but these are fickle and fleeting. What remains constant is the command of Allah, the Exalted, and the promise of peace of mind for those who obey Him. By remaining firm, a person achieves balance in their mental and physical state, correctly places everything and everyone within their life, and prepares adequately for accountability on the Day of Judgment. Thus, steadfast obedience is not only a safeguard against criticism, but also the path to tranquility in both worlds. It transforms opposition into a test of sincerity and criticism into an opportunity to demonstrate loyalty to Allah, the Exalted. As Allah, the Exalted, is fully aware of people's intention, speech, and actions, He knows who remains firm in obeying Him and who does not, and as a result will hold each person accountable in both worlds. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 39.
And sufficient is Allah as accountant.
Thus, this verse serves both as a reassurance and a warning. It reassures the sincere that their efforts will never be overlooked, even if unrecognized by others. It warns the heedless that every intention and action will be accounted for, and that Allah, the Exalted, alone determines true rank and final outcome. Allah, the Exalted, further emphasized that an adopted child is not equal to a biological child in respect to laws, such as inheritance, by declaring that despite the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, being the adopted father of Zayd ibn Haritha, may Allah be pleased with him, he was not his biological father. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 40.
Muhammad is not the father of any one of your men.
This verse corrected a deep-rooted pre-Islamic custom that blurred the distinction between adoption and biological lineage. In pre-Islamic Arabia, adoption was treated as if it erased the natural boundaries of kinship, leading to confusion in matters of inheritance, marriage, and family honor. By clarifying that the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, was not the biological father of Zayd, may Allah be pleased with him, Allah, the Exalted, preserved the sanctity of lineage and ensured that justice would prevail in family law. This ruling safeguarded the rights of biological relatives and prevented the distortion of inheritance laws, which are divinely ordained to maintain fairness and balance within society. By reminding people of the true status of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, Allah, the Exalted, also encouraged them to obey him in every situation, as obeying him is the same as obeying Allah, the Exalted. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 40.
But he is the messenger of Allah and last of the prophets.
This statement is monumental. It affirms both the authority of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, and the finality of his mission. His commands are not personal opinions but divine guidance, and his role as the last of the prophets seals the chain of revelation. This, amongst many other verses and hadiths, makes it clear that the message of Islam concluded with him, and believing in anyone who falsely claims prophethood after him is clear disbelief, as it directly challenges the Holy Quran. By choosing the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, as the final prophet and messenger, Allah, the Exalted, delivered the perfect and timeless code of conduct for humanity to follow in order to achieve peace of mind in both worlds. Islam therefore needs nothing and no one else after him. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 40.
And ever is Allah of all things knowing.
This reminds people that Allah, the Exalted, in his infinite wisdom, chose the most suitable person to deliver his final message. His choice was not arbitrary, but based on perfect knowledge of character, capacity, and circumstance. The Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, was uniquely prepared to carry this responsibility. His life before prophethood was marked by honesty, humility, and trustworthiness, earning him the title the Trustworthy. His mission was supported by divine revelation, his character was perfected, and his example was comprehensive, covering every aspect of human life. Chapter 6 Al-An'am, verse 124.
Allah is most knowing of where he places his message.
This verse confirms that Allah, the Exalted, entrusted his final revelation to the one most worthy of carrying it, ensuring that the message would be preserved, perfected, and universally applicable until the end of time. Unlike previous revelations, which were limited to specific nations or eras, the message of Islam was designed to be timeless and universal, addressing the needs of humanity across all generations. The lesson is clear: Islam is complete, final, and sufficient. No new holy prophet, peace be upon them, revelation or system is needed, for Allah the Exalted has already provided humanity with everything required to achieve balance, tranquility, and success in both worlds. The responsibility of each person is therefore to obey the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, and to live by the guidance he delivered, knowing that this guidance is the culmination of divine wisdom. Furthermore, the finality of prophethood protects the unity of the Muslim community. If new holy prophets, peace be upon them, were to arise, divisions and confusion would inevitably follow, as competing claims would fracture the faith. By sealing prophethood, Allah, the Exalted, ensured that the community would remain united under one eternal message. This unity is itself a mercy, sparing humanity from endless disputes and safeguarding the clarity of divine guidance. Thus, the declaration in verse 40 is not merely about lineage or inheritance, it is a comprehensive statement of divine wisdom. It preserves family law, affirms the authority of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, seals the chain of revelation, and establishes Islam as the perfect and timeless code of conduct. It reminds every person that true peace of mind lies in submission to Allah, the Exalted, through the guidance of his final messenger, peace and blessings be upon him. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 41.
O you who have believed, remember Allah with much remembrance.
When Allah, the Exalted, calls upon the believers within the Holy Quran, His call is often connected to actualizing their verbal claim of faith. This is because a verbal claim of faith without actions has very little value in Islam. Actions are the proof and evidence one is required to obtain, so that they may receive reward and mercy in both worlds. Just as a fruit-bearing tree is only useful when it produces fruit, similarly, faith is only useful when it produces good actions. In this case, Allah, the Exalted, encourages the believers to support their verbal declaration of faith by obeying Him in every situation, whether worldly or religious, and with every blessing they interact with by correctly using them as outlined in Islamic teachings. An aspect of obeying Allah, the Exalted, as indicated by the next verse, is glorifying Allah, the Exalted, by not attributing anything negative to Him, such as the difficulties one faces which are decreed by Him. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 42.
And glorify Him morning and afternoon.
To achieve this, one must adopt a positive mindset. Generally speaking, it is essential for people to cultivate a positive mindset, as it serves as a valuable tool in navigating challenges while remaining obedient to Allah, the Exalted. This obedience involves utilizing the blessings He has bestowed in ways that are pleasing to Him, as described in the Holy Quran and the teachings of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. Whenever individuals encounter hardships, they should always recognize that the situation could have been far worse. If the issue is of a worldly nature, they ought to be thankful that it does not impact their faith. Rather than fixating on the immediate sorrow that accompanies the challenge, they should focus on the ultimate reward, awaiting those who exhibit patience for the sake of Allah, the Exalted. When someone experiences a loss of certain blessings, they should reflect on the multitude of blessings they still enjoy. In every trial, one should recall the verse from the Holy Quran that reminds them of the many hidden wisdoms within difficulties and tests that may not be immediately apparent. Thus, the current situation they are facing is more favorable than the one they initially wished for. Chapter 2 Al-Baqarah, verse 216.
But perhaps you hate a thing and it is good for you, and perhaps you love a thing and it is bad for you. And Allah knows while you know not.
This verse is a reminder that human knowledge is limited, and what appears harmful may in fact contain hidden benefits, while what appears desirable may conceal harm. A positive mindset therefore requires trust in divine wisdom, recognizing that Allah, the Exalted, knows what is best for His creation. In conclusion, one should contemplate these facts and others to cultivate a positive mindset, which is essential for correctly glorifying Allah, the Exalted, by avoiding attributing negative things to Him. To glorify Allah, the Exalted, is not merely to utter words of praise but to maintain gratitude, patience, and trust in His decree. Keep in mind the cup is not half empty, it is in fact half full. The one who sees life through this lens will find tranquility in both worlds, for they will have aligned their heart with the wisdom of Allah, the Exalted, and freed themselves from despair. Those who obey Allah, the Exalted, in every situation and glorify Him by not attributing anything negative to Him, will inevitably use the blessings He has granted them correctly, as outlined in Islamic teachings. This obedience is not limited to ritual acts, but extends to every aspect of life, family, wealth, health, speech, and conduct. By aligning their actions with divine guidance, they ensure that their blessings are not misused for selfish or destructive purposes, but are instead employed in ways that bring benefit to themselves and others. This comprehensive obedience guarantees that they obtain a balanced mental and physical state. Their mind remains tranquil because they trust in the wisdom of Allah, the Exalted, and their body remains disciplined because they avoid excess and misuse of worldly provisions. They correctly place everything and everyone within their life, giving each relationship and responsibility its rightful importance. In this way, they prepare adequately for their accountability on the Day of Judgment, where every blessing will be questioned, whether it was used in obedience or squandered in negligence. Such behavior inevitably leads to peace of mind in both worlds. In this life, it manifests as harmony, stability, and protection from despair. In the hereafter, it manifests as forgiveness, mercy, and eternal reward. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 43.
It is He who confers blessing upon you, and His angels ask Him to do so that He may bring you out from darknesses into the light. And ever is He to the believers merciful.
This verse highlights the immense mercy of Allah, the Exalted. His blessings are not restricted to material provisions such as food, wealth, or health, but extend to spiritual guidance, protection, and the constant prayers of His angels on behalf of the faithful. To be brought out from darknesses into the light is to be guided away from ignorance, sin, and despair, and to be led toward knowledge, righteousness, and tranquility. It is a reminder that obedience is not a burden, but a means of receiving divine favor and angelic support. The imagery of darknesses into the light also illustrates the transformative power of faith. Darkness represents confusion, imbalance, and enslavement to worldly desires, while light represents clarity, balance, and freedom through submission to Allah, the Exalted. Those who obey Him are elevated from the chaos of worldly life into the serenity of divine guidance. In conclusion, obedience and glorification of Allah, the Exalted, are not abstract ideals but practical paths to peace, balance, and success. They ensure that blessings are used correctly, that life is ordered harmoniously, and that accountability is prepared for with sincerity. Those who remain firm in this way are recipients of divine blessings, angelic prayers, and eternal mercy. Their journey is one of light, moving steadily away from the darkness of worldly enslavement and into the radiance of divine tranquility. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 44.
Their greeting the day they meet Him will be peace, and He has prepared for them a noble reward.
After mentioning the status of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, as the final Holy Prophet and Messenger, peace be upon them, some of his characteristics which must be understood correctly are then mentioned. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 45.
O Prophet, indeed we have sent you as a witness.
It must be noted that a witness can testify on behalf of someone or against them. This dual role is crucial to understand. Even though the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, will intercede on behalf of Muslims, nonetheless, the one who mocks this concept by adopting wishful thinking, persisting in disobedience to Allah, the Exalted, while falsely believing they will be saved through intercession, may find that the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, will testify against them on Judgment Day. Chapter 25 Al-Furqan, verse 30.
And the Messenger has said, O my Lord, indeed my people have taken this Quran as a thing abandoned.
This verse pertains specifically to Muslims, as they are the sole community that has acknowledged and embraced the Holy Quran. Non-Muslims, having not accepted its guidance, cannot be described as abandoning it. The outcome of any Muslim against whom the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, bears witness on the Day of Judgment is clear, for such testimony will expose their negligence before Allah, the Exalted. Even in cases where intercession is granted, negligence may not prevent entry into hell. At most, it may reduce the severity of the punishment. It must be clearly understood that even the briefest experience of hell is profoundly unbearable. The fire of hell is not comparable to worldly pain. It is beyond imagination. And even a moment within it is enough to erase all false notions of comfort and security. Therefore, genuine hope in intercession must be accompanied by earnest effort. This effort is the active and sincere use of the blessings one has been granted, in a manner that aligns with the guidance of the Holy Quran and the teachings of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. Intercession is not a license for negligence, but a mercy for those who strive sincerely, even if they fall short. Only then should one hope for intercession on the Day of Judgment, with the understanding that Allah, the Exalted, alone authorizes it. In truth, the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, is both a witness and an intercessor. His testimony will be in favor of those who sincerely obey Allah, the Exalted, and live by the Holy Quran, but it may be against those who abandon it while falsely relying on his intercession. The wise person therefore combines hope with effort, gratitude with obedience, and faith with action, knowing that Allah, the Exalted, alone authorizes intercession and that His justice is perfect. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 45.
And a bringer of good tidings and a warner.
It is important to note that good news and warnings only benefit when one practically responds to them, for revelation was never intended to remain as mere words, but as guidance to be lived. Therefore, The one who responds practically by correctly using the blessings Allah, the Exalted, has granted them, as outlined in Islamic teachings, will obtain peace of mind in both worlds. This peace arises from achieving a balanced mental and physical state, and from rightly ordering everything and everyone within their life, according to divine wisdom. Such a person lives with clarity, gratitude and discipline, ensuring that their worldly affairs are harmonized with their spiritual responsibilities, while also preparing adequately for accountability on the Day of Judgment. In contrast, the one who fails to respond practically to the warnings and good news given in Islamic teachings will persist in misusing the blessings they have been granted. Their negligence will inevitably lead them into imbalance, both mentally and physically, as they fail to rightly order their priorities and relationships. They will neglect proper preparation for their accountability before Allah, the Exalted, and as a result, they will face stress, hardship, and difficulty in both worlds. Even if they outwardly enjoy certain worldly luxuries, these will not shield them from inner turmoil, nor will they prevent the consequences of their disobedience. Thus, the true benefit of divine guidance lies not in hearing it alone, but in embodying it through action. Revelation is a light only for those who walk by it, and blessings are a test only passed by those who use them in ways pleasing to Allah, the Exalted. The one who responds practically will find tranquility, while the one who ignores will find restlessness, proving that peace of mind is inseparable from obedience. Another main characteristic of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, is that he calls people towards right guidance. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 46.
And one who invites to Allah by his permission.
This noble mission was not achieved merely through words, but through leading by example. The Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, embodied the teachings of Islam in his daily life so that others could recognize its truthfulness through his actions and speech. His honesty, compassion, humility, and justice were living proofs of the message he delivered. Leading by example involves learning and acting upon the teachings of Islam, so that others see their truthfulness reflected in one's conduct. Only then can Muslims teach the Holy Quran and the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, to the next generation in a way that allows them to understand Islam through evidence rather than blind imitation. This ensures that they remain firm upon the teachings of Islam throughout their lives, not as a cultural identity, but as a divine way of life. It is regrettable to observe that many Muslim parents are extremely eager to teach their children worldly knowledge, which leads to worldly success, yet they neglect their religious education. They often hand over this responsibility to others, even though it is their duty to teach their children the foundations of Islam directly. While encouraging the pursuit of worldly knowledge is praiseworthy, it must never come at the expense of religious knowledge. Sending children to mosques merely to learn how to recite the Holy Quran without understanding its meaning is insufficient. A teenager must accept Islam based on evidence, not blind imitation. Otherwise they will drift away from Islam over time, perceiving it as a cultural practice that can be discarded. When one accepts Islam based on evidence, they understand that it is a comprehensive way of life, to be applied in every situation and in the use of every blessing granted by Allah, the Exalted. This is only possible when elders within the family teach clear proofs and evidences of Islam's truthfulness. And this in turn is only possible when those elders, such as parents, led by example by learning and acting upon Islamic teachings themselves. Parents who embody the teachings of Islam in their own lives provide living evidence to their children that Islam is not a burden but a source of balance, tranquility, and success. Similarly, leading by example fulfills the duty of correctly representing Islam to the wider world. If one fails to adopt the good characteristics encouraged in Islamic teachings and avoids the bad ones, they misrepresent Islam to non-Muslims and even to fellow Muslims. Such misrepresentation discourages others from accepting and acting upon Islamic teachings, and those responsible will undoubtedly be held accountable before Allah, the Exalted, for this failure. The Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, was sent as the perfect example of this principle, and Muslims must strive to emulate him by combining knowledge with practice, evidence with sincerity, and teaching with personal example. In truth, the verse reminds every person that calling to Allah, the Exalted, is not limited to words but requires a life lived in obedience. The Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, was sent as the perfect caller to Allah by his permission, and his life demonstrates that guidance is most effective when it is embodied. Muslims who follow this path will ensure that Islam remains firmly rooted in the hearts of future generations and is represented truthfully to the world. The mission of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, involved illuminating the world with divine light, enabling people to clearly differentiate good from evil, the lawful from the unlawful, and the path leading to peace of mind from the path of difficulties and stress. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 46.
And an illuminating lamp.
And chapter 7 Al-Araf, verse 157.
The ones who follow the messenger, the unlettered prophet, whose description they find in their Torah and the Gospel. He commands them to do good and forbids them from evil, permits for them what is lawful and forbids to them what is impure, and relieves them from their burdens and the shackles that bound them.
Everything which has been commanded and prohibited in Islamic teachings aids a person in obtaining peace of mind in both worlds, even if this is not immediately obvious to them. By correctly using the blessings they have been granted, they guarantee that they achieve a harmonious mental and physical condition, appropriately positioning everything and everyone in their lives while sufficiently preparing themselves for accountability on the Day of Judgment. Consequently, this conduct results in tranquility in both worlds. In addition, acting upon Islamic teachings ensures that the rights of people are fulfilled, which in turn causes the spread of justice and peace within society. The role of commanding good and forbidding evil has been passed down to the community of believers from the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. Chapter 3 Ali Imran, verse 110.
You are the best nation produced, as an example for mankind. You enjoin what is right and forbid what is wrong and believe in Allah.
It is therefore crucial for one to consistently promote good and discourage evil based on Islamic teachings, doing so with kindness and wisdom. One should never assume that their personal obedience to Allah, the Exalted, will shield them from the negative influences of misguided individuals. Just as a good apple can be spoiled when placed among rotten ones, a person who neglects to encourage others to do good will ultimately be influenced by their negative actions, whether overt or subtle. Even if society at large persists in disobedience to Allah, the Exalted, one must continue to advise their dependents, such as family members, since their negative behavior can have a greater impact on them. This responsibility is emphasized in the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, such as the hadith recorded in Sunan Abu Dawood, number 2928. Even if a person faces disregard from others, they must fulfill their obligation by persistently offering gentle advice backed by solid evidence and knowledge. Promoting good and forbidding evil, without proper understanding and good manners, will only alienate people from the truth and proper guidance, which ultimately harms the entire community. Only by properly commanding good and prohibiting evil can one shield themselves from the adverse impacts of society and receive forgiveness on the Day of Judgment. Chapter 7 Al-Araf, verse 164.
And when a community among them said, Why do you advise or warn a people whom Allah is about to destroy or to punish with a severe punishment? They, the advisers, said, To be absolved before your Lord, and perhaps they may fear him.
This principle is not merely a communal duty but a personal safeguard, ensuring that one's faith remains firm, one's family remains protected, and one's society remains just. It is through this balance of obedience, kindness, and responsibility that peace of mind in both worlds is attained. A concern exists that if individuals are too focused on themselves and ignore the actions of those around them, they may ultimately be led astray by the negative behavior of others. Chapter 7 Al-Araf, verse 157.
Who enjoins upon them what is right and forbids them what is wrong, and makes lawful for them the good things and prohibits for them the evil.
As Allah, the Exalted, alone created the universe and all that it contains, He alone knows with perfection what is truly good for a person and what is harmful, even if this is not immediately apparent to them. Human knowledge is limited and often discovered only after long periods of research, whereas divine knowledge is absolute and timeless. For example, Many of the negative effects of alcohol on the human body and mind have only recently been uncovered through scientific study. Yet Allah, the Exalted, prohibited it over 14 centuries ago. This demonstrates that divine law anticipates human welfare long before human understanding catches up. In general, the few things deemed unlawful in Islam are precisely those in which the harm outweighs any perceived benefit. Prior to the prohibition of alcohol and gambling, Allah, the Exalted, made this principle clear by declaring that their harm exceeds the limited benefits people may imagine. This is a truth evident to anyone who reflects with common sense. Chapter 2, Al-Baqarah 219.
They ask you about wine and gambling. Say, in them is great sin and yet some benefit for people.
The principles of Islam exist solely for the benefit of individuals. Allah, the Exalted, does not gain advantage from their obedience nor suffer detriment from their disobedience. His perfection is complete regardless of human conduct. Chapter 60, Al-Mumtahana, verse 6.
And whoever turns away, then indeed Allah is the free of need, the praiseworthy.
This makes clear that divine law is not for the benefit of Allah, the Exalted, but for the benefit of His creation. It is therefore essential for individuals to embrace and implement the teachings of Islam for their own well-being. This entails using the blessings bestowed upon them in ways pleasing to Allah, the Exalted, as described in the Holy Quran and the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. Only through this can one attain peace of mind and success in both this life and the hereafter, by achieving a balanced mental and physical state, and by correctly placing everything and everyone within their life. By contrast, the one who persists in misusing the blessings they have been granted will inevitably fall into imbalance. Their mental and physical state will deteriorate, their relationships and priorities will be misplaced, and they will fail to prepare for accountability on the Day of Judgment. Even if they outwardly enjoy certain worldly luxuries, inwardly they will face stress, hardship, and difficulty in both worlds. The wise person therefore emulates the patient who accepts and follows the guidance of their doctor, knowing it is in their best interest, even if the prescription involves bitter medicine or a strict diet. Just as the patient removes obstacles to good health by trusting the doctor's expertise, so too does the believer remove obstacles to peace of mind by learning and acting upon Islamic teachings. Yet there is a crucial distinction. While patients often trust their doctors blindly without understanding the science behind their prescriptions, Allah, the Exalted, invites people to reflect upon His teachings so that they may recognize their truthfulness and appreciate their positive effects. He does not expect blind trust, but encourages reflection, contemplation, and recognition of the clear proofs He has provided. Chapter 12, Yusuf, verse 108.
Say, this is my way, I invite to Allah with insight, I and those who follow me.
And chapter 7, Al-Araf, verse 157.
Who enjoins upon them what is right, and forbids them what is wrong, and makes lawful for them the good things, and prohibits for them the evil, and relieves them of their burden and the shackles which were upon them.
In order to obtain true mental and physical freedom, it is essential to strictly adhere to the two authentic sources of guidance, the Holy Quran and the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. All other sources of religious knowledge only complicate a person's life and divert them from the simplicity and clarity of divine instruction. The more one relies on alternative sources, even if they appear to result in positive actions, the less they will act upon the two primary sources of guidance, ultimately leading to misguidance. This is why the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, cautioned in a hadith recorded in Sunan Abu Dawood, number 4606, that any matter not grounded in these two sources of guidance will be rejected by Allah, the Exalted. The danger of relying on other sources is that it gradually leads individuals into practices that contradict the teachings of Islam. This is how the devil misleads people step by step. For example, a person facing difficulties may be advised to undertake spiritual exercises that oppose Islamic principles. If they are unaware and accustomed to following alternative sources of religious knowledge, they may easily fall into this trap and begin performing practices that directly challenge the teachings of Islam. Worse still, they may adopt beliefs about Allah, the Exalted, and the universe that are inconsistent with Islamic teachings, such as the false notion that people or supernatural beings can dictate their fate. Some of these misguided practices amount to outright disbelief, such as engaging in black magic. Chapter 2 Al-Baqarah, verse 102.
It was not Solomon who disbelieved, but the devils disbelieved, teaching people magic, and that which was revealed to the two angels at Babylon, Harut and Marut. But they, i.e. the two angels, do not teach anyone unless they say, "We are a trial, so do not disbelieve," by practicing magic.
A person can therefore unknowingly lose their faith by relying on alternate sources of religious knowledge. This is why engaging in religious innovations that lack foundation in the Holy Quran and the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, is akin to following the path of the devil. Chapter 2 Al-Baqarah, verse 208.
O you who have believed, enter into Islam completely and perfectly, and do not follow the footsteps of Satan. Indeed, he is to you a clear enemy.
Another consequence of acting upon other sources of religious knowledge is that Islam becomes unnecessarily complicated, turning into a burden rather than a mercy. When people introduce innovations, they often create practices that are difficult to maintain, leading them to disobey Allah, the Exalted, because they perceive Islamic teachings as too demanding. The next generation, observing elders who complicate Islam through such innovations, are discouraged from practicing it altogether. They begin to see Islam as a heavy cultural tradition, rather than a clear and practical way of life. This outcome can only be avoided when one strictly adheres to the Holy Quran and the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, while avoiding all other sources of religious knowledge. By doing so, Islam remains simple, pure, and accessible, ensuring that it continues to be a source of balance, tranquility, and guidance for both the present and future generations. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 47.
And give good tidings to the believers that they will have from Allah great bounty.
When a person chooses to live in obedience to Allah, the Exalted, and follows a path different from those around them, it often unsettles others who have chosen to pursue their own desires instead of divine guidance. This sense of discomfort can lead to criticism, sometimes even from family members, directed at those who remain firm in their faith. The pressures of society add further difficulty. Social media, fashion trends, and cultural expectations frequently push individuals to compromise their values. Islam is often portrayed as a barrier to worldly ambitions such as wealth and status, and industries that thrive on excess or immorality naturally resist the incorporation of Islamic principles. This resistance fuels the widespread hostility toward Islam that is visible across many platforms today. Those who strive to live by Islamic teachings, which emphasize moderation and responsible use of blessings, are often ridiculed by those who indulge in excess without restraint. Such behavior, described in Islam as animalistic, seeks to reduce human dignity to mere impulse. These individuals attempt to dissuade others from embracing Islam and discourage believers from practicing it, luring them into a lifestyle of unchecked desire. They frequently attack specific aspects of Islam, such as the dress code for women, in an effort to undermine its credibility. Yet thoughtful observers recognize the weakness of these arguments. For example, critics rarely question the strict dress codes required in professions such as law enforcement, the military, healthcare, or business, but they single out Islamic modesty for criticism. This inconsistency reveals that their objections stem not from reason, but from disdain for Islam's emphasis on discipline and restraint. In every situation, a person must remain steadfast in their obedience to Allah, the Exalted. Such devotion brings serenity and shields them from harmful influences, even if this protection is not immediately visible. By remaining loyal to Allah, they will use their blessings correctly, achieve balance in mind and body, and rightly order all aspects of their life while preparing for accountability on the Day of Judgment. This way of living fosters tranquility in both worlds, and ensures guidance through ease and hardship alike. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 48.
And do not obey the disbelievers and the hypocrites, and disregard their harm, and rely upon Allah.
In contrast, those who ignore divine commands in pursuit of approval from others will inevitably lose inner peace. Their misuse of blessings will lead to disorder in their lives, leaving them unprepared for accountability before Allah, the Exalted. This negligence results in stress, hardship, and difficulty in both worlds, regardless of any material comforts they may outwardly enjoy. To maintain a resolute mindset, one must cultivate strong faith. Strong faith is essential for remaining devoted to Allah, the Exalted, in every circumstance, whether in ease or adversity. Such faith is nurtured by learning, understanding, and applying the clear signs and teachings found in the Holy Quran, and the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. These teachings demonstrate that true obedience to Allah, the Exalted, brings tranquility in this life and the next. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 48.
And rely upon Allah.
Those who lack knowledge of Islamic principles, however, possess fragile faith, and are easily swayed when their desires conflict with divine guidance. Ignorance clouds their understanding of the necessity of surrendering personal desires in favor of the commands of Allah, the Exalted. For this reason, individuals must strengthen their faith through the pursuit of Islamic knowledge and its practical application. By doing so, they remain obedient to Allah, the Exalted, at all times, using their blessings in accordance with His teachings. This nurtures balance in mind and body, and ensures that all aspects of life are rightly prioritized. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 48.
And sufficient is Allah as disposer of affairs.
This final declaration affirms that reliance upon Allah, the Exalted, is the ultimate safeguard. Those who trust Him, obey His commands, and remain firm in their faith will find tranquility, balance, and success in both worlds. Islam, as a complete code of conduct, encompasses every dimension of human life. Allah, the Exalted, frequently transitions in the Holy Quran between matters of direct obedience to Him and worldly affairs, such as marriage, inheritance, or trade. This seamless movement between spiritual and worldly topics demonstrates that both are interconnected and equally significant. In the example at hand, Allah, the Exalted, moves from instructing believers to follow the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, and to avoid obeying the misguided, directly into matters of divorce. This illustrates that divine guidance is not confined to ritual worship, but extends to the practical realities of daily life. It is therefore essential to recognize that Islam influences every situation a person faces, whether worldly or religious, and governs every interaction with the blessings they have been granted. One must avoid the ignorant attitude of believing that Allah, the Exalted, will only question them about religious duties such as the obligatory prayers. In truth, He will hold people accountable for every circumstance they encountered, whether in worship, family life, business dealings, or social conduct. For this reason, individuals must learn and act upon Islamic teachings so that they respond correctly in every situation. This comprehensive obedience ensures a harmonious mental and physical condition, allowing them to rightly order everything and everyone in their lives, while preparing adequately for accountability on the Day of Judgment. Such conduct results in tranquility in both worlds. A person must therefore avoid treating Islam like a coat that can be put on and taken off according to their desires. To behave in this manner is to worship one's own desires rather than Allah, the Exalted, even if one claims otherwise. Chapter 25 Al-Furqan, verse 43.
Have you seen the one who takes as his God his own desire?
The one who fails to act upon Islamic teachings in every situation will inevitably misuse the blessings they have been granted. This misuse leads to imbalance in both mind and body, causing them to misplace priorities and relationships, and leaving them unprepared for their responsibilities on the Day of Judgment. The outcome of such negligence is stress, hardship, and difficulty in both worlds, even if they outwardly enjoy certain worldly luxuries. In contrast, those who embrace Islam as a complete way of life find balance, clarity, and peace. Their obedience to Allah, the Exalted, ensures that every blessing is used correctly, every relationship is rightly ordered, and every responsibility is fulfilled. This holistic approach to life is what secures tranquility in both this world and the hereafter. The reality of Islam being a complete code of conduct, encompassing every aspect of one's life, whether worldly or religious, is further reinforced by the opening statement of the next verse. Here, Allah, the Exalted, calls upon the believers to respond to Him in a matter that pertains to worldly affairs, just as He calls upon them in other verses to respond to Him in matters of worship and religious duty. This seamless transition between worldly and spiritual guidance demonstrates that both are inseparably linked within Islam. It is a reminder that divine instruction is not confined to prayer, fasting, or other ritual obligations, but extends to the practical realities of daily life: marriage, divorce, trade, inheritance, and social conduct. By addressing worldly matters with the same authority and urgency as religious ones, Allah, the Exalted, makes clear that every situation a person encounters is subject to His guidance and will be part of their accountability on the Day of Judgment. This comprehensive approach ensures that a believer cannot compartmentalize their faith, treating it as relevant only in the mosque or during acts of worship. Instead, Islam permeates every decision, interaction, and responsibility, guiding the correct use of blessings and ensuring balance in both mind and body. In this way, the Quran demonstrates that obedience to Allah, the Exalted, is not partial but total, and that true tranquility in both worlds can only be achieved when His guidance is applied universally. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 49.
O you who have believed, when you marry believing women and then divorce them before you have touched them, then there is not for you any waiting period to count concerning them.
The waiting period prescribed in Islam after divorce is normally set at 3 monthly cycles, and this serves both emotional and practical purposes. It allows time for reflection, reconciliation, and the possibility of pregnancy to become clear, ensuring that decisions are made with wisdom rather than haste. However, this requirement is waived in cases where the couple has not been physically intimate. The wisdom behind this distinction is twofold. First, without physical intimacy, there is no possibility of pregnancy, which would otherwise have a profound impact on the decision to divorce or remain married. Second, physical intimacy creates a unique emotional bond between husband and wife, a deep attachment unlike any other. This bond requires careful consideration before finalizing a divorce, as decisions made in the heat of emotion can lead to regret. The waiting period provides the necessary time for both spouses to evaluate their relationship with clarity, free from immediate emotional pressure. In contrast, when a marriage has not involved physical intimacy, this deep emotional attachment has not been established. In such cases, the waiting period is waived, as there is no need for reflection on the same level of emotional or practical consequences. The couple can proceed with divorce without the concern of concealed pregnancy or the complexities of severing a profound emotional bond. This ruling demonstrates the comprehensive wisdom of Islamic guidance, which takes into account both the physical realities and the emotional dimensions of human relationships. It ensures fairness, protects rights, and prevents unnecessary hardship, while also safeguarding individuals from regret and instability. Generally speaking, the waiting period prescribed in Islam after divorce is a profound example of divine wisdom that addresses emotional, social, and practical realities. It is not simply a pause in time, but a carefully designed safeguard that protects both spouses from rash decisions and ensures that matters are resolved with clarity rather than impulse. When divorce occurs suddenly, emotions are often heightened, and pride or shame can prevent reconciliation, even when it would have been the wiser choice. The waiting period allows these emotions to settle, giving both husband and wife the opportunity to reflect calmly on the positive and negative aspects of continuing or ending the marriage. This reflection, carried out with a clearer and more rational mind, helps prevent regret that often arises when decisions are made in haste. The waiting period also serves an important practical function. It provides time for a pregnancy to become evident, ensuring that the husband is aware of his responsibilities before finalizing the divorce. Concealing such a matter would be unjust, as it directly affects the rights and duties of both parents and the child. By requiring openness and honesty during this time, Islam safeguards lineage, protects the rights of the unborn, and ensures fairness in the responsibilities of both spouses. In addition, the waiting period prevents divorced individuals from rushing into another marriage while still emotionally unsettled. Entering a new union without proper reflection often leads to instability and unhappiness, not only for the individual, but also for the new family they attempt to build. By slowing down this process, Islam protects individuals from compounding their difficulties and ensures that subsequent decisions are made with maturity and foresight. This period also provides an opportunity for reconciliation. Many couples, after reflecting during this time, realize that their initial decision was driven by anger or frustration rather than genuine incompatibility. The waiting period allows them to return to one another with renewed understanding, preserving the family unit and preventing unnecessary separation. Thus, the waiting period is not a restriction but a mercy. It protects dignity, ensures fairness, and allows decisions to be made with wisdom rather than impulse. It safeguards the rights of all involved, husband, wife, and child, while fostering stability in society. It reflects the comprehensive nature of Islam, which addresses both emotional and practical realities, guiding people toward balance, tranquility, and justice in every circumstance. In the case of divorce, Allah, the Exalted, commands men to provide their ex-wives with provision, the details of which are outlined in several verses of the Holy Quran. Chapter 2 Al-Baqarah, verses 236 to 237.
There is no blame upon you, if you divorce women you have not touched nor specified for them an obligation. But give them a gift of compensation, the wealthy according to his capability, and the poor according to his capability, a provision according to what is acceptable, a duty upon the doers of good. And if you divorce them before you have touched them, and you have already specified for them an obligation, then give half of what you specified, unless they forego the right or the one in whose hand is the marriage contract forgoes it. And to forego it is nearer to righteousness. And do not forget graciousness between you. Indeed, Allah, of whatever you do, is seeing.
Allah, the Exalted, makes clear that even when divorce occurs before physical intimacy or before a dowry has been specified, the husband is still obliged to give compensation according to his means. The wealthy should provide generously, while those of limited means should give what is reasonable, for this is a duty upon those who strive to do good. If a dowry has already been specified, then half of it must be given unless the wife chooses to forego her right, or the husband voluntarily relinquishes his claim. Allah, the Exalted, emphasizes that graciousness between the couple must not be forgotten, reminding them that He sees all that they do. And chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 49.
So provide for them.
The important thing to note is that the man must provide for his ex-wife in a gracious manner, and this behavior has been directly connected to righteousness, which is directly connected to the obedience of Allah, the Exalted. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 49.
So provide for them and give them a gracious release.
The emphasis here is not only on provision, but on the manner in which it is given. A gracious release requires that the husband does not allow ill feelings to manifest in harmful actions. This includes avoiding behaviors such as deliberately prolonging divorce proceedings, spreading gossip that damages the reputation of the ex-spouse, or obstructing their chances of remarrying. Such conduct is strongly condemned in the Holy Quran, as it represents crossing the limits set by Allah, the Exalted, even if one feels wronged. Chapter 2 Al-Baqarah, verse 229.
Divorces twice. Then either keep her in an acceptable manner or release her with good treatment. And it is not lawful for you to take anything of what you have given them, unless both fear that they will not be able to keep within the limits of Allah. But if you fear that they will not keep within the limits of Allah, then there is no blame upon either of them concerning that by which she ransoms herself. These are the limits of Allah, so do not transgress them. And whoever transgresses the limits of Allah, it is those who are the wrongdoers.
The wisdom behind this command is clear. Divorce, though permitted, is a sensitive matter that can easily lead to bitterness and injustice if not handled with dignity. By commanding provision and graciousness, Allah, the Exalted, ensures that the rights of women are protected, that dignity is preserved, and that society is safeguarded from the destructive consequences of hostility between former spouses. This behavior is directly connected to righteousness, and righteousness itself is inseparable from obedience to Allah, the exalted. Thus, the Holy Quran teaches that even in moments of separation, believers must uphold justice, kindness, and generosity. Divorce is not an excuse to abandon good character. Rather, it is a test of whether one will continue to act with integrity and compassion, reflecting the values of Islam in every circumstance. As discussed earlier, certain rules in respect to marriage were different for the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, in order to aid him in his mission to spread the teachings of Islam. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verses 50-52.
O Prophet, indeed we have made lawful to you your wives to whom you have given their due compensation and those your right hand possessors, from what Allah has returned to you of captives, and the daughters of your paternal uncles and the daughters of your paternal aunts and the daughters of your maternal uncles and the daughters of your maternal aunts who emigrated with you, and a believing woman if she gives herself to the Prophet, and, if the Prophet wishes to marry her, this is only for you, excluding the believers. We certainly know what we have made obligatory upon them concerning their wives and those their right hands possess, but this is for you, in order that there will be upon you no discomfort. And ever is Allah forgiving and merciful. You may put aside whom you will of them, or take to yourself whom you will. And any that you desire of those wives, from whom you had temporarily separated, there is no blame upon you in returning her. That is more suitable that they should be content and not grieve, and that they should be satisfied with what you have given them, all of them. And Allah knows what is in your hearts. And ever is Allah knowing and forbearing. Not lawful to you are any additional women after this, nor is it for you to exchange them for other wives, even if their beauty were to please you, except what your right hand possesses. And ever is Allah over all things an observer.
These verses emphasize the profound wisdom behind the unique allowance granted to the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, to marry more than 4 women at one time. Unlike the general limit established for the rest of the community, this exception was directly connected to his mission of conveying the teachings of the Holy Quran and his traditions to the world. The discomfort referenced in these verses points to the immense responsibility he bore in ensuring that every aspect of his life, both public and private, was preserved and transmitted accurately for future generations. This allowance was not granted for personal indulgence, but for the preservation of divine guidance in its entirety. His mission can be understood in 2 essential dimensions. The first was his public life, which was observed, learned, and conveyed by thousands of companions, may Allah be pleased with them. They recorded his sermons, his dealings with people, his leadership, and his guidance in matters of worship and community affairs. The second was his private life, which could only be conveyed by his family, particularly his wives. This included his conduct within the home, his treatment of family members, his personal habits, and his intimate guidance on matters of marriage and family life. Considering that thousands of companions were required to preserve the details of his public life, it would not have been possible for only 4 wives to adequately convey the depth of his private life. For this reason, the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, was permitted more than 4 wives, ensuring that his mission was fulfilled with completeness and clarity. The wisdom of this allowance is further supported by the latter part of the verses, which indicate that once the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, had sufficient wives of varied ages, backgrounds, and experiences, the allowance was no longer necessary. His wives, may Allah be pleased with them all, fulfilled their role to the highest standard, preserving and transmitting the teachings of his private life with accuracy and devotion. Their contributions remain indispensable to Islamic knowledge, ensuring that the community and the world could learn from every dimension of his example. Each wife brought unique insights shaped by her age, experience, and social background, collectively forming a complete picture of his private life. In addition, the marriages of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, to women from foreign tribes carried another profound purpose. They were intended to soften the hearts of his opponents and open their minds to the teachings of Islam. By establishing ties of kinship, he removed barriers of hostility and created opportunities for dialogue. These marriages were not motivated by physical desire, as some misguided individuals claim. This is clearly refuted by the fact that throughout his youth, the period when physical desires are strongest, he remained married to only one woman, Khadija. May Allah be pleased with her, despite being in a position to marry multiple women. His marriages later in life were strategic, compassionate, and purposeful, serving the mission of Islam rather than personal gratification. They were acts of wisdom that transformed enmity into familiarity and suspicion into openness. Furthermore, when the wise objectives behind the marriages of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, had been fulfilled, he was prohibited from entering into further marriages. This prohibition itself is a clear indication that his marriages were never intended for the satisfaction of personal desire. If the purpose had been merely to fulfill natural inclinations, such a restriction would not have been imposed upon him. Rather, the marriages were divinely ordained to serve specific purposes: the preservation and transmission of his private life through his wives, the strengthening of ties with foreign tribes, and the softening of hearts that were once hostile to Islam. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 52.
Not lawful to you are any additional women after this, nor is it for you to exchange them for other wives, even if their beauty were to please you.
This verse demonstrates that once the mission was secured, through the wives who varied in age, background, and experience, and who collectively conveyed his private life to the highest standard, there was no further need for additional marriages. The prohibition ensured that his household remained complete and sufficient for the transmission of knowledge, while also silencing those who falsely accused him of marrying for worldly reasons. Thus, the restriction itself becomes a testimony to the purity of his intentions. His marriages were purposeful, strategic, and compassionate, serving the mission of Islam rather than personal gratification. They were part of the divine plan to ensure that every dimension of his life was preserved and conveyed to humanity. And once this plan was fulfilled, Allah, the Exalted, closed the door to further marriages. Ultimately, every aspect of the life of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, was guided by divine wisdom and directed toward fulfilling his mission of conveying Islam in its entirety. His marriages were integral to this mission, ensuring that both his public and private life were preserved and transmitted with accuracy, balance, and depth. They also served as bridges of reconciliation, opening hearts and minds to the truth of Islam. His wives became teachers of the community, role models for future generations, and custodians of knowledge that would otherwise have been lost. These verses also affirm that Islam is not merely a set of rituals, but a complete way of life. The example of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, demonstrates that even personal matters, such as marriage, can serve higher purposes of guidance, reconciliation, and preservation of knowledge. His life was a living embodiment of divine wisdom, and his marriages formed part of the grand design to ensure that Islam would be conveyed to humanity in its fullness. They illustrate that every action of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, was purposeful, rooted in obedience to Allah, the Exalted, and directed toward the benefit of humanity. Generally speaking, Islam grants men permission to marry up to 4 women at one time, while women are permitted only a single husband at any given point. This distinction is rooted in divine wisdom and reflects a comprehensive system designed to safeguard society, protect women, preserve lineage, and ensure justice. When examined carefully, many reasons emerge that highlight the fairness and necessity of this ruling. At the advent of Islam, most women did not have occupations or independent means of support. Widows and divorcees were often left vulnerable, with little ability to sustain themselves or their children. This vulnerability sometimes forced them toward unlawful activities simply to survive. By permitting men to marry up to 4 women, Islam provided lawful protection and stability, ensuring that women and children were cared for within the framework of justice and responsibility. When a man has multiple wives, the identity of the father is always clear whenever a child is born. However, if a woman were permitted to marry multiple men simultaneously, determining the father would be difficult. Modern scientific tests, though available, are costly and often disputed, as some men may deny responsibility to escape the burdens of parenthood. Such uncertainty would lead to broken families, single-parent homes, and widespread social instability. Islam's guidance therefore ensures clarity in lineage, protecting children from confusion and safeguarding their rights to inheritance, identity, and parental care. The law also takes into account the prophecy that near the end of time the population of women will increase to such an extent that for every one man there will be 50 women, as mentioned in a hadith recorded in Sunan Ibn Majah, number 4045. This imbalance highlights the necessity of a system that allows men to marry more than one woman, ensuring that women are not left without lawful companionship and support. Men and women differ in their emotional and psychological makeup. Women often require greater emotional support, stability, and security, particularly in times of hardship. Allowing men to marry more than one wife ensures that women who are widowed, divorced, or otherwise vulnerable can find lawful companionship and protection. This system prevents loneliness and despair, fostering emotional balance within society. Islam places the financial responsibility of the household upon men. A man who marries more than one wife must provide for each of them equally, ensuring food, shelter, clothing, and other necessities. This requirement prevents exploitation and guarantees that women are not left destitute. In contrast, if women were permitted multiple husbands, the question of financial responsibility would become chaotic, with men disputing their obligations and women left unsupported. It is striking that some object to the concept of multiple wives, yet readily accept the practice of multiple partners outside of marriage. The former requires a man to treat his wives with equality, kindness, and respect, ensuring that their rights are fulfilled, whereas the latter provides no such protection. Those who accept fornication but reject lawful marriage contradict themselves, for marriage establishes stable and supportive homes for children, while multiple partners outside of marriage lead to broken and unsupportive homes. This breakdown contributes to the rise of crime, immorality, and social disorder. In many societies throughout history, women have outnumbered men due to wars, conflicts, and other circumstances. Men often died in battle, leaving behind widows and orphans. The allowance for men to marry more than one wife ensured that these women and children were not abandoned, but integrated into stable family structures. This ruling reflects divine foresight, addressing not only the realities of the Prophet's time, but also the recurring challenges of human history. By providing a lawful framework for multiple marriages, Islam prevents men from seeking unlawful relationships to satisfy their desires. It channels human instincts into a system bound by justice, responsibility, and compassion. This safeguards morality, protects women from exploitation, and ensures that children are born into stable, supportive homes. Thus, the wisdom of Islam's guidance is clear. By permitting men to marry up to 4 women under strict conditions of justice and fairness, Islam safeguards women, protects children, preserves lineage, balances population realities, and ensures stability in society. This ruling reflects the comprehensive nature of divine law, which addresses both spiritual and worldly needs, guiding humanity toward balance, mercy, and justice. In respect to the prophetic marriages, the verses under discussion emphasize that although the wives of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, were entrusted with the noble responsibility of serving as sources of knowledge for countless people, they were nonetheless to be honored, respected, and treated with the utmost dignity and care. This principle is not merely theoretical, but is clearly evident in the life of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, which stands as an open book for all to witness. His conduct toward his wives was marked by gentleness, fairness, and compassion, setting a timeless example of how women should be treated within marriage. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 51.
That is more suitable that they should be content and not grieve, and that they should be satisfied with what you have given them, all of them.
This verse highlights the divine wisdom that the wives of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, were to be granted contentment and peace of mind, free from grief or dissatisfaction. It underscores that their dignity was to be preserved and their hearts safeguarded, even while they carried the weight of transmitting knowledge and guidance to the community. Their satisfaction was directly tied to the fairness and kindness of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, showing that his treatment of them was essential in ensuring their tranquility. The life of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, demonstrates this principle in practice. Despite the immense responsibilities he carried as the Messenger of Allah, the Exalted, he never allowed his wives to feel neglected or dishonored. His example shows that leadership and knowledge transmission must always be accompanied by compassion and respect within the household. This teaching carries universal relevance. It reminds people that even when individuals serve great roles in society, their dignity and emotional well-being must never be overlooked. The wives of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, were honored not only for their contributions to knowledge but also for their humanity, and their contentment was safeguarded by divine command. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 52.
And ever is Allah over all things an observer.
When Allah, the Exalted, calls upon the believers within the Holy Quran, His call is never without purpose. It is often connected to the actualization of their verbal claim of faith, for a mere declaration without corresponding actions holds little weight in Islam. Faith is not simply a statement of the tongue, but a reality that must manifest itself through deeds. Actions are the proof of belief, the evidence that transforms words into lived reality, and they are the means by which one secures reward and mercy in both worlds. Just as a fruit-bearing tree is only useful when it produces fruit, faith is only meaningful when it produces good actions. Without deeds, faith remains barren, offering no benefit to the individual or to society. In this particular case, Allah the Exalted draws the attention of the believers to a worldly matter, visiting the homes of others, and sets forth the proper etiquettes by using the home of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, as an example. This demonstrates that Islam is not limited to acts of worship alone, but encompasses every aspect of life, including social conduct and manners. The incident that occasioned this revelation occurred in the 5th year after the migration to Medina, when the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, married Zainab bint Jahsh, may Allah be pleased with her. A feast was held in honor of the marriage, and guests were invited to his home. After the meal, some guests lingered and continued conversing with one another. Out of his natural modesty, the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, did not wish to ask them to leave, so he quietly went out for a walk. This situation, though seemingly small, was significant enough for Allah the Exalted to reveal guidance. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 53.
O you who have believed, do not enter the houses of the Prophet except when you are permitted for a meal without awaiting its readiness. But when you are invited, then enter, and when you have eaten, disperse without seeking to remain for conversation. Indeed, that behavior was troubling the Prophet, and he is shy of dismissing you. But Allah is not shy of the truth.
This has been discussed in Imam Ibn Kathir's The Life of the Prophet, Volume 3, pages 199 to 200, and has been recorded in a hadith found in Sahih Bukhari, number 5163. This verse makes clear that even the most ordinary social interactions must be governed by respect, consideration, and discipline. The Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, was too modest to dismiss his guests, but Allah, the Exalted, revealed the truth without hesitation, teaching the believers that lingering unnecessarily after a meal causes inconvenience and discomfort to the host. From this, it becomes clear that the etiquettes of visiting others are essential for obtaining reward. A visit is not simply a social custom, but an act that can either bring blessings or cause harm, depending on how it is conducted. Respect must be shown at all times, and one should avoid overstaying or causing difficulty to the host and their family. For example, if a guest remains long after a meal, the host may feel burdened, unable to rest or attend to other responsibilities. Similarly, if a visitor arrives at an inconvenient time, such as when the family is eating, resting, or engaged in important work, it can cause unnecessary stress. Islam teaches that consideration for others is part of faith, and therefore a person must always ensure their visit is conducted with sensitivity and respect. In modern times, this guidance is even more practical, as communication tools make it easy to contact the host beforehand to arrange a suitable time. A simple phone call or message can prevent inconvenience and ensure the host is prepared to receive the guest. For example, if a family is busy with children's schoolwork or caring for an elderly relative, an unannounced visit may disrupt their routine. By arranging beforehand, the guest shows respect for the host's time and avoids placing them in difficulty. If the host is occupied, they should not feel shy to ask the visitor to return later, and the visitor should not feel upset, for Allah, the Exalted, has commanded this in the Holy Quran. This ensures that both parties maintain dignity and harmony. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 28.
And if you do not find anyone therein, do not enter them until permission has been given you. And if it is said to you, go back, then go back, it is purer for you. And Allah is knowing of what you do.
This guidance protects both the host and the visitor, ensuring visits are conducted with mutual respect and without intrusion. For instance, a host may feel pressured to entertain a guest even when they are unwell or busy, while a visitor may feel unwelcome if they arrive at the wrong time. By following the Quranic command, both sides are safeguarded. Furthermore, visitors must control their actions and speech, avoiding sins such as gossip, backbiting, and slander. A gathering should not become a place where others are mocked or their faults discussed. Instead, conversation should revolve around beneficial matters, such as sharing knowledge, encouraging good deeds, or discussing ways to help the community. For example, a visit could be used to plan charitable work, strengthen family ties, or remind one another of the remembrance of Allah, the Exalted. Only when one behaves in this manner will they obtain the reward promised in the hadiths of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. If they fail, they risk gaining no reward or even incurring sin, depending on their conduct. For example, a guest who spends their time spreading rumors or engaging in idle talk may leave the gathering with more sins than good deeds. On the other hand, a guest who speaks kindly, encourages patience, or shares beneficial advice will leave with blessings and reward. Sadly, many enjoy the act of visiting others, but neglect the conditions attached to it. They may linger unnecessarily, speak ill of others, or engage in conversations that bring no benefit. Such behavior undermines the purpose of visiting and deprives them of reward. Chapter 4 An-Nisa, verse 114.
No good is there in much of their private conversation, except for those who enjoin charity or that which is right or conciliation between people. And whoever does that seeking means to the approval of Allah, then we are going to give him a great reward.
This verse elevates ordinary conversation into worship when it is directed toward goodness, charity, or reconciliation. For example, if two people meet and discuss how to support a neighbor in need, or how to resolve a dispute between relatives, their conversation becomes an act of worship. Even casual speech, such as reminding one another of patience or encouraging kindness, can become a means of attaining divine reward if guided by sincerity and righteousness. This shows that every word spoken during a visit carries weight and can either bring reward or punishment depending on its nature. Thus, the etiquettes of visiting are not trivial matters, but part of the comprehensive guidance of Islam. They protect dignity, preserve harmony, and transform social interactions into acts of worship. For example, a guest who arrives with a gift, speaks kindly, and leaves at the appropriate time strengthens bonds and spreads joy. A guest who arrives unannounced, speaks harshly, or overstays causes harm and weakens relationships. By following these etiquettes, a person demonstrates that their faith is not merely a verbal claim but a living reality, manifested in every aspect of their life. This guidance ensures that even the simplest acts, such as entering a home or conversing with others, become pathways to divine reward and mercy. As discussed earlier, the wives of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, were honored as role models for all women, and in certain respects for men as well. They occupied the position of teachers within the nation, entrusted with the responsibility of transmitting knowledge, guidance, and wisdom to the community. Their lives were not private in the ordinary sense, for their homes became places of learning, consultation, and spiritual development. Through them, Allah, the Exalted, advised important characteristics for all people to adopt, particularly women, who would look to them as examples of dignity, modesty, and wisdom. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 53.
And when you ask his wives for something, ask them from behind a partition. That is purer for your hearts and their hearts.
This verse highlights the elevated status of the wives of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, and the unique role they played in preserving and transmitting his private life. It also establishes a universal principle of modesty and respect in social interaction. by instructing believers to approach them from behind a partition. Allah, the Exalted, safeguarded both the dignity of the wives and the purity of the hearts of those who sought knowledge from them. This guidance ensured that their homes remained places of learning, while also protecting them from intrusion, suspicion, or inappropriate familiarity. It is important to note that hypocrites frequently visited their homes in Medina, seeking social rank and influence rather than genuine knowledge. At the same time, countless sincere seekers of truth visited to learn about Islam. In such circumstances, the wives of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, were advised to adopt even greater modesty in their behavior, despite the immense modesty they already possessed. This was not a criticism of their character, but a reinforcement of their unique position as mothers of the believers and teachers of the nation. Their conduct had to remain beyond reproach, serving as a model for generations to come. This guidance carries timeless relevance. It reminds people that those entrusted with positions of influence and teaching must adopt higher standards of modesty and dignity, not only for their own protection but also for the purity of those who learn from them. The wives of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, embodied this principle, combining knowledge with modesty and authority with humility. Their example continues to inspire all who seek to live lives of faith, wisdom, and respect. Furthermore, this verse also teaches that even if a person remains firm in obeying Allah, the Exalted, they must still adopt the proper behavior when interacting with the opposite gender. Faith and obedience do not exempt anyone from the need to observe boundaries, for no human being after the Holy Prophets, peace be upon them, is infallible. This reminder protects against arrogance and false confidence, ensuring that individuals remain humble and cautious in their conduct. It is a safeguard against the subtle temptations that can arise in ordinary interactions, reminding people that purity of heart must be preserved through discipline and awareness. The guidance makes clear that faith alone is not sufficient if it is not accompanied by vigilance in action. Just as a farmer must continue to guard his crops against pests even after planting them, a person must continue to guard their faith against lapses in behavior. Even the most sincere individual can falter if they neglect caution, and therefore Islam commands a respectful, modest, and disciplined attitude in all dealings with the opposite gender. This includes avoiding unnecessary familiarity, refraining from private or secluded meetings, and ensuring that speech remains purposeful and dignified. At the same time, caution must never be confused with harshness or coldness. Respectful interaction does not mean withdrawing kindness or courtesy. Rather, it means maintaining dignity while showing politeness and warmth. For example, when speaking to the opposite gender in professional or social settings, one should avoid frivolous or excessive conversation, yet still speak with gentleness and respect. A person may greet others warmly, assist them when needed, and engage in beneficial discussion, while ensuring that boundaries are not crossed. This balance between caution and kindness reflects the prophetic example, for the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, was known for his gentleness and good manners, yet he maintained the highest standards of modesty and propriety. This teaching is timeless and applies equally in private and public life. Within family circles, workplaces, schools, and community gatherings, a cautious and respectful attitude preserves purity of heart and protects society from harm. It ensures that relationships are built on trust, dignity, and sincerity, while preventing the erosion of moral boundaries. For instance, in modern times, when men and women often work together, this guidance ensures that cooperation remains professional and purposeful, free from inappropriate familiarity. Similarly, in social gatherings, it prevents casual interactions from slipping into behavior that could lead to temptation or suspicion. By combining caution with kindness, individuals embody the balance that Islam calls for: firmness in obedience to Allah, the Exalted, and gentleness in conduct toward His creation. This balance ensures that interactions remain pure, respectful, and beneficial, while also fostering harmony and goodwill. It reminds people that no matter how strong their faith may be, they must never assume immunity from error, but must continually guard themselves with discipline, humility, and good manners. After addressing the high and noble status of the wives of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, Allah, the Exalted, turns the attention of the believers to the unique status of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, and commands them to avoid any behavior that could harm him. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 53.
And it is not conceivable or lawful for you to harm the messenger of Allah.
This verse establishes a principle that transcends time. In the Prophet's own era, harming him could occur through disrespect, intrusion, or disobedience. In the present age, however, this harm can manifest in more subtle yet equally serious ways. One of the most significant is when a person misrepresents Islam through their bad behavior and conduct. When non-Muslims or even uninformed Muslims observe such behavior, they may assume that this reflects the character of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. Such false representation is, in essence, a form of harm, for it distorts his noble example and misleads others about the true teachings of Islam. Correctly representing the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, to the outside world is therefore a duty upon every person who claims faith. This requires learning his good characteristics, such as honesty, humility, compassion, patience, and justice, and striving to embody them in daily life. It also requires consciously avoiding the bad characteristics he rejected, such as arrogance, deceit, cruelty, and selfishness. To fail in this duty is to risk being held accountable for misrepresentation, for one's actions may either draw people closer to Islam or drive them away from it. This teaching carries profound implications for modern society. In workplaces, schools, and communities, a person's conduct often becomes the lens through which others view Islam. If they display kindness, fairness, and integrity, observers will be reminded of the noble qualities of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. But if they display dishonesty, harshness, or negligence, observers may wrongly attribute these faults to his example. Thus, every person becomes a representative of Islam, and their behavior either honors or harms the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. In conclusion, this verse is not merely a historical command but a timeless reminder. To harm the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, is to misrepresent his mission and character. To honor him is to embody his teachings with sincerity, ensuring that one's actions reflect the mercy, justice, and wisdom that he brought to the world. This responsibility rests upon every person, for through their conduct they either preserve the legacy of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, or distort it. And in order to preserve the noble status of the wives of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, as the mothers of the believers, Allah, the Exalted, commanded that they were not to be treated like other women who may be married after the death of their husbands. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 53.
Or to marry his wives after him, ever. Indeed, that would be in the sight of Allah an enormity.
This command was a clear declaration of their unique position within the Muslim nation. Unlike ordinary women, whose marriages after widowhood are permissible, the wives of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, were elevated to a status that required their dignity to be safeguarded for all time. They were not simply spouses in the worldly sense, but mothers of the believers, entrusted with the responsibility of transmitting knowledge, preserving the private life of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, and serving as role models for generations. To allow them to be remarried after his passing would have diminished this special role and blurred the sanctity of their position. It is important to bear in mind that Allah, the Exalted, had already granted them the option to separate from the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, without facing any negative consequences. This option was given openly, yet they all willingly chose to remain with him. Their decision reflects their devotion, their recognition of his unparalleled character, and their understanding of the honor of being his wives. Their choice was not coerced but voluntary, showing that their bond with him was rooted in love, respect, and spiritual recognition. Furthermore, as the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, was the perfect husband in both attractiveness and character, any man they could have married after him would have seemed drastically inferior. His qualities, gentleness, fairness, compassion, patience, and devotion, were unmatched, and his wives knew that no other man could ever compare. This reality alone would have prevented them from desiring marriage after him, for they had already experienced the highest standard of companionship. Finally, the deep love his wives had for him, both as the messenger of Allah the Exalted and as their husband, was too strong and profound to be replaced by another. Their bond was not only emotional, but spiritual, rooted in their recognition of his divine mission and their intimate companionship with him. Just as the love a true person of faith has for the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, cannot be replaced by anyone else, so too the love of his wives was unique and irreplaceable. Their devotion was lifelong, and their hearts were bound to him in a way that no subsequent marriage could ever replicate. Therefore, this command was not a punishment for his wives, but a reflection of their elevated status, their devotion, and their own condition. It preserved their honor as mothers of the believers, ensured that their dignity remained beyond question, and protected the sanctity of the household of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, for all generations to come. It also served as a reminder to the community that the Prophet's household was sacred, and that his wives were to be respected as teachers, role models, and guardians of his legacy. This teaching carries universal lessons. It shows that honor and dignity must be preserved for those who hold special roles in society, and that love rooted in truth and devotion cannot be replaced by worldly substitutes. It also reminds people that the sanctity of family roles must be protected, for they form the foundation of community and faith. Just like marrying any of the wives of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, after him would be a major sin. Allah the Exalted reminds people to avoid all minor and major sins, as he is fully aware of their intentions, speech and actions, and will hold them accountable in both worlds. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 54.
Whether you reveal a thing or conceal it, indeed Allah is ever of all things knowing.
Generally speaking, sins have been classified as minor and major, and scholars throughout history have offered various definitions to clarify what constitutes a major sin. One simple classification is that any sin for which Islam has commanded the Islamic government to enforce a worldly punishment is considered a major sin. Another classification is that if a sin is explicitly mentioned in connection with hellfire, the anger of Allah the Exalted, or his curse, then it is also deemed a major sin. For example, backbiting is classed as a major sin because it is cursed in the Holy Quran, as Allah the Exalted declares in chapter 104 Al-Humazah, verse 1.
Woe to every backbiter, slanderer.
Some people believe there are only 7 major sins, based on a hadith found in Sahih Bukhari, number 2766. However, this is a misunderstanding. While those 7 are indeed major sins, they are not the only ones. Other hadiths mention additional major sins, such as disobeying parents, which is highlighted in Sahih Bukhari, number 6273. The 7 sins mentioned in the hadith are polytheism, magic, killing an innocent person, dealing with financial interest, usurping the wealth of orphans, fleeing from the battlefield, and accusing an innocent woman of fornication. These are among the gravest transgressions, but they do not form an exhaustive list. It is also important to note that persistence in minor sins can elevate them to the level of major sins in the sight of Islam. A single minor sin may be forgiven easily, but when repeated without repentance, it reflects arrogance and disregard for divine law, thereby becoming a major offense. Major sins require sincere repentance for forgiveness, whereas minor sins can be erased by avoiding the major sins and performing righteous deeds. Chapter 4 An-Nisa, verse 31.
If you avoid the major sins which you are forbidden, we will remove from you your lesser sins.
Sincere repentance is a process that requires both the heart and the actions to align with truth. It begins with genuine guilt and remorse for the sin committed, for without regret the heart remains hardened and unchanged. This remorse must then be followed by seeking forgiveness from Allah the Exalted, and where possible, from anyone who has been wronged, provided that doing so does not cause further harm or trouble. Repentance is not complete without a firm promise to avoid committing the same or similar sin again, coupled with efforts to restore any rights that have been violated, whether those rights belong to Allah the Exalted or to people. True repentance also requires continued obedience, demonstrated by using the blessings Allah has granted in ways that conform to His teachings, thereby transforming past disobedience into a renewed commitment to righteousness. For instance, if a person had misused wealth in unlawful ways, sincere repentance would require not only regret but also redirecting that wealth toward lawful and charitable purposes, thereby turning a past error into a source of benefit. It is equally important to recognize that sins, whether large or small, must be avoided. One of the subtle traps of the devil is to inspire people to disregard minor sins, convincing them that such acts are insignificant. Yet just as mountains are formed from countless small stones, so too can small sins accumulate into a great burden if ignored. A person who repeatedly commits minor sins without repentance risks falling into arrogance and negligence, which can elevate those sins to major offenses in the sight of Allah, the Exalted. For example, a person who habitually lies about trivial matters may eventually lose all sense of honesty, leading to greater sins such as fraud or betrayal. Similarly, one who constantly engages in idle gossip may gradually fall into backbiting and slander, which are explicitly condemned in the Holy Quran. This teaching reminds people that vigilance in avoiding sin, humility in repentance, and consistency in righteous deeds are essential for preserving faith. Every act of disobedience, no matter how small, distances a person from Allah, the Exalted, while every act of obedience draws them closer to His mercy. For example, a single act of kindness, such as feeding the hungry or consoling the distressed, can erase minor sins and bring a person nearer to divine reward. Conversely, a single careless act of cruelty or arrogance can weigh heavily on the scales of accountability. By treating all sins seriously and striving to repent sincerely, a person safeguards their spiritual state and prepares themselves for accountability in the hereafter. This vigilance ensures that their faith remains alive, their heart remains soft, and their deeds remain a testimony to their sincerity before Allah, the Exalted. As Islam is a realistic and practical way of life, Allah, the Exalted, has provided guidance that balances strict observance with compassion and practicality. In matters of modesty and behavior, the general principle is that people must maintain the highest standards when interacting with the opposite gender who are permissible for marriage. However, Allah, the Exalted, has relaxed these etiquettes in certain situations, particularly with close relatives who are not permissible for marriage. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 55.
There is no blame upon women concerning their fathers or their sons or their brothers or their brothers' sons, or their sisters' sons or their women or those their right hands possess.
This verse acknowledges the natural closeness and trust that exists within family relationships. It permits a relaxation of the strict rules of modesty in these contexts, recognizing that constant formality would be impractical and unnecessary. For example, a woman does not need to observe the same level of separation or concealment in front of her father or brother as she would in front of a stranger. Similarly, a son or nephew is not expected to interact with his mother or aunt in the same way he would with a woman outside the family. This allowance reflects the reality of daily life, where family members must interact freely in order to maintain strong bonds and fulfill their responsibilities toward one another. Yet even in these cases, the relaxation must remain within respectful and dignified bounds. Abandoning modesty altogether, even with relatives who are not permissible for marriage, can lead to sins, distorted attitudes, and a weakening of the moral framework that Islam seeks to preserve. For instance, excessive informality or careless speech within family circles can foster disrespect, arrogance, or inappropriate behavior. Islam therefore teaches that dignity and respect must remain the foundation of all interactions, even when modesty is relaxed. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 55.
Unfear Allah. Indeed, Allah is ever over all things witness.
This reminder ensures that people do not misuse the relaxation of etiquettes as an excuse for negligence. Allah, the Exalted, witnesses the intention, speech, and actions of all people, and He will hold them accountable for their conduct. Therefore, even when modesty is relaxed within family circles, individuals must ensure that their behavior remains within the bounds of good etiquette and manners taught by Islam. Respect, dignity, and self-restraint must continue to guide interactions, for these qualities protect the purity of the heart and the harmony of relationships. This teaching demonstrates the practicality of Islam. It does not impose unrealistic burdens, but it also does not allow carelessness. It provides a framework where family life can remain natural and comfortable, while still being safeguarded by the constant awareness of Allah, the Exalted, as the ultimate witness. In this way, Islam preserves both the ease of daily living and the sanctity of moral conduct. The wisdom of this balance is evident in everyday life. Families thrive when love and closeness are combined with respect and dignity. A household where modesty is completely abandoned may fall into chaos, while a household where excessive formality is imposed may become cold and distant. Islam provides the middle path, ensuring that family life remains warm, natural, and affectionate, yet always dignified and respectful. This guidance also serves as a reminder that accountability before Allah, the Exalted, extends to every sphere of life. Whether in public or private, whether with strangers or relatives, every action is witnessed and recorded. A person who remembers this will strive to maintain good manners at all times, transforming even ordinary family interactions into acts of worship and obedience. As the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, was divinely appointed as the perfect role model for all people, his unique and exalted status is repeatedly emphasized throughout Islamic teachings. It is not possible for anyone to truly follow a role model without first holding deep respect for them, and therefore Allah, the Exalted, continually reminds people of his elevated position. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 56.
Indeed, Allah confers blessing upon the Prophet and his angels.
This declaration establishes that the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, is not only honored by humanity, but is perpetually blessed by Allah, the Exalted, and his angels. Such recognition highlights his distinction while affirming his humanity, thereby making him the most complete example for people to emulate. In general, it is essential to acknowledge the virtuous conduct of those who sincerely strive to obey Allah, the Exalted, by using his blessings in accordance with his commands. This recognition allows others to imitate their commendable character. However, when observing the righteous, two extremes must be avoided to prevent misguidance. The first extreme is to diminish the status of the righteous, including the holy prophets, peace be upon them, under the mistaken belief that lowering their rank somehow magnifies the greatness of Allah, the Exalted. In reality, this attitude undermines the respect necessary to emulate their qualities. It is impossible to imitate the character of someone who is not held in esteem. For example, if a person dismisses the mercy, humility, or justice of the righteous as ordinary traits, they will fail to see the value in adopting them, thereby depriving themselves of guidance. The second extreme is to elevate the status of the righteous beyond what is prescribed in the Holy Quran and the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. This perspective leads people to view the righteous as angelic beings rather than human examples. When this occurs, their qualities are perceived as unattainable, and emulation becomes impossible. Instead of striving to embody their virtues, individuals may limit themselves to verbal praise, imagining that admiration alone suffices. For instance, one may speak at length about the Prophet's patience, yet fail to practice patience in daily life. This reduces guidance to mere words rather than lived action. Although no one can reach the exalted status of the righteous, such as that of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, it remains essential for each person to strive toward their own potential by adopting the virtuous qualities demonstrated by them. His humility, justice, compassion, and devotion are not abstract ideals but practical traits that every person can incorporate into their own life. Thus, the balanced path is to avoid both extremes and to regard the righteous in accordance with Islamic teachings. This approach fosters respect, enables emulation, and ensures that admiration translates into practice. By recognizing the righteous as human beings whose qualities are worthy of imitation, people are guided to embody noble character and thereby attain success in this world and the hereafter. When Allah, the Exalted, calls upon believers within the Holy Quran, His call is consistently tied to actualizing their verbal claim of faith. A verbal declaration alone holds little weight unless it is supported by actions, for words without deeds are hollow. Faith must manifest in practical obedience, just as a fruit-bearing tree is only useful when it produces fruit that nourishes others. A tree that grows tall but bears no fruit is of little benefit, and likewise, a claim of faith without righteous action is of little value. In this context, people are commanded to demonstrate their declaration of belief, love, and respect for the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, by sending blessings and salutations upon him. This act is not merely symbolic. It is a visible and audible expression of reverence, reminding the heart of his noble status and reinforcing the bond between the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, and those who follow him. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 56.
O you who have believed, send blessings upon him and greet him with a special greeting.
In a hadith found in Jami at Tirmidhi, number 484, the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, advised that the person who will be closest to him on the Day of Judgment will be the one who sent the most blessings and salutations upon him. This statement highlights the immense spiritual reward attached to this practice, for closeness to the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, in the hereafter is the highest honor a person can attain. It shows that sending blessings is not only a duty but also a means of drawing nearer to him, thereby securing his intercession and companionship in the eternal life. The hadith also teaches that love for the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, must be expressed consistently, not occasionally, and that those who make this practice a regular part of their lives will reap its reward in the hereafter. Sending blessings and salutations upon the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, verbally has been commanded in the Holy Quran and reinforced in many hadiths, such as the one found in Sahih Bukhari, number 3370. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 56.
O you who have believed, send blessings upon him and greet him with a special greeting.
This verse demonstrates that sending blessings is not only the duty of people, but is also an act performed by Allah, the Exalted, and His angels. It elevates the practice beyond ordinary worship, showing that it is part of the divine order itself. When a person sends blessings upon the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, they join a cosmic act of reverence, aligning themselves with the angels and participating in a practice that Allah, the Exalted, Himself has initiated. This emphasizes the magnitude of the command and the honor of fulfilling it. However, if a person desires to correctly send blessings and salutations upon him, words must be supported by actions. Verbal respect without practical obedience is incomplete. This requires learning and acting upon his traditions, without reordering their priority according to personal desires. To claim love for the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, while ignoring his teachings is a contradiction. Chapter 3 Ali Imran, verse 31.
Say, Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, if you should love Allah then follow me, so Allah will love you and forgive you your sins.
This verse makes clear that true love for Allah, the Exalted, is inseparable from following the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. Sending blessings verbally is important, but it must be accompanied by obedience to his example. Only then does it become a complete act of devotion, proving sincerity and ensuring divine forgiveness. Persisting in this attitude allows a person to prioritize preparing for the hereafter over excessive devotion to the material world, while still fulfilling worldly duties responsibly. It teaches the correct use of blessings granted by Allah, the Exalted, ensuring that duties toward Him and toward people are fulfilled. This includes meeting one's own needs and the needs of dependents without waste, extravagance, or excessiveness. Such balance enables a person to navigate both ease and difficulty, without becoming consumed by worldly desires. It places everything and everyone in their rightful place, ensuring neither neglect nor excessive attachment. This balance reflects the prophetic example, for the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, lived a life of moderation, fulfilling his responsibilities while remaining focused on the hereafter. Allah, the Exalted, would not have set an example in the life of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, that was impossible to follow. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 21.
There has certainly been for you in the Messenger of Allah an excellent pattern, for anyone whose hope is in Allah and the Last Day, and who remembers Allah often.
This verse establishes that his life is a practical model for all people. His humility, justice, compassion, and devotion are not unattainable ideals but practical traits that every person can adopt in their own measure. Each person can achieve this according to their own potential, but it requires sincere effort supported by consistent action. The verse also reminds people that hope in Allah and remembrance of Him are the foundations that make following the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, possible. The true meaning of sending blessings and salutations upon the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, lies in combining words with actions. The one who behaves in this manner practically proves their love for him. As a result, they will join him in the hereafter, as indicated in a hadith found in Sahih Bukhari, number 3688. This hadith confirms that love for the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, is not merely verbal but must be demonstrated through obedience and imitation of his example. By living according to his teachings, a person transforms admiration into practice, ensuring that their respect is genuine and their devotion sincere. This is the path that leads to closeness with him in the eternal life, which is the greatest reward for those who truly love him. As discussed earlier, when a person fails to send blessings and peace upon the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, in the correct manner, they gradually fail to follow his noble example in their daily conduct. This neglect leads them to adopt the very negative traits he warned against, and to abandon the virtuous qualities he taught and embodied. Eventually, such a person begins to misrepresent Allah, the Exalted, and His Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, through their outward behavior. Their poor conduct becomes visible to others, whether non-persons or fellow persons, and it can cause people to criticize Islam itself, thinking that the behavior of this individual reflects the teachings of the religion. Because every person has a responsibility to represent Islam truthfully and honorably, failing in this duty carries serious consequences. Misrepresentation through bad manners, harshness, dishonesty, unfairness, or negligence harms not only oneself but also the image of the faith as a whole. Allah, the Exalted, issues a stern warning about those whose conduct indirectly or directly causes harm, disrespect, or offense toward Him and His Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 57.
Indeed, those who abuse Allah and His Messenger, Allah has cursed them in this world and the hereafter, and prepared for them a humiliating punishment.
This verse shows that behaving in a way that distorts the teachings of Islam, or that brings dishonor to the message of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, is not a light matter. It can place a person among those who cause harm to the religion, even if they did not intend to. Therefore, every person must ensure that their character, manners, and daily actions reflect the mercy, wisdom, justice, and compassion taught by the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. By doing so, they honor him, fulfill their duty to Allah, the Exalted, and represent Islam in a way that inspires, uplifts, and guides others, rather than pushing them away. After commanding and indicating the respect and obedience of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, Allah, the Exalted, warns people to also respect and fulfill the rights of Muslims. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 58.
And those who harm believing men and believing women, for something other than what they have earned, have certainly borne upon themselves a slander and manifest sin.
This verse highlights that harming people unjustly is not only a violation of their rights, but also a grave sin in the sight of Allah, the Exalted. It is a reminder that respect for the Holy Prophet Muhammad, Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, must extend into respect for the community he nurtured. Sadly, many are diligent in showing respect to the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, especially through words, but often fail to extend this respect to one another. Yet fulfilling the rights of people, whether they are of the same faith or not, is a vital component of obedience to Allah, the Exalted. Islam has been described as sincerity to others, alongside sincerity to Allah, the Exalted, the Holy Quran, and the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, in a hadith found in Sahih Muslim, number 196. Sincerity to others means desiring the best for them at all times, and expressing this through words and actions. It includes advising others to do good, forbidding them from evil, and showing mercy and kindness consistently. This principle is summed up in a hadith found in Sahih Muslim, number 170, which warns that one cannot be a true believer until they love for others what they desire for themselves. This teaching elevates sincerity from a mere moral suggestion to a defining characteristic of true faith. The importance of sincerity to people is further emphasized in a hadith found in Sahih Bukhari, number 57, where the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, placed this duty alongside establishing the obligatory prayer and donating the obligatory charity. From this hadith alone, one can understand its immense significance, as it is mentioned next to two of the most vital obligations in Islam. This shows that sincerity to others is not optional, but a fundamental duty of faith. Just as prayer connects a person to Allah, the Exalted, and charity purifies wealth, sincerity to others purifies relationships and strengthens the bonds of society. It is a reminder that worship is not confined to rituals, but extends into the way one treats others. Part of sincerity towards people is to share in their emotions, being pleased when they are happy and saddened when they are grieved, provided their attitude does not contradict the teachings of Islam. This empathy builds trust and strengthens bonds, creating a community where individuals feel supported and valued. A higher level of sincerity involves going to great lengths to improve the lives of others, even if this brings personal difficulty. For example, a person may sacrifice their own comfort or desires in order to donate wealth to the needy. Such acts demonstrate that sincerity is not limited to words, but is proven through sacrifice. Striving to unite people upon good is also a manifestation of sincerity, whereas sowing division is a characteristic of the devil. Chapter 17 Al-Isra, verse 53.
Satan certainly seeks to sow discord among them.
This verse reveals that division and discord are tools of the devil, while unity and compassion are signs of sincerity and faith. A person who strives to unite others upon good is following the path of the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, while one who divides is following the path of the devil. One way of uniting people is to conceal the faults of others and advise them privately against sins. This protects dignity and encourages reform without humiliation. The one who acts in this manner will have their own sins concealed by Allah, the Exalted, as confirmed in a hadith found in Jami at Tirmidhi, number 1426. Sincerity also requires advising and teaching others about both religious and worldly matters, so that their lives improve in every aspect. A clear proof of sincerity is supporting others in their absence, such as defending them against slander. Turning away from others and only worrying about oneself is not the attitude of a person of faith. Rather, it resembles the behavior of animals who live only for themselves. Even if one cannot reform the entire society, they can still show sincerity by helping those closest to them, such as relatives and friends. The principle is simple: treat others as one desires to be treated. Chapter 28 Al-Concise, verse 77.
And do good as Allah has done good to you.
This verse reminds people that the goodness they receive from Allah, the Exalted, must be reflected in the way they treat others. Just as Allah, the Exalted, shows mercy and generosity, people must show mercy and generosity to one another. An essential aspect of sincerity is aiding others purely for the sake of pleasing Allah, the Exalted. One should not seek gratitude or recognition from people, for this diminishes the reward and reveals insincerity. True sincerity lies in serving others with the intention of earning the pleasure of Allah, the Exalted, alone. In this way, sincerity becomes a means of strengthening bonds between people, purifying the heart, and attaining divine reward in both worlds. It transforms ordinary acts of kindness into acts of worship, ensuring that every effort to help others is recorded as obedience to Allah, the Exalted. It is important to reflect deeply on the deliberate repetition found in verse 58, where men and women are mentioned separately, even though, linguistically, the plural form for men in Arabic, as in many other languages, automatically includes women. This stylistic choice is not accidental but purposeful. It serves to emphasize equality in responsibility and reward, ensuring that no ambiguity remains in the minds of people. By explicitly mentioning both genders, Allah, the Exalted, makes clear that His guidance and commands apply equally to men and women, that both are regarded as equals in His sight, equally accountable for their actions, and equally capable of attaining the highest levels of virtue. This repetition is a powerful reminder that Islam does not confine virtue, accountability, or reward to one gender. It affirms that both men and women share the same spiritual potential and responsibility. This highlights that the dignity and rights of both genders are equally protected by divine law. Just as harming a man without cause is condemned, so too is harming a woman with no distinction in severity. The wisdom of this repetition lies in its ability to remove cultural or social misconceptions that may arise. In societies where women were often marginalized or considered secondary, the Holy Quran's explicit mention of women alongside men elevates their status and affirms their equal standing in matters of faith, accountability, and virtue. It reminds people that superiority in Islam is not based on gender but on piety, as Allah, the Exalted, declares elsewhere in chapter 49 Al-Hujurat, verse 13.
Indeed, the most noble of you in the sight of Allah is the most righteous of you.
Thus, the verse not only condemns unjust harm but also reinforces the principle of equality, ensuring that both men and women are recognized as full participants in the spiritual journey. It is a timeless reminder that the path to virtue, dignity, and divine reward is open to all, regardless of gender, and that accountability before Allah, the Exalted, is shared equally by every soul. In the time of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, the city of Medina did not have bathroom facilities within homes, and therefore people would venture outside the city to relieve themselves. Out of modesty and shyness, women would often leave at night, seeking privacy under the cover of darkness. Unfortunately, the hypocrites exploited this situation, harassing women under the veil of nighttime. This behavior was not only disgraceful but revealed the corrupt nature of hypocrisy, which thrives on exploiting vulnerability and causing harm to others. It demonstrated a lack of respect for human dignity and an absence of compassion, qualities that are essential for a person of faith. In response to this injustice, Allah, the Exalted, revealed chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 59.
O Prophet, tell your wives and your daughters and the women of the believers to bring down over themselves part of their outer garments. That is more suitable that they will be known and not be abused. And ever is Allah forgiving and merciful.
This has been discussed in Imam al-Wahidi's Ahzab al-Nuzul 33-59, page 147. This revelation provided a practical solution to protect women from harassment, while simultaneously exposing the vile conduct of the hypocrites. By instructing women to wear their outer garments, Allah, the Exalted, ensured that they would be recognized as women of dignity and faith, discouraging harassment and safeguarding their honor. It was not simply a command of clothing but a command of protection, dignity, and respect, showing that Islam addresses both spiritual and social needs. Through this verse, Allah, the Exalted, warned against adopting the behavior of hypocrisy, particularly the harassment of others, which is utterly incompatible with the character of a person of faith. A person of faith desires for others what they desire for themselves, as advised in a hadith found in Sahih Bukhari, number 13. Just as one does not wish to be harassed, nor do they wish for their loved ones, such as their wives, daughters, and mothers, to be harassed, they must avoid any behavior that could be considered harassment. This principle extends beyond physical harassment to include verbal abuse, mockery, or any form of disrespect. It is a reminder that faith is not only about worship, but also about how one treats others, especially the vulnerable. The teaching here is clear: one must mind their own business at all times and, when interaction is necessary, address others in a respectful and dignified manner. This is the standard of behavior that every person would desire for their own loved ones, and therefore it must be extended to all. Respect, dignity, and restraint are not optional qualities, but essential components of faith. By embodying these traits, a person not only protects others but also safeguards their own honor and faith, ensuring that they remain distinct from the corrupt behavior of hypocrites. This attitude builds trust within society, prevents harm, and establishes a culture of compassion and justice. This guidance demonstrates the practicality of Islam in addressing social issues. It provides protection for the vulnerable, exposes the corruption of hypocrisy, and establishes a moral framework that ensures dignity for all. It reminds people that faith is not merely a matter of ritual, but is reflected in how they treat others, especially in moments where respect and restraint are most needed. The verse also highlights the balance between divine mercy and accountability. While Allah, the Exalted, forgives those who repent, He also condemns those who persist in hypocrisy and harm. Thus, the teaching serves as both a warning and a source of hope, guiding people to reform their conduct and embody the noble character expected of them. This lesson remains timeless. In every society, there are vulnerable individuals who may be exploited or harassed, and the command of Allah, the Exalted, stands as a reminder that such behavior is unacceptable. True faith requires protecting others, respecting their dignity, and ensuring that one's conduct reflects compassion and justice. By following this guidance, people not only safeguard their communities, but also draw closer to Allah, the Exalted, who witnesses all actions and intentions. It is important to note that verse 59 concludes with Allah, the Exalted, extending an invitation to the hypocrites, despite their foul behavior, towards repentance and reformation. This demonstrates His immense mercy, for even those who commit grave injustices are not immediately condemned without the opportunity to reform. Allah, the Exalted, does not close the door of forgiveness upon anyone, no matter how vile their actions may be, but instead calls them to abandon their corruption and return to righteousness. This shows that divine justice is always balanced with divine mercy. However, Allah, the Exalted, also issued a stern warning to the hypocrites and their ignorant companions, those whose faith was weak, that if they failed to repent and desist from harassing the women of Medina, He would incite the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, against them. This would result in their removal from Medina, along with their corrupt behavior, thereby purifying the community of their harmful influence. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verses 60 to 61.
If the hypocrites and those in whose hearts is disease, and those who spread rumors in Al-Medina do not cease, we will surely incite you against them, then they will not remain your neighbors therein except for a little. Accursed wherever they are found, being seized and massacred completely.
This verse, while revealed in the context of Medina, serves as a timeless warning for all generations. It illustrates that those who adopt the behavior of the hypocrites, harassing others, spreading corruption, and exploiting the vulnerable, will eventually be exposed by Allah, the Exalted. Their schemes may bring them temporary popularity, influence, or power, but ultimately their true nature will be revealed. When this occurs, the very people they sought to impress, and those who once supported them, will turn against them. Their downfall will be swift, and their reputation will be destroyed, leaving them isolated and disgraced. This principle demonstrates that hypocrisy and injustice are unsustainable foundations for any life or society. No matter how carefully such individuals conceal their corruption, Allah, the Exalted, will expose them in due time, and their disgrace will be evident to all. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 62.
The established way of Allah with those who passed on before.
A modern-day example of this principle can be observed in the lives of certain celebrities and public figures. At first, they are admired and celebrated by fellow celebrities, fans, and the media. They enjoy fame, wealth, and influence, and their supporters elevate them as icons, praising their talents and achievements. Yet when their evil characteristics and behavior are exposed, such as mistreating women, abusing their power, or engaging in immoral conduct, they are swiftly portrayed as villains. The same fans, media outlets, and colleagues who once praised them abandon them, condemning their actions and distancing themselves from their corruption. Their downfall is often public and humiliating, showing how quickly admiration can turn to condemnation when truth is revealed. This reflects the Quranic warning. Those who persist in hypocrisy and injustice will not remain in positions of honor or influence for long, for Allah, the Exalted, ensures that their disgrace becomes evident. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 62.
And you will not find in the way of Allah any change.
This teaching reminds people that true respect and honor are not built upon deception, exploitation, or popularity, but upon sincerity, righteousness, and obedience to Allah, the Exalted. Those who pursue fame or influence through corrupt means will inevitably face exposure and rejection, while those who live with integrity and compassion will be honored in both worlds. It is a reminder that every person must examine their own conduct, ensuring that their actions align with truth and justice, rather than hypocrisy and exploitation. Ultimately, the verse teaches that Allah the Exalted is the one who elevates or disgraces individuals, and that lasting honor can only be achieved through sincerity, humility, and obedience to Him. Not only did the hypocrites and non-Muslims attempt to spread foul and corrupt behavior within Arabia, but they also constantly opposed Islam in different ways in order to discourage others from accepting it, driven by fear of losing their social influence and leadership. One example of this opposition was their demand to know the exact timing of the Day of Judgment. When they were not informed of it, they falsely used this as evidence against the truthfulness of Islam, attempting to portray the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, as withholding knowledge. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 63.
People ask you concerning the hour. Say, knowledge of it is only with Allah.
This was a foolish attitude, for not knowing the exact date of the Day of Judgment does not mean it will not occur. Similarly, just because the time of death is unknown to people does not mean death will not come. Certain truths, such as death and the Day of Judgment, have been deliberately obscured from creation to ensure that individuals remain in a state of constant readiness, rather than deferring their preparations until the event approaches. This proactive mindset is far more conducive to success than a reactive one. The wisdom of this concealment is illustrated in the verse itself. For instance, a wise student who knows that a surprise test may occur at any time will engage in daily preparation until the test arrives. In contrast, if the student is given a specific date for the test, complacency may lead them to postpone their study efforts until closer to that date. This procrastination ultimately diminishes their likelihood of success, as their preparation is insufficient. Chapter 7 Al-Araf, verse 187.
It lays heavily upon the heavens and the earth. It will not come upon you except unexpectedly.
Furthermore, this verse critiques individuals who claim that they will not embrace or implement Islamic teachings until all matters, including the unseen realities such as angels, are made visible and comprehensible to them. This perspective is misguided, as true faith holds significance precisely because it involves belief in unseen realities without the necessity of perceiving them through the five senses. Belief in Allah, the Exalted, and His angels is meaningful because it requires trust in divine revelation and recognition of signs rather than direct observation. Nevertheless, these unseen aspects are substantiated by countless proofs and signs present in both the heavens and the earth. For example, the existence of a painting signifies the presence of a painter. Similarly, the existence of creation points to a creator, particularly when the creation exhibits perfection, balance, and harmony. Moreover, there are innumerable worldly phenomena that individuals fail to perceive yet utilize without complaint. For instance, many consume medicine without understanding how it functions within the human body, yet they trust its effects. In the same way, the ethical framework provided to humanity through Islam is entirely grounded in evidence and rational thought, while certain elements are inherently based on unseen realities, which enhances the value of faith. Consequently, the assertion of faith by an individual who witnesses unseen entities, such as angels, will not be acknowledged by Allah, the Exalted, since believing in these unseen realities once they are observed lacks uniqueness and sincerity. The true test of individuals lies in their ability to accept reality, even when it cannot be directly perceived through their senses, and in their sincere obedience to Allah, the Exalted, despite having the capacity to disobey Him. In sending the holy prophets, peace be upon them, and in revealing divine scriptures, Allah, the Exalted, has consistently ensured that there is room for evaluating individuals' judgment and their compliance with Him. He has never revealed reality to such an extent that individuals would be forced to accept it unconditionally. If this were the case, there would be nothing left to test, rendering the concepts of success or failure meaningless. Consequently, individuals should not anticipate the unseen things to be revealed to them, such as the appearance of Allah, the Exalted, or His angels before them. Such an occurrence would signify the conclusion of all things, leaving no opportunity for individuals to make decisions. The belief in and genuine obedience to Allah, the Exalted, holds significance only as long as reality is presented in a manner that allows for its rejection. If the truth were entirely revealed, and individuals could witness the unseen aspects of the universe and the hereafter, their faith and obedience would lose their value. Were all these elements to be physically observable, even the most obstinate non-believers and the gravest sinners would not disbelieve or defy. The acceptance of faith and obedience is meaningful only while a veil obscures reality. The moment reality is completely unveiled will signify the end of the time allotted for individuals to make decisions and conclude their testing period. This moment is known as the Day of Judgment, when all veils will be lifted, and every soul will face the consequences of its choices. Allah, the Exalted, corrected the attitude one should possess in respect to the timing of the Day of Judgment by reminding people not to concern themselves with its exact timing, but instead to hasten towards practical preparation for it. This preparation is achieved by correctly using the blessings granted to them in accordance with Islamic teachings, since the Day of Judgment is near. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 63.
And what may make you perceive? Perhaps the hour is near.
This reminder shifts the focus away from speculation and curiosity towards action and readiness. In reality, even if the Day of Judgment is many years away, accountability begins at the moment of death, which is extremely close, even if one lives for a long time. Death is a fact that no one denies, and it marks the beginning of one's reckoning. Therefore, the correct attitude requires avoiding false hopes of a long life. False hope is an extremely blameworthy characteristic, as it is the main cause for people giving priority to amassing the material world over preparing for the hereafter. A person only needs to assess their average 24-hour day and observe how much time is dedicated to worldly pursuits compared to how much is dedicated to the hereafter to realize this truth. False hope is one of the strongest weapons the devil uses to misguide people. When a person believes they will live long, they delay preparation for the hereafter, falsely assuming they can prepare later. In most cases, this later never arrives, and death overtakes them without adequate preparation. False hope for a long life also causes one to delay sincere repentance and the effort to change their character for the better, as they imagine they have much time left. It encourages hoarding of worldly possessions, such as wealth, convincing them they will need these things during their long life on earth. The devil frightens people into thinking they must hoard wealth for old age, fearing that no one will support them when they become physically weaker and unable to work. They forget that the same way Allah, the Exalted, provided for them in youth, He will provide for them in old age. In fact, the provision of creation was allocated 50,000 years before the creation of the heavens and the earth, as confirmed in a hadith found in Sahih Muslim, number 6748. It is strange that a person will dedicate 40 years of their life saving for retirement, which rarely lasts longer than 20 years, yet fail to prepare in the same way for the eternal hereafter. Islam does not teach people to neglect preparation for the world. There is no harm in saving for the near future, as long as priority is given to the hereafter. Yet, despite admitting that death can come at any time, many behave as if they will live forever in this world. Even if they were promised eternal life on earth, they would not be able to strive harder to accumulate more of the material world due to the natural restrictions of day and night. How many people have passed away earlier than expected? And how many truly learn a lesson from this and change their behavior? The reality is that most fail to take heed, continuing to live as though death is distant, when in fact it is imminent. One of the greatest pains a person will feel at the time of death, or at any stage of the hereafter, is regret for delaying preparation. Chapter 63 Al-Munafiqun, verses 10 to 11.
And spend in the way of Allah from what we have provided you before death approaches one of you, and he says, My Lord, if only you would delay me for a brief term, so I would give charity and be of the righteous. But never will Allah delay a soul when its time has come. And Allah is aware of what you do.
A person would be labeled a fool if they dedicated more time and wealth to a house they were only going to live in for a short while, compared to a house they were planning to live in for a very long time. This is the example of giving priority to the temporal world over the eternal hereafter. People should work for both the world and the hereafter, but they must recognize that death does not come at a time, situation, or age known to them. It is certain to come, and therefore preparing for it, and what it leads to, should take priority over preparing for a future in this world which is not certain to occur. The wise person is the one who balances worldly responsibilities with constant readiness for the hereafter, ensuring that when death arrives, they are not overtaken by regret but welcomed by mercy. If one fails to take advantage of the time they have been granted, and instead persists in pursuing worldly desires, then inevitably they will misuse the blessings bestowed upon them. This misuse will disturb their mental and physical state, causing them to misplace everything and everyone within their life. As a result, all aspects of their existence, family, friends, career, and wealth, will become sources of stress rather than comfort. Persisting in disobedience to Allah, the Exalted, leads them to misdirect blame, often accusing the wrong people, such as their spouse, for their difficulties. Cutting these good influences out of their lives only worsens their condition, increasing them in mental disorders until they plunge into depression, substance addiction, and even suicidal tendencies. This outcome is clearly observable in those who misuse their blessings, such as the rich and famous, who despite enjoying worldly luxuries, often suffer from inner turmoil. Moreover, as their attitude prevents them from preparing for accountability on Judgment Day, their punishment in the hereafter will be far worse. In addition, those who persist in this behavior, even while claiming belief in Allah, the Exalted, may leave this world without faith. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 64.
Indeed, Allah has cursed the disbelievers and prepared for them a blaze.
Faith may be likened to a delicate flame, whose survival depends upon constant care and nourishment. Just as a fire, when deprived of fuel, gradually weakens until it is extinguished, so too does faith diminish when it is not sustained through consistent acts of obedience, remembrance, and gratitude to Allah, the Exalted. This flame is the light that illuminates the path of a person, guiding them through the darkness of worldly trials and temptations. If neglected, the flame flickers and dies, leaving the heart vulnerable to confusion, despair, and misguidance. Neglecting this spiritual nourishment places a person at risk of losing the very light that secures their connection with Allah, the Exalted. Such a loss is the most devastating of all, for without faith, one is left without direction, stability, or true hope. The world becomes a place of shadows, where even blessings are misused and burdens feel unbearable. The extinguishing of faith is not a sudden event, but a gradual decline, often unnoticed until the heart is left empty and dark. Therefore, just as a wise guardian protects a fire from wind and ensures it is supplied with fuel, a person must safeguard their faith by shielding it from harmful influences and strengthening it through good deeds. In doing so, the flame of faith not only endures but grows brighter, guiding them with clarity through every trial of life and ensuring their salvation in the hereafter. The one who fails to nourish the flame of their faith may therefore encounter the flames of hell. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 65.
Abiding therein forever, they will not find a protector or a helper.
On the day of judgment, Allah the Exalted will not forgive disbelief, for to do so would contradict the fundamental purpose of life on earth. Chapter 67 Al-Mulk, verse 2.
He who created death and life to test you, as to which of you is better indeed.
Life is a test, and disbelief is the ultimate failure of that test. If every student were to receive a passing grade regardless of their performance, the exam would lose its purpose. The very goal of an exam is to distinguish between those who deserve to pass and those who do not. Likewise, if Allah the Exalted were to allow disbelievers to enter paradise alongside believers, it would create an unjust equality, undermining the essence of justice and fairness. Chapter 45 Al-Jatiyah, verse 21.
Or do those who commit evils think we will make them like those who have believed and done righteous deeds, make them equal in their life and their death? Evil is that which they judge.
While Allah the Exalted is infinitely merciful, His compassion does not compromise His justice. To forgive disbelief without consequence would be unacceptable conduct, which He is completely free of. Even in worldly courts, a judge who forgave every offender without enforcing any consequences would be harshly criticized and dismissed. Thus, it is illogical to expect such actions from Allah, the Exalted, who is the Supreme Judge. Success in life requires effort and determination, much like the path to becoming a doctor or mastering any discipline. Since entering paradise is a far greater accomplishment than any worldly success, it too requires struggle. The essential condition for entering paradise is faith, even if one has sinned while maintaining that faith. Without faith, no amount of worldly achievement can secure salvation. Disbelief, however, is a clear act of defiance against one's creator and sustainer, signifying rejection of the very purpose for which one was created. Chapter 51 Ad-Dariyat, verse 56.
And I did not create the jinn and mankind except to worship obey me.
Those who deny their creator will face his rejection on the day of judgment. Just as a device that fails to perform its intended role is discarded, so too will those who fail to fulfill their purpose be discarded in the hereafter. A non-believer faces eternal punishment in hell, because their temporary life on earth is overshadowed by their disbelief in Allah, the Exalted, which contradicts His eternal oneness. Therefore, the consequence of disbelief is everlasting in the afterlife. One must not be deceived into thinking that the unlimited forgiveness of Allah, the Exalted, extends to polytheism. Forgiveness for all sins is granted only to those who recognize His oneness. Denying His oneness is to reject His limitless mercy, as it implies forgiveness can come from other sources. Thus, one must either accept His oneness and the boundless nature of His forgiveness, or remain in polytheism until they sincerely repent. Furthermore, disbelief can influence others, as it is often framed as freedom, though it is fundamentally deceptive. True freedom brings inner peace, but those who misuse blessings and defy Allah, the Exalted, will not find peace. Instead, they suffer imbalance, stress, and difficulties in both worlds, regardless of material comforts. Because this behavior can be presented as freedom, it may attract followers, leading many astray. Chapter 4 An-Nisa, verse 48.
And he who associates others with Allah has certainly fabricated a tremendous sin.
Ultimately, since everything in existence belongs to Allah, the Exalted, individuals must adhere to His commandments. Just as breaking the laws of a country brings penalties, ignoring divine regulations brings consequences in this life and the next. While one may leave a country they dislike, they cannot escape the dominion of Allah, the Exalted. Societal standards may change, but divine laws remain fixed. Just as a homeowner dictates the rules of their property, Allah, the Exalted, governs the universe without needing human approval. Therefore, following His commands is vital for personal benefit. Those who grasp this truth will obey Him and use their blessings in ways that please Him. As instructed in the Holy Quran and the teachings of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. Individuals may choose to understand the wisdom behind His commands, recognizing their role in enhancing personal and societal well-being, or they may succumb to desires and ignore Islamic teachings. But those who disregard His principles must be prepared to face the consequences in both worlds, for no objections or complaints will shield them from the outcomes decreed by the Supreme Judge. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 66.
The day their faces will be turned about in the fire, they will say, "How we wish we had obeyed Allah and obeyed the Messenger."
Allah, the Exalted, reminds people of the intense regrets that await those who adopt the wrong path in this life, by persisting in misusing the blessings He has granted them. These regrets can be divided into two distinct categories. The first are regrets over worldly matters, such as not marrying, not having children, or failing to achieve certain ambitions. These worldly regrets, regardless of their nature, are never permanent. They end when a person fulfills their desire, changes their perspective, or departs from this world. By their very nature, they are temporary, for the longest they can endure is until death. Moreover, they are not so significant, as they may cause sorrow but do not result in severe punishment or torment. In fact, these regrets will vanish entirely if a person, through the mercy of Allah, the Exalted, attains entry into paradise. The second category, however, consists of the regrets of the hereafter. These are far more serious and enduring. The time spent in the grave and on the day of judgment will far exceed the span of earthly life, and such regrets will not cease until one enters paradise, an outcome that may never occur or may be delayed for an exceedingly long period. Chapter 22 Al-Hajj, verse 47.
And indeed, a day with your Lord is like 1,000 years of those which you count.
This verse illustrates the immense scale of time in the hereafter. reminding people that the regrets they carry there will be far heavier and longer lasting than any regrets of this world. Unlike worldly regrets, which fade with time or change of circumstance, the regrets of the hereafter may lead to severe punishment and torment, making them profoundly significant. Therefore, a person should reflect carefully and be kind to themselves by striving to remove the potential regrets they will face in the grave and on the day of judgment, before they attempt to remove the regrets of this world. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 66.
The day their faces will be turned about in the fire, they will say, "How we wish we had obeyed Allah and obeyed the Messenger."
This verse captures the ultimate regret, the realization, too late, that obedience to Allah the Exalted and His Messenger, peace and blessings be upon him, was the only path to salvation. It is a reminder that worldly regrets are fleeting, but the regrets of the hereafter are enduring and perilous. Thus, wisdom lies in prioritizing preparation for the eternal life over temporary concerns, ensuring that one's blessings are used in ways that please Allah the Exalted, thereby securing peace of mind in both worlds, through obtaining a balanced mental and physical state, and through correctly placing everything and everyone within their life. A major cause of disobedience to Allah, the Exalted, throughout history is highlighted in the next verse. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 67.
And they will say, "Our Lord, indeed we obeyed our masters and our dignitaries, and they led us astray from the right way."
This verse exposes the destructive consequence of blindly following leaders, dignitaries, or the majority behavior within society. Many people, when they observe the majority ignoring Islamic teachings, assume that the majority must be correct. As a result, they follow without thought or reflection, treating popular opinion as truth. Yet history has repeatedly demonstrated that majority opinion is not always correct. For example, the widespread belief that the earth was flat was later proven false with new evidence and knowledge. This shows that truth is not determined by numbers, but by evidence and divine guidance. It is therefore essential to refrain from acting like cattle, unthinkingly conforming to the majority opinion, as this often results in misguided choices in both secular and spiritual affairs. Chapter 6 Al-An'am, verse 116.
And if you obey most of those upon the earth, they will mislead you from the way of Allah. They follow not except assumption, and they are not but guessing.
This verse makes clear that the majority often follow assumptions and guesses rather than truth. Thus, individuals must employ the reasoning and intellect bestowed upon them by Allah, the Exalted, to evaluate each circumstance based on knowledge and evidence. This allows them to make informed decisions, even if these decisions diverge from the prevailing opinions of the majority. Islam strongly criticizes blind imitation in religious matters for this reason, and instead encourages Muslims to learn and act upon Islamic teachings with understanding. Chapter 12 Yusuf, verse 108.
Say, "This is my way, I invite to Allah with insight, I and those who follow me."
This verse emphasizes that the path to Allah must be pursued with insight, not blind imitation. The one who fails to use their common sense and instead blindly follows others will ultimately be left with nothing but regret and rage at their leaders and role models. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 68.
Our Lord, give them double the punishment and curse them with a great curse.
Here those who blindly followed corrupt leaders will curse them in the hereafter, realizing too late that their misplaced trust led them astray. The lesson is timeless. True safety lies in independent reflection, sincere obedience to Allah, the Exalted, and adherence to His guidance, even if it means standing apart from the majority. After warning people to avoid blindly imitating others, as this inevitably leads to misguidance, Allah, the Exalted, specifically calls upon the believers to actualize their faith through actions. He commands them not to imitate the hypocrites of every generation, who stopped at nothing to harm the holy prophets, peace be upon them. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 69.
O you who have believed, be not like those who abused Moses.
In every age, harming the holy prophets, peace be upon them, occurs when individuals verbally claim belief in them, yet fail to practically represent them correctly to the outside world. Such misrepresentation inevitably leads to criticism of the prophets, peace be upon them, and of Islam itself. Representing the holy prophets, peace be upon them, is a duty upon every believer, and accountability for this representation will be enforced in both worlds. A verbal declaration of faith must be supported by actions that reflect the noble characteristics of the holy prophets, peace be upon them, including honesty, compassion, humility, justice, and patience. By embodying these traits, believers erase the negative things falsely attributed to the holy prophets, peace be upon them, from the minds of the general public. Just as Allah, the Exalted, cleared the false accusations made against his holy prophets, peace be upon them, and honored them because of their constant obedience, so too will he honor those who sincerely represent them. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 69.
Then Allah cleared him of what they said. And he, in the sight of Allah, was honored.
This verse demonstrates that Allah, the Exalted, himself defends and honors his chosen holy prophets, peace be upon them, against falsehood. It also serves as a reminder that one must strive to uphold this honor by ensuring their conduct reflects the truth of the mission of all the holy prophets, peace be upon them. Misrepresentation through negligence, hypocrisy, or poor character not only harms the image of the holy prophets, peace be upon them, but also undermines the credibility of Islam. Therefore, the responsibility of every believer is to live in such a way that their actions testify to the truth of their faith, becoming a living example of the teachings of all the holy prophets, peace be upon them. A vital aspect of correctly representing the holy prophets, peace be upon them, is ensuring that speech remains consistently honest, upright, and aligned with intentions and actions, unlike the speech of the hypocrite. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 70.
O you who have believed, fear Allah and speak words of appropriate justice.
This command is not limited to religious discourse, but extends to every worldly situation. Honest and upright speech in all matters has been directly connected to obedience to Allah, the Exalted. Islam influences every circumstance and individual encounters, whether worldly or religious, and affects every worldly thing they interact with. Therefore, it is essential to avoid the ignorant attitude whereby one assumes that Allah, the Exalted, only cares about religious duties such as the obligatory prayers. In reality, Allah, the Exalted, will question people about every situation they faced, whether worldly or religious. For this reason, individuals must learn and act upon Islamic teachings so that their conduct is correct in every circumstance. By doing so, they will achieve a harmonious mental and physical condition, appropriately positioning everything and everyone in their lives, while sufficiently preparing themselves for their responsibilities on the Day of Judgment. This comprehensive obedience results in tranquility in both realms. Islam must not be treated like a coat that is put on and taken off according to personal desires. The one who behaves in this manner is not worshipping Allah, the Exalted, but rather worshipping their own desires, even if they claim otherwise. Chapter 25 Al-Furqan, verse 43.
Have you seen the one who takes as his God his own desire?
The one who fails to act upon Islamic teachings in every situation will inevitably misuse the blessings they have been granted. As a consequence, they will find themselves in an unbalanced mental and physical condition, misplacing everything and everyone in their lives, and inadequately preparing for their responsibilities on the Day of Judgment. This neglect will result in stress, challenges, and hardships in both realms, even if they appear to enjoy certain worldly luxuries. One must therefore implement Islamic teachings in every situation, whether worldly or religious, ensuring that speech is consistently honest and just. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 70.
O you who have believed, fear Allah and speak words of appropriate justice.
This command highlights that speech is not a trivial matter, but a reflection of one's inner state and relationship with Allah, the Exalted. Words are powerful. They shape relationships, influence society, and determine accountability in both worlds. For this reason, speech can be divided into three categories, each carrying its own consequences. The first category is evil speech, which includes lying, slander, backbiting, mockery, and any words that cause harm or spread corruption. This type of speech must be avoided at all costs, as it poisons the heart, damages communities, and incurs divine displeasure. Evil speech is destructive not only in this world, where it breaks trust and spreads division, but also in the hereafter, where it will be a source of severe punishment. The second category is good speech, which includes truthfulness, words of kindness, encouragement, reconciliation, and remembrance of Allah, the Exalted. Good speech should be spoken at the appropriate time, as it uplifts hearts, strengthens bonds, and earns reward. It is through good speech that a person represents the noble character of the holy prophets, peace be upon them, and demonstrates the beauty of Islam to the world. A single word of kindness can heal wounds, while a truthful statement can protect justice and prevent oppression. The third category is vain speech, which is neither considered a sin nor a good deed in itself. However, vain speech is dangerous because it often leads to evil speech. It wastes valuable time and distracts the heart from remembrance of Allah, the Exalted. On the Day of Judgment, vain speech will be a source of regret when individuals realize the opportunities they squandered on meaningless words. Every moment spent in idle talk could have been used for remembrance, learning, or acts of kindness. The Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, advised in a hadith found in Sahih Muslim, number 176, that a person must either speak what is good or remain silent. This guidance provides a clear standard. Speech should always be purposeful, constructive, and aligned with truth. Silence, when one has nothing good to say, is itself an act of wisdom and protection. Thus, speech is a sacred trust. A person must treat every word as an offering, ensuring that it reflects honesty, justice, and obedience to Allah, the Exalted. Speech is arguably the hardest aspect of human behavior to control, yet it is also one of the most decisive in shaping one's actions. When a person masters their speech by refraining from vain and sinful words, their actions naturally follow suit, avoiding vain and sinful deeds. This principle has been advised in a hadith found in Jami at Tirmidhi, number 2407, which connects the discipline of the tongue with the discipline of the body. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 71.
He will then amend for you your deeds.
This verse illustrates that upright speech leads to upright conduct. When words are purified, deeds are purified, and the blessings of Allah, the Exalted, are used correctly. Importantly, Allah, the Exalted, does not demand perfection. The one who struggles to control their speech and by extension, their actions, so that they avoid vain and sinful things, will be forgiven for any sins they happen to commit, provided they do not persist in them. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 71.
And forgive you your sins.
Thus, the effort to refine speech and actions, even if imperfect, secures divine forgiveness. This behavior ensures that a person remains firm in obeying Allah, the Exalted, and His Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, by correctly using the blessings they have been granted as outlined in Islamic teachings. Such obedience brings balance to both mental and physical states, enabling a person to correctly place everything and everyone within their life, while adequately preparing for accountability on the Day of Judgment. The outcome of this discipline is peace of mind in both worlds. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 71.
And whoever obeys Allah and His Messenger has certainly attained a great attainment.
This attainment is not merely worldly success, but eternal salvation. It is the fruit of consistent effort to align speech and action with divine guidance. By mastering the tongue, a person safeguards their deeds, secures forgiveness, and achieves tranquility in this life and the next. Allah, the Exalted, reminds mankind that obedience to Him is not a voluntary contract that can be denied or ignored, but a trust that was accepted when humanity acknowledged Him as their Lord. Even if individuals fail to remember this reality, it remains binding upon them. Chapter 7 Al-Araf, verse 172.
And mention when your Lord took from the children of Adam from their loins their descendants and made them testify of themselves, saying to them, Am I not your Lord? They said, Yes, we have testified. This lest you should say on the day of resurrection, Indeed, we were of this unaware.
This testimony establishes that every human being has already affirmed the Lordship of Allah, the Exalted, and accepted the responsibility of obedience. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 72.
Indeed, we offered the trust to the heavens and the earth and the mountains, and they declined to bear it and feared it, but man undertook to bear it.
The heavens, the earth, and the mountains, vast creations of immense strength, refused to carry this trust out of fear of failing it. Yet mankind accepted it, signifying both the honor and the responsibility attached to human existence. It is important to recognize that society imposes many trusts and obligations upon people which they did not personally choose, yet they remain bound to them and must fulfill them or face penalties. These obligations are woven into the structure of communal life and are enforced regardless of personal consent. For example, citizens are required to pay taxes to fund public services, even if they disagree with how those funds are used. Parents must send their children to school up to a certain age, even if they would prefer otherwise. Individuals must comply with traffic laws, such as stopping at red lights or wearing seatbelts, regardless of whether they personally agree with these rules. Similarly, people must abide by health and safety regulations in workplaces, even if they find them inconvenient. In all these cases, individuals cannot claim exemption simply because they did not personally choose these obligations. In the same way, no person can claim exemption from the trust of obeying Allah, the Exalted, simply because they do not recall accepting it. This trust is inseparably attached to human existence as beings endowed with free will, and since people cannot escape the dominion of Allah, the Exalted, they must fulfill it. Unlike worldly trusts imposed by governments, which often serve the interests of an elite class and may not directly benefit the individual, the trust granted by Allah, the Exalted, benefits mankind entirely. Worldly obligations may sometimes feel burdensome, such as paying taxes that are misused or following laws that seem unfair. At times, these obligations may even benefit only a small segment of society, leaving the majority feeling exploited. By contrast, the trust of obedience to Allah, the Exalted, is designed for the welfare of every individual. It leads to peace of mind in both worlds, achieved through a balanced mental and physical state and through correctly placing everything and everyone within one's life. For example, when a person fulfills this trust by speaking truthfully, they avoid the stress of deceit and maintain healthy relationships. When they fulfill it by giving charity, they purify their wealth and strengthen society. When they fulfill it by praying regularly, they discipline their mind and body, finding tranquility in remembrance. Each act of obedience benefits the individual directly, while also benefiting their family, community, and society at large. By fulfilling this trust, a person secures harmony within themselves, purpose in their existence, and readiness for accountability on the Day of Judgment. This reality demonstrates that obedience to Allah, the Exalted, is not a burden but a mercy. It is a trust that elevates human beings above mere survival, guiding them to use their blessings correctly, protecting them from regret, and ensuring tranquility in both worlds. For instance, when a person obeys Allah, the Exalted, by avoiding intoxicants, they protect their health, their family relationships, and their dignity. When they obey Him by being just in business dealings, they safeguard their livelihood and earn the trust of others. When they obey Him by showing kindness to parents, they strengthen family bonds and secure blessings in their own life. Each command of Allah, the Exalted, is rooted in wisdom and mercy, designed to protect people from harm and guide them towards success. Obedience transforms obligations into opportunities, turning every act of worship into a means of attaining closeness to Allah, the Exalted, and every act of restraint into a shield against harm. Those who honor this trust find themselves living with clarity, balance, and peace, while those who neglect it face imbalance, regret, and accountability. In truth, this trust is the greatest gift bestowed upon mankind. It is the foundation of dignity, the path to eternal success, and the safeguard against despair. By embracing it, a person not only fulfills their purpose, but also discovers the profound mercy of Allah, the Exalted, in every aspect of their life. But those who adopt an ignorant attitude, claiming that they do not remember accepting the trust of obeying Allah, the Exalted, inevitably persist in misusing the blessings He has granted them. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 72.
Indeed, he was unjust and ignorant.
Such negligence prevents a person from achieving a balanced mental and physical state. It causes them to misplace everything and everyone within their life, turning family, friends, career, and wealth into sources of stress rather than blessings. When they persist in disobedience, they begin to blame the wrong things and people for their difficulties, such as their spouse or close companions. Cutting these good influences out of their lives only worsens their condition, leading to mental disorders, depression, substance addiction, and even suicidal tendencies. This outcome is evident when one observes those who misuse their blessings, such as the rich and famous, who despite enjoying worldly luxuries, often suffer from inner emptiness and turmoil. And because this attitude prevents them from preparing for accountability on the day of judgment, their punishment in the hereafter will be far worse. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 73.
It was, so that Allah may punish the hypocrite men and hypocrite women, and the men and women who associate others with him.
Therefore, a person must accept and act upon Islamic teachings for their own sake, even when these teachings contradict personal desires. They must behave like a wise patient who accepts and follows the medical advice of their doctor, knowing it is best for them, even if the prescription involves bitter medicines and a strict diet. Just as this patient achieves good mental and physical health, so too does the person who accepts and acts upon Islamic teachings. The only one who possesses the knowledge required to ensure that a person achieves a balanced mental and physical state, and correctly places everything and everyone within their life is Allah, the Exalted. Human knowledge of mental and physical states, despite extensive research, remains limited. It cannot solve every issue a person faces, nor can it prevent all forms of stress or ensure proper placement of everything and everyone in life. Human advice is restricted by limited foresight, biases and experience. Allah, the Exalted, alone possesses perfect knowledge, and He has granted it to mankind in the form of the Holy Quran and the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. Chapter 33 Al-Ahzab, verse 73.
And that Allah may accept repentance from the believing men and believing women. And ever is Allah forgiving and merciful.
This truth becomes clear when one observes the difference between those who use their blessings according to Islamic teachings and those who do not. Even though patients often do not understand the science behind the medicines they are prescribed, and therefore blindly trust their doctor, Allah the Exalted does not expect blind trust in His teachings. Instead, He invites people to reflect upon the teachings of Islam so that they may appreciate their positive effects on life. He wants people to recognize the truthfulness of His guidance through clear proofs. This requires approaching Islam with an unbiased and open mind. Chapter 12 Yusuf, verse 108.
Say, this is my way, I invite to Allah with insight, I and those who follow me.
Furthermore, Allah, the Exalted, alone controls the spiritual hearts of people, the true abode of peace of mind. He alone decides who obtains tranquility and who does not. Chapter 53 and Name, verse 43.
And that it is He who makes one laugh and weep.
It is therefore clear that Allah, the Exalted, will only grant peace of mind to those who use the blessings He has bestowed upon them in the correct way, as outlined in Islamic teachings. Those who persist in ignorance and misuse will remain restless, while those who embrace obedience will find tranquility in both worlds. Chapter 16 and Nahl, verse 97.
Whoever does righteousness, whether male or female, while he is a believer, we will surely cause him to live a good life, and we will surely give them their reward in the hereafter according to the best of what they used to do.
All praise is due to Allah, Lord of the worlds, and may peace and blessings be upon His final messenger, Muhammad, his noble family and companions.